Kia ora tātou. Let's come back to continue our meeting. The officers we've completed our questions on this item. The officers have had an opportunity overnight to prepare a suite of recommendations that will come up on the screen at the moment. I just want to make sure Councillor Laurie can see those. So has he got those? You're sharing them in one moment. They'll be on their way to you, Matt, in a moment. So we might just wait till Councillor Laurie's got those, and then we'll start with the running through them, just so that he's able to follow what we're doing. Yes, all set. Okay, so they've been shared. All right, Andrew, we'll hand back to you, and you just run from the top as to what you're proposing as the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll just move the screen up. Down. Sorry, down. Okay, so receiving the report.
So recommendation 1, there's no change to recommendation, so that's to receive the report. Recommendation 2, there's no change to recommendation 2, which is reconfirmation of the preference for option 1. But taking into account the comments and requests from councillors yesterday and a little bit today around wanting more certainty and confidence as we work through the planning and design process for the project, that there are decision points along the way where elected members as a whole make significant decisions that guide us with how we proceed.
So Andrew, sorry to interrupt, but we're on clause 3. So can we just remove from the bullet point Councillor Will? So confirm that prior to negotiations taking place, officers will, and then it says Council will. So it needs to
remove officers will.
Yeah, officers will needs to go. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So the first milestone really for us is to undertake the negotiations around the land exchange with Wakatoa Corporation. And the first step of that process is for council to decide what its negotiating position or positions are going to be for when our negotiators go into that discussion. So the recommendation there is council will approve the land exchange negotiations team and its brief. So that's effectively to make sure we got the right people in the room and we're clear about what council's negotiating position or negotiating plan is going to be. Then we move on to assuming, so clause 4, recommendation 4, assuming that we are successful in the negotiations, that council will approve the community engagement process, which we've talked about a lot over the last day. The importance of good community engagement, the project management and governance approach, the procurement process, financial management process, and reporting and approval processes for the proposed new library building. So that's to give council confidence that the approach we're going to take around delivering this project is going to be really robust, and that council has full ownership of the approach that we're going to take. So when I talk about eyes wide open, this is exactly what we're trying to achieve here. That may be in a number of different reports, just the phasing within that we haven't quite worked through yet. Maybe one report, maybe more than one. Recommendation 5 confirms that prior to design, council will approve the level of any shared community spaces, including provision for community organisations and the library building project scope. So that takes into account that question that we know we're going to have around opportunities and ability to provide for opportunities, but we will be taking the approach that the more we can get community groups, community members to share spaces, the more we'll achieve that, and that will help us manage the potential for scope blowout with the project. So yesterday you talked about Green Star, the outcomes versus the accreditation, and it was pretty clear that outcomes are what are most important to council and the community rather than accreditation, no matter what that accreditation is serves in terms of achieving the outcomes. So we take a slightly different approach. Rather than targeting the accreditation, we target the outcomes that we're looking for. So we will come back to you with a report on climate change mitigation and environmental sustainability objectives for the new library building, and those objectives will be set as a result of that report. And that may actually be quite a good model for future discussions about other projects as well. And the last, I think we've got a couple more to go. So recommendation 6, within the guiding principle of developing an accessible community space, which is what this project is about, that officers will also consider housing opportunities in the planning process. But I would say, from my point of view, it really is a secondary consideration to what council is looking to achieve through the library project, which is fundamentally a community service, a community facility, and a community space. And any consideration of housing probably also needs to be looked at on a precinct basis because of the effect that has on the precinct, whether negative or positive. So I don't think it's just going to be a council call about whether it has housing on the library. Point 7. So as part of the concept design process, and this is where we start getting ourselves prepared for our consent applications, where this is going to become quite important, that as part of that concept design process, we undertake and prepare a detailed flood mitigation plan. And that flood mitigation plan for the site also considers consideration of adjoining sites. And then the last one, second to last one, recommendation 8, confirm that should negotiations with Wakatoa Corporation on a land exchange be unsuccessful, that council will revert to option 4, which is a high-spec redevelopment on the existing site to construct a new high-spec library on the current site. Recommendation 7, and this is just to close off on expectations or perceptions that council is a funder of the climatorium. Just to confirm that council didn't propose to in its draft LTP and is not currently a financial contributor to the Wakatoa Corporation proposed construction of the climatorium, and noting that the Wakatoa Corporation has still got business case work to complete on that as well. So
Thank you, Andrew.
in a large nutshell, that's it.
Councillor Noonan's indicated that you wish to
move.
Thank you.
Can we take it in parts,
Seconder,
please?
Councillor Fulton is second. Yes, we can take it in parts, and we've got some questions and we made some amendments. So it's been moved by Councillor Noonan, seconded by Councillor Fulton. Request to take it in parts, and we're open for questions. Councillor Brand and then Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, through the Mayor.
I'm just noting, sorry, that the right to speak has been reserved by Councillor Fulton. The Brand.
I'm happy with those recommendations up there. However, I won't support it unless the note is added of what I sent through yesterday around the project management and the restrictions around that. So unless that is noted in these recommendations, I will not be supporting this.
Okay, so just capture that one again. So I think Andrew's, if we scroll back, Andrew, because you looked at those matters, so, but we just need to take on board what Councillor Brand is saying. So talk us through how you responded, given you had that material last night.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So Councillor Brand, I did consider quite carefully what you requested yesterday in terms of what effectively seemed to be management oversight from elected members, all elected members, in terms of the process of running the project. My concern about that level of management oversight is that requires decisions to be made by all elected members around all variations and all use of contingency, for example, as the project proceeds. And when you're doing a project like this or any project, there are significant moments along the way where decisions have to be made about minor scope changes or whatever. So I take on board the concerns. I just think it's going to be really unmanageable to go to that level of detail. So what I've tried to do in here is to make sure that in terms of our decision making or council's decision making, council's financial management and processes, that council signs off on an approach that is based on a recommendation from us. It could be varied.
With all due respect, I totally disagree with that approach. Council has proven that they are totally unable to project manage projects on this size and have the community considerations and concerns addressed when they have basically zero faith that the council can deliver a project of this size on time and in budget. And what I've put through is a standard project manager who is very experienced and qualified to do the job that will hold those things in place. What I have stipulated in my note is what a normal, qualified, very experienced project manager would be expected to do and has done and will do on any project at this deliverable. So I do not believe what I'm asking for is covered in number 4, as that lines up leading into the project. My noting was very clear. It was from the project and the life cycle of the project to ensure that we do not have what we have had in the past, and to reconnect with our community to generate trust and faith that this council can deliver projects on time, on budget, and very clearly keeping the ratepayer and the community in mind and at the forefront, and that they're not seen as a bank and that stuff will happen. So therefore, no, I do not accept that response. And as I've stipulated, unless it is very clearly noted in there, I will not be accepting this recommendation.
So, Councillor Ben, you want all of what you had yesterday, all of that note as a note?
As a note, Take out the personal references as is the I expect a highly qualified. It should be an highly experienced and qualified full-time project manager. So if I take out the personal wording, but the rest of it is actually standard practice, best practice, and it is actually a framework for an ongoing project, not just for setting up the project, because council has proven once the project started, we fall over.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that comment, Councillor Brand. I wouldn't agree with that comment in that we deliver a significant range of projects every week. Actually, there's probably about 35 on the go at the moment that are being delivered, and they're coming through. When it comes to large-scale construction projects, Mr. White introduced this at the very beginning and said we are not set up to deliver those projects. So we absolutely, the Chief Executive said that as well repeatedly through this process, we are not set up to do that. And so the clauses in here are very deliberate about the fact that we will not be running that project in the way we might have done projects in the past. The Chief Executive has been very firm on that. And I just want Pat just to come back to you. I want to speak for you, but so I hear what you want. I just think the level of detail to put that in a clause in a resolution, I couldn't support that. I support the intent absolutely of what you're saying, and I think that is what is going to come back through the report to Councillor Andrews, taking that on board. But that level of detail, Councillor Brown, I couldn't put that in a resolution. That would be just not with good practice at all in terms of resolutions, but I get the intent. So Pat, just want to speak about project management processes.
So we are expecting that this project, it's more money than we've ever spent in any one project, and the complexities of it will be huge. And we have learned a lot, all the lessons from Green Meadows, although we're still just about to commission an investigation into that. It's not as if we have sat back and wondered what went wrong. We have made a lot of changes to the way we do things. But for this project, we're envisaging effectively a separate project management office that would run this with a highly experienced and highly skilled project manager. And that's what we will be coming back to report to you on, as I think that's what resolution 4, can you just scroll down? Yeah, so improves the community engagement process, the project management, governance approach, procurement process, financial management and reporting and approvals process. So we have covered those off at a high level, but some of the advice you are being given from an experience is more focused at a management level. But certainly we see that the council will be getting regular updates on this, or whatever governance structure the council puts in place to overview this project. But I am reluctant to commit by resolution to all those steps now without having more time to think about it and having a more balanced approach. My worry is that with all the steps you're putting in there and governance approval, this could turn into a very slow, cumbersome process as we start to get into detailed design and construction.
Pete, would you be happy to record Councillor Brand's concerns and expectations in the minutes and note that the matters will be addressed in a subsequent project management report?
Yes, we will certainly make sure that our report addresses all the concerns that Councillor Brand has raised, and very happy for that to be
minuted in full.
These are concerns from the public and their lack of confidence, and this is a larger project than we have done before. And I'm just trying to stipulate and give the community the confidence that we will and be over this project and not have things slip through the cracks. So I will accept what you've said. However, I would like a note on here saying using or acknowledging best practice principles that a quality assure framework or process is applied during this project, and that
I think we can work with that in a sense, but I'm going to need to get some advice around that. So to get those words, so what you're asked is we use best practice principles and with a quality assurance and practice. And so I just need someone with a little bit more technical skill than me to know what the word's right. So what I'm going to do is I'm here to accommodate, because I think the essence of what Councillor Brand is talking about is important to all of us. What Councillor Brand is saying is she's reflecting the views of the community, and part of our deliberations process is to take into, absolutely importantly, to reflect on the submissions and the views of the community.
Okay, so while you work on that, I'd like just to add to recommendation, where's the community engagement? Sorry.
For what point four?
I'd also like to emphasise that a communication strategy is applied alongside the community engagement.
Would anyone object to that? I think that's important. Communications are critically important. Do the officers have any concerns around including that phrasing? No? Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Brand. I'm going to be a little bit iterative here. I've had another change passed up to me from Councillor Fulton, so we might do that at the same time and just see if everyone's happy with that bit. And then I'm just going to see, I'm going to go to Councillor Laurie, who's waiting, because I know he's signalled he might want to do an amendment to one of the clauses. So I'll just try and capture all the bits that we might need to do. Then we're going to have a quick break just to try and see if we can capture the wording. Do the officers think they have got something that they can capture or not? Or are you going, your advice would still be to leave it as it is in terms of Councillor Brand's best practice principles?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to discuss with somebody who's more knowledgeable than me on that technical stuff.
Thank you. Okay. So where are we? And surrounding landscaping, there it is. So on clause 5, Councillor Fulton's asked just to add those wordings, see there, and surrounding landscaping. Okay?
Just because I think
we get it.
Yeah.
So so that's just we get it because we know that it's internal, external. All right. Are there any other parts in this that you want to see wording changes, or just anything? Let's see if the people in the room, and then I'll go to Councillor Laurie. Councillor Courtney, is there any other wording?
I want a couple of questions and to support strongly Councillor Brand's position, and I have a few words to say on that.
All right,
in fact, strong words, Madam Mayor, because we were promised an external review on the building at Green Meadows and our ability to undertake major projects of this size, manage them adequately, and that hasn't happened. So you're going to have trouble with me if over the next couple of years we haven't had that external review. We are, as Councillor Brand said, in the business and around this table of building confidence, building trust, and it was eroded at that time, and people seem to forget about it, and we all drift on. But, you know, Madam Mayor, through to the Chief Executive, he said, you know, it's going to take time, and an matter of time, come back to you and back to you and back to you. My word, did it take a long time to rebuild the Green Meadows Centre. So, look, there are some difficulties here, and I'm fully in support of Councillor Brand and her questions and concerns because, as you said, Madam Mayor, she is reflecting the views of the community. Right, she truly is.
Thank you. We'll come back on that one and we'll sort our way through that. Councillor Rainey had his hand up as well, and then I'm coming to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. They sort of changed a bit since I was... The one regarding if negotiations are not successful on the land exchange.
Yes, that's the one Councillor Laurie wants to raise.
Well, I'm happy to leave that to Councillor Laurie.
Okay, thank you.
You'll probably want to do the same thing that I want to. But similarly, they've changed again. Housing, the one where officers will consider housing opportunities. Where's that? Guiding principle developing. Okay, so under 6 here, we've got noting the guiding principle of developing accessible community space, that officers also consider housing opportunities. I think that needs to be beefed up a little bit to bring back an option report, because I don't want to hear officers say yes, we've considered it, but there's nothing to add. I want an options report to come back to council. Is that inherent in what it's saying there?
Well, if you go up to the top, Andrew, it would have to come back. You'd have to come back and tell us where you'd landed on that.
I think it's in through you, Madam Mayor. I think it's inherent in that we would need to come back through the process to provide a report of some form to council.
Yes, I mean it's essential that.
Well, maybe just as for
councils need to consider
and report back to council on considerations. Would that help us?
That would help. That would
Okay.
help as far as I'm concerned. And my last one regarding the climatorium financial. I still need to look at the wording of that again, please. This must be one of the longest ones. Here we go. So this is kind of retrospective, confirms that no financial contribution has been committed by Councillor Te Whakatū. Should that not be, will be?
No, because we haven't turned our mind to it for decision-making purposes. So all it's doing is Councillor Edgar raised it because we had a number of submissions where people seemed to think that we were financially supporting the climatorium. We did get a number of those, so it's for clarity to say that is the position at this point in time. I couldn't say we haven't considered that matter, so I couldn't predetermine that outcome.
But of course, we are contributing financially because staff are considering it. So it takes up staff time, correct?
It's about construction. So there is confirms that no financial contribution has been committed by Council to Whakatū to support construction of the climatorium because we got submissions on that matter. So all that it is doing is for that purpose. That's correct, Councillor Rika? Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Appreciate all the thought that's gone into this. For me, though, having the mitigation, the detailed flood mitigation plan at number 7 still feels like we're putting the cart before the horse. I would prefer to see that as part of part 2, which is what I proposed yesterday, because for me, until we can look Nelsonians in the eye and explain to them how the site will be protected, we really shouldn't be leaving the launching pad. And for me, having it at 7 means we've already, we've done the countdown, we've fired the rockets, and then we're going to look at it. I'd like to get staff's thoughts on this.
Okay, can I just get clarity, please, on where you wanted it?
I'd like it in, as I suggested yesterday, I'd like it right at the top in part 2. So yesterday I had the recommendation as it is now, with a last part that says, so it says, subject to agreement with Whakatū Incorporation on land exchange involving that site and the current library site, and completion of a detailed and effective flood mitigation plan for the site.
Okay.
And I'm okay with adjoining sites rather than surrounding area. But I just want to know why we don't have it higher up the recommendation.
Okay, I'll go to the officers because I think there's a bit of a sequencing thing around this one, but it may be fine there anyway. So I'll just get Toby, and probably it's Toby that needs to answer that one.
Haven't we already done that?
So Toby, you following this as we go up and down the screen? Let Robert to scroll up or down, just let her know.
Through the chair, in terms of where it sits within that, within the numbering, it can sit under 3. I understand is where it would sit and what Councillor Laurie's proposing. In terms of the actual process, I think the main point really was the original wording that we saw suggested that it should be prior to design, whereas in fact this is a somewhat iterative process in terms of the flood mitigation plan being done alongside concept design, because obviously concept design will evolve in terms of that flood mitigation aspect.
Okay, so where it sits in the suite of things, it can go up the top. It's just that the issue is when we spoke to the officers in the break is that the concept influences the flood mitigation process. So you have to have something to then know whether you can do it or not. Does that make sense to you, Councillor Laurie? So we're not too bothered where it goes in the list. It's just that you have to have the concept design to be able to establish the impacts.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Okay.
But I still, the way it looks to me, we get a fair way off the launch pad before we actually address that issue, and that troubles me.
Okay, we'll move it up to the top if we can. Officers will have a look at that, just sequencing. Above number, Toby, where did you think it can sit? 3, above 3. Negotiations. No. So we've got to have a project. Confessment. I think it sits at number 6. What we'll do is take a break, and the officers will ring Councillor Laurie just to sort that out.
That would be good.
Fine. Thank you.
I've got something else.
Okay.
So on part 8, I'm not keen on that, and that's because I don't want us to make this decision. I'm not ready to make that decision today. I don't understand why we wouldn't do what I suggested yesterday, which was request that agrees that should negotiations Wakatu on land exchange be unsuccessful, a report of options be brought to council. I think if we get to that point, we will want to just consider our options. If as we explore flood mitigation, we learn stuff that makes us think, oh well, maybe there's an issue there. I want us to be in a position, if it doesn't work out with Wakatu, to go, well, maybe there are other options. At this stage, clearly, going to the existing library site is the most likely place we would go, and I think that's clear to everyone. So I don't know why we wouldn't give ourselves this option. I don't know why we'd be committing ourselves this time, potentially, to that site.
Let's go to Andrew as to why they've got that included. In terms of when you did your ranking, where was that site?
So that is, through you, Madam Chair, that is the most logical site in terms of similarity to Council's preferred option 1, in terms of, option 4 is the most similar in terms of the spec and also in terms of the location. It just means that we've been unable to achieve that land exchange with Wakatu. So, there are some reasons for why we would prefer that to coming back to council with a number of different options. Time, I think, is probably one of those reasons, and there's some others probably that might be better talking about in public excluded discussion.
Right, Councillor Laurie, that's the thinking around that. Now, I think Councillor Laurie is likely to move an amendment if the mover and seconder didn't feel that they could accommodate the alternative options. So what we'll do is we'll now take a break, because we've captured everything. Few things to work through there that we need to work through, and we do a phone call to Councillor Laurie just to work out where the right spot is for that, the flood work, because Councillor Laurie, that won't be the thing that if that is an issue, that will override negotiations, if that makes sense. So if we get to the point where you can't do this, that's a stop. So stop point where the officers went back and said, look, actually, some other factor has come into play here, then, we're not thinking that is going to be the case. They're saying, no, they do this as part of the consenting process, and they can work their way through. But I think there's 2 things around the negotiations, and then what would happen next, which is to either bring it back to council or what they've got in a report, and then the other part is around where we put that the clause around once we've got the concept plan, making sure that it actually works with the modelling or with the design. Yeah. So, but I'm just saying to council, I'm actually very flexible. I'm probably okay with doing you'll come back to council if that doesn't work. So the mover and the seconder might be happy with that as well. So I'll just see if I can get some guidance on that. We'll take an adjournment. Officers, last question.
I've got one quick question just while to discuss the adjournment. Can you go back up to number 3? Sorry, because we haven't got it in front of us, so it's hard to.
Yes, what I'm going to ask the GAs to do is get print some hard copies so you can see it as well, or email it to you.
No, it's now number 4. So my question is at the end of the process, and I'm sure it's not going to happen because we have such great contingency plans, but in the past sometimes there's been compromises on delivery in order to meet budgets. I want to ensure that does not happen in this process. Is that covered in the reporting and approvals process for the proposed new library building? And maybe that needs to say and landscaping there too. I just don't want to end up with a compromised landscaping or facade or design which I've experienced in the past.
So
Where you walk down and it's not what you thought you were getting.
So we need to do is add new library building and landscaping at the end of the first bullet point under 4.
Under 4, could we add that in, please?
Or you could make it really easy for yourself and just say library, because library's got internal, external factors to it. Environment, precinct. Okay, officers, go away. I can sort that one out. I think that's fine. Okay, look, this is going to take a little bit of time. I suggest that what we do is, I do want to do this before lunch, if we can get this one done. So we can, because we've got a lot of work still to do. So let's give them 10 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll try 10 minutes adjournment and then we'll come back again, maybe 15 minutes. Okay, so we'll adjourn now. Kia ora koutou, welcome back. The officers have been away, worked with the elected members to come up with a amended suite of recommendations that I hope are going to be agreeable to the mover and seconder. So we'll just get them up on the screen. They've been emailed through to or shared with Councillor Laurie, so he's got them. So we'll just bring them up and we'll start at the top. And what we've done in clause 2 is moved the clause that Councillor Laurie had proposed up to number 2, so that we will do a. You've got to have something to do your testing on. So the building footprint would be what you look at, and you look at considerations, making sure the flood mitigation plan works for that building, but also for considering effects on adjoining sites. So that to me seems happy with that, mover and seconder. And everyone, that's nice and clear. Right, thank you. And then we come down to new clause 5, which is Councillor Brand's request that we note that under best practice, I haven't read this one yet, that notes that under best practice, a quality assurance framework is used for the life of the project. Happy with that, Councillor Brand? That's the terminology. All right, we're happy with that. Councillor Courtney's looking satisfied with that as well.
The officers happy with that.
Are the officers happy with that? And the mover and seconder, hold on. Mover and seconder, yes, 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 okay, right, keeping on going. Now, at 9, confirms that should negotiations with Wakatu Incorporation on land exchange be unsuccessful, officers will seek confirmation from council to proceed with option 4. So, spoken with Councillor Laurie, he's satisfied with that, because what we want is that report to come back. And if you felt at that point that you didn't wish to proceed, that's the point you make your decision not to do that. So they're going to come back to seek confirmation. But they need to have that in there. So mover and seconder are happy with that? All right, I think we're good to go. Councillor Laurie, you happy? Thumbs up? Yes, thank you very much. You think the first one needs an and? Number 3 or number 2? An and completion, righty ho. Good spotting. All right, we're good to go. Everyone's clear on what we're doing? Yep, we've been around this. Officers have got nothing further. Happy with what's there. Happy as you're going to be. All right, we're ready to go. Now, we're now into, sorry, Pat, just, you're asking for a pause, Pat?
Can we scroll up so we can see through?
Hang on, Toby just has a comment, so I'll just make sure we might not have the words quite right.
Can we
Scroll up to Trudy's one.
Yeah, just so I can write it down.
Just so you can write it down. Or down, we'll scroll down. And Toby's fine? Okay, we're good to go. Now, officer, leader members, do you want this email to you so you can scroll up and down, or are you satisfied that you're familiar enough with this?
Email.
Email would be good. Oh, Matt, you should already have an email, so just go and check your inbox. Robin's got it. Yep, good. Could we please have? Could the officer can the GAs just email that out to? All right, that's going to do that. Yes. When Robin will let me know when she's ready, because there's one little change still to be made to the top clause. We've got an extra and.
Yeah.
And Madam Mayor, just signalling
The division?
I'll be asking for a division.
Yeah, you've already, so Councillor Skinner's given me notice of that. And we've got a stack of division papers. Funnily enough, the other day, we didn't have any division papers in here. Was Pat away that day? I think you were.
Saying my divisive chief executive.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was not so. Right, okay, after that top clause, so just go back up here and just number 2. in completion of flood mitigation plan for the proposed building footprint, including consideration of effects on adjoining sites. Happy with that, Toby? Good. Happy. Yeah, Judy the same. Righty ho. Excellent. Okay. Good to go. Right, it's been moved and seconded. We're now going to go into debate, and I'm going to ask you to make your debates concise, and not everyone needs to speak if they don't need to. I won't start with a ruling of 3-3, but if we get to taking too long, I'll rule that we're done and dusted, okay? All right, speaking to the motion. Does the mover wish to speak or reserve your right to... You'd like to speak twice? Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you very much. Look, the officer report says to us that 93 submissions were actually against a library redevelopment. So I looked and saw, well, why was that? The reasons are quite clear in the, some noise to there. The reasons are cost, flood risk, the library is adequate as it is. Council should wait until the Climate Change Adaptation Act has passed into law. Well, I think these have all been adequately addressed in the officer's report. The business case says that the current configuration of the Amatuna Library is constraining council's ability to deliver and keep pace with modern best practice library and information services. So there's the reason why we need to do something. Something must be done. Libraries actually provide so much more than books. And I was reading the submissions, and I'm an old-fashioned book lover, and I have the printed version for a number of reasons. I like to see how fast I'm reading my book with my bookmark. Some people don't. Some people have audio books. Our library has every option that you could like. But the library is a bit more than the books that we have, and our librarians actually assist a lot of individual people. Often those people live alone. Often they don't have someone in their household who can help them with digital or new technology. And those people can actually book a librarian. I don't know whether everybody knew that. You can book a librarian and they will help you with any of your challenges that you might have as a single person or an older person who might be struggling. We've heard people say how helpful our library and our librarians are. I don't think I need to say a whole lot more. I do have concerns about the housing section because I just don't want that to muddy the waters and delay us even further. We did tie up the building, the previous resolution with Civic House, and that delayed us by like 2 years. So I think we need to be careful that we don't delay this project. There's quite a lot of work to do. There are many hurdles to pass. So I would like to support this going out. We had some very innovative responses, which is heartening, actually. Some different ideas and different ways of looking at our precinct. And this particular model will deliver us more than a library. It will deliver us a civic space, which I think people are looking for that too. The cost, absolutely acknowledge that is a big number. If we don't go for the Green Star certification, that might save us quite a lot of money. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next round. So thank you, I do support.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Sensen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. There is no doubt that our library is a well-loved and well-used community asset, staffed by a passionate and dedicated team. There is no doubt that any new library will become more widely used and loved. However, we know the site is vulnerable, and that this decision locks us into a pathway without having first undertaken the recommended adaptation consultation with the community. We know that this pathway will have a significant impact on rates and other projects that we can deliver to the community for generations to come. What we don't know is how many tens or hundreds of millions of dollars it will cost the community to protect the site and what legislative and legal requirements we may face with the Imminent Climate Change Adaptation Act. So I'm going to be supporting some aspects of the recommendation, that particularly the inclusions that various councillors have moved later on, but I won't be supporting point 2.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against. We must have our priorities right. The community is still recovering from the hardship of COVID and maybe for some time yet. We have children without shoes and going without food. We have pensioners living in cars. We have women and young mums seeking safe refuge and shelter. We have a huge housing shortage. The public have spoken very clearly to me, and I've listened. We must live within their and our means, both in the present and for future generations. Thus, my response to this is unequivocally no. I can assure you the city will still function extremely well without, and the sky will not fall on our heads.
Councillor Skinner. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you, through you. So decisions of this magnitude only probably come every few decades. But we also know that for local government, that actually we're going to be facing some of our biggest changes and challenges since the 1989 reforms, and probably significantly bigger again. We have the imminent removal of 3 waters from councils, going into separate public entities, the repeal of the RMA, significant change, which will have significant changes to how we plan and work across Te Ihu, and then of course the review of local government itself and the very strong likelihood that we will amalgamate potentially with Tasman and maybe across again Te Ihu. So I think it's actually really important for Nelson Council to lock in what Nelson as a community needs for our future going forward, because it is certainly going to change and some of those decisions are no longer going to be ours. So I think it's critically important we lock in the core infrastructure we need now. And people often say a library is a nice to have, it is not core infrastructure. I'll just refer you to the Local Government Act. It is core infrastructure. It is acknowledged as critical to our communities. And so I think we need to be cognizant of that as well, because those decisions weren't made lightly by governments. But going forward, you know, decisions about the scope, I think, are going to be really important. That community engagement is going to be important. I believe we still do need to be very mindful of scope creep. It won't be, you know, one library to rule them all. There is a lot that it can provide for, and as the report itself said, you know, the more a successful community facility is flexible and able to be used for diverse and changing activities. And so the more we lock in permanent physical spaces, the less it will have that flexibility to flex and grow with our community and respond to those changing needs. And so I think that's always also going to be really important. So I'm heartened that we're going to be talking to the community further about what they feel is important in that critical and core community space. I also think that the review of the requirement for a 5-star Green Star accreditation is also really key. It was identified by submitters that there was a cost associated with that, whereas council is focused on the outcome. And if that cost can either provide for a better facility or potentially reduced cost, then I will be very happy with that. And so we'll watch this space. Look, I put the amended resolutions in there about project management, governance oversight and financial management, echoing the concerns of ratepayers and residents. And look, it's been acknowledged by our CE also that for a community facility project of this magnitude, that we are certainly going to be doing it a different way and engaging core professionals as we have throughout the planning process for this. So, I mean, that has added some confidence for me for those next stages. But I guess I would just implore staff to always keep those concerns of our residents top of mind, and I would have liked to have seen those resolutions in there, not to have had to have put them in there as an amendment, because I think our community wants to see how are we going to manage a facility, project management of this size for such a core community facility. And look, I'm not going to get into the site or the flood risk, because there's nothing I could say that could top Toby's responses, and I'd just like to thank him for really helping clarify and confirm what we've done to provide confidence on this site and in our next steps that we're going to do that are in the resolutions around that site. So I will be voting in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to say, first and foremost, I wholeheartedly support library redevelopment and libraries as they sit as core centres in our community and as sort of hearts of our community. And that this kind of investment in our people, and that's what it is, an investment in, is very worthwhile. I want to acknowledge the councillors who have put up amendments to strengthen these resolutions and to build more confidence in. I remain, however, concerned and uncertain with where these resolutions have landed. I think there's been some really good changes made, and I do think that this project will proceed forward in a positive way. But I don't think that we've given enough consideration as to how the conversations that we both are and will be having with our community around adaptation fit into this, and whether that's a failure of communication and a failure of messaging, I'm not entirely confident to say. But because of that, whilst I'll be wholeheartedly engaged and positive moving forward, I can't currently support just clause 2. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I'm just going to read from my notes to keep. Oops, thanks. It's great to have aspirations, yet we need to take a cup of reality and the impact on the Nelson community. So people have asked me, where is this golden goose that Nelson City Council have found, or can they have access to the money tree that the leaves are $100 notes? And I say to them, we have to look at the scope of the project. And yes, 44.6 million uninflated is not a target. Yet I come back to, what is a livable city? We think about our buildings that anchor and drive our inner city living and the development that we keep talking about. I believe that libraries are one of the most important buildings that a city can have for the public. We talk about ways to attract people to our region. Public libraries do this. And as we're talking about the way that we organise the space inside and outside of the building, we are establishing our society and their connections. I think about the function, the physical, the characteristics of the land use, the build form, the quality and the conservation. I think about the robustness, the accessibility and the sustainability, the mobility and the affordability. So again, I say, build to the environmental standards required. This needs to be cost effective and efficient. It does not necessarily mean a 5-star Green Star building. And as we have heard, community engagement is very important. And maybe this is an area where we can get a very clear communication strategy to ensure that they are on the journey with us. So then I come back to the site location, and I have heard many, and I've taken on board what people around this table have said. I've taken on board the feedback from the staff, and based on the information that's available about what is happening around the world in countries that are surrounded by water and what they are doing to address flood inundation, rising sea levels, and protection of their key assets in their areas. I also look at the history of how Nelson actually established its city centre in Trafalgar Street, and I've seen photos of horse and cart with water up Trafalgar Street. However, since then, we have built the boulder bank, and we have new technologies and access to other information to address flood mitigation and the rising sea levels and those concerns. And I have every assurance, thank you to the staff as well as to our external contractor here who's provided a report with information on how they would address those concerns. So I feel that enough energy and time and resources are being considered and applied to enable a proper and well-considered response, and feel that, in my view, that this is the right location, and it is one of the anchor buildings as we help people move around our city to make it a livable city. So I will be supporting that with the fact that those amendments have been included.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you very much. In 2011, the late Sir Paul Callaghan gave a landmark speech about Aotearoa, New Zealand, and he busted a whole lot of myths in that speech. But the thing that most people remember from it is a line where he said that New Zealand, Aotearoa, has to be a country where talent wants to live, and that remains true today. It is also true of cities. Nelson Whakatū has to be a city where talent wants to live. To be honest, I think we have a little bit of a myth about that today. I know that there are lots of places around New Zealand that talented people can live. Talented, clever, bright people who grow your community and grow your city and grow your economy, they get to choose where they live. I think sometimes we get a little bit complacent in Nelson because the weather's so nice about what we have to offer. What I want Nelson to be, Whakatū Nelson to be, is a place that talent wants to live. I want it to be a place that retains talent. We lose so many fabulously clever, talented, creative young people every year because they don't see a future in Nelson. They don't see opportunities. They don't see excitement. And to me, unless we invest in these sorts of projects, we're not going to have that future. So for me, this is about so much more than a library. This is about investing in a future Nelson, Whakatū, where talent wants to live. I want our young people to be able to choose to live here if they want to, and this is part of that. It's also part of a future where it's not just a library; it's a library and a science technology precinct. It's a new development that goes from basically Trafalgar Street to Rutherford Park, thanks to Whakatū. It's about having lots of people living in town. And so I see it as part of that vision. It's a really exciting one for Nelson. It's not, without its challenges. And I appreciate that some of the people around the table have got a lot on their mind when they're making this decision. And I totally respect that. I also appreciate that people are prepared to support my suggestions for changes to the recommendation parts 2 and 7. I believe that if we're going to go forward with this, we have to be able to look Nelsonians in the eye and say, yes, we plan to develop on the site, and here's how we're going to protect it. And I want to see us do that. I also don't feel comfortable about being completely locked into option 4 at the moment if we don't find success in our negotiations with Whakatū. So I think just having a little bit of room there is useful as well. But yeah, essentially this is about the future of Nelson. It's about the future of our kids. It's about our grandchildren as well. It is expensive, but not investing in our future, I don't think is an option that I want to pursue. I want to look forward. I want to be ambitious for Nelson Whakatū and for our whānaus. And so I encourage other councillors to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support what's before us today. I'm pleased it's going out for further engagement with the community, And I hope it's thorough engagement. Continue to talk to them, continue to get the feedback, because I don't really think that many in our communities thought we were going out again. I think they think this is it and it's all done and dusted, but it's not. We still have open minds and we still have to represent and listen to the people that we're here to represent. So look, I learned a word today, and it's obscene. No, it's not obscene, but it's rude. It's uneasy. It makes me uneasy. It was called, and the chief executive used it, scope creep, and the deputy mayor used it as well. Well, we've got to avoid that, whatever that scope creep means, because the major concern in this community is about the cost. People that support the library, such as myself, and people who don't support the library are all concerned about the cost. We have to say that. And it's been said eloquently by Councillor Brand and others, I'm sure, would have, and they might even when they speak now. So we've got to be seen to be controlling this and knowing what we're doing. We've got to present an image to the community that we know how to manage these major projects. And part of that is following through with our commitment that we would do a review of our processes around the management of our major processes. And I'm speaking particularly about the Green Meadows Centre. That took an inordinate amount of time to construct, and the price was doubled more or less. And if I'm exaggerating, I apologise, but it was almost doubled the final build cost. So we have to build trust and confidence in our community that we can manage these projects properly. And when you hear about Turanga in Christchurch, the library there, the multi-level library in Christchurch, 10,000 square metres for a build price of $92 per square metre, no, 92 for 92 million. The per square metre price, $9,200. In our Nelson project, 2 levels, 3,250 square metres for 44.6 million, or it might even go up to 46 million. But that price is 13,723 square metres per square metres. So that's 9,200 in Christchurch, 13,723 in Nelson. So I say, on behalf of the community, we need to look at our costings. There is an appalling difference there. We have got no room for scope creep. No room at all. Madam Mayor, I will wait and see the outcome of further engagement, but can we just keep a close eye on all matters concerned with our costings?
Thank you. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of what I was going to say has been said by others, so I won't repeat. But what I will say is that a library is about what we value in a community. And as Councillor Edgar said, is a critical piece of community infrastructure. It says so in the Local Government Act. But a library is sort of, I suppose, the most democratic of all institutions. It is open to all, regardless of age or background. There's freedom to access of information of your choose, and the information is provided without judgment or comment. It's there, and therefore, it is about the sort of community that we are in. One of the things that you can do as our current generation and the current council is what we leave to come after us, whether it be in a decade or a couple of decades, a generation or 100 years. And it's about the buildings we leave behind and the cityscape that we leave behind, because they're not quickly changed. And if we are going to build a building, it is something that should be worthy of this time and this place for the future generations. And thinking about that is probably not the time that you take a sort of a penny pinching or a pernicious make-do type solution, because we'll be back here in a few years' time revisiting the same issues and delivering are probably something that actually doesn't meet the needs of the community, because now we're getting a library that is fit for the 21st century and beyond. I've listened to, I've read the reports many times, as we all have. I've listened to the advice from our officers and our consultants and experts. I have confidence in that advice and their competence. And I'd have to say that some of the comments I heard before I found a little bit offensive to the officers and the council as a whole. That was my view. We've been given good advice, and it's advice that I can rely upon and I have confidence in. And I think we all should. So for those reasons, there's some aspects of the resolution up there that I'm not entirely comfortable with, but the resolution as a whole, I will support. We need to move this thing forward. And this is the way to do it. So this is a step on a journey. It is a significant step, but nonetheless, it's not the final step.
Thank you. Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. I'll echo the thoughts of Councillor McGurk. A lot of the things I would have said have already been said, and normally I would leave it there and leave it up to the rest of the room to actually, and then just make it with my vote. However, this is significant, and I think the amount of time taken on this topic shows how significant and important a development it is to us all. The community have come up with different suggestions and different ways around it, because I think that the community of a whole is absolutely supportive of this. You know, it's like a tongue-in-cheek, put a car park below, you know, lift it up, or put a bus station out. I mean, there's all sorts of different ways you could go with the idea of what could and couldn't be included with. However, I think what the main important thing is it needs to be done. It's never going to be any cheaper, and I have said, even as I said with Civic Council, this is a huge chunk of change. This is a lot of money to a lot of people, and it's been brought up that we must live within our means. However, and COVID's been mentioned, but this is the type of development that has the potential to reinvigorate our city, and it's a great day when Councillor Laurie and I can agree on something. So yes, there we go. So we've got the hills there, we've got the sea there, we've got the river there, and we're in the middle. So instead of us pushing back up the hill and running away from what we see as to being, as has been suggested in the past, that we've turned our back on the river and turned our back on the sea, and we seem to be looking all this way. I think we need to look back at what we've got in front of us, and we need to actually embrace where this development can happen. I've been quite passionate in workshops over the last year when this has been brought up, even in fact in Zoom meetings. I have been very passionate about the fact that we need to get this done. And it's never going to be any cheaper, people. And I think it is a considerable amount of money. And I think we need to be very mindful of how we do this. And Councillor Brand has brought that up. And everyone around the room has brought up valid points of our community, and we need to embrace all those valid points and use our full community's understanding of this project to make sure that we all support and all go through with it. But it does have the potential to reinvigorate our city, and I think that's the most important thing we need to consider, as well as acknowledge all the support that it has received within this building. And I think that all the staff over the years that have worked on this need to be acknowledged. I think we also need to acknowledge the library staff that have worked in, has been described in many different ways, the building that they work in, but it's not fit for purpose. Some people think it is. Some people think that we can just do a little wee job, and I won't suggest what I would say that would be with what they've already got. I think we need to move forward, and we need to reinvigorate our city, and this is one of the points that we can do it with, and the amount of time taken shows how important it is. So if anyone's in any doubt, I support this.
Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mandate is an interesting word, and do we, as a group of people around the table, have the mandate to make a decision of this scale? Well, technically, obviously, we do. Morally, I'm not so sure. Up to $46 million is a large amount of money, and when we were making considerations about putting this out in the LTP, I had severe doubts about whether it was the right thing to do, and voted that way. I would like to now acknowledge staff, because I'm very impressed by the level of flexibility and detail that they've been prepared to undertake to enable me to feel more comfortable, and others around the table, and I hope the public at large, to feel more comfortable about the direction in which we're heading in terms of this project. So thank you very much. I really do appreciate that, and it's given me great comfort and hope that we are going to get this right. I'd also like to acknowledge the library staff, because I think they do an amazing job, and I know this has been a long time coming, and the toing and froing from elected members on this issue must be incredibly painful just for staff alone. So I do acknowledge them and certainly hope that we can achieve something in this city which is going to give all residents as well as staff involved something to be proud of. So I do want to talk a little bit about cart before the horse, because indeed the process that's been outlaid to us and the flexibility that staff have shown in terms of outlining that process has thrown up a process which is kind of interesting when you consider other large-scale projects that the city has undertaken before. And it would be right to think that there's a lot of water that has to go under the bridge in terms of engagement with the community. But I would encourage us around the table to be bold, to be really, really bold, in that if we get to a point where we're not happy with what's going on, we're not happy with how it's being spelled out, we must feel strong enough to say, no, stop. We're not going to go down that path. We're going to really rethink that particular point. We're going to go back to the drawing board. And one of the things I was really concerned about with what we're doing today is that it's just going to greenlight a project that's just going to roll on. Undoubtedly, not all of us around the table will be sitting around this table when the project is completed. There will be more councillors coming in. This process is going to take some time. But I would certainly hope that this group of councillors would be bold enough to say, well, actually, we're not absolutely happy with that point when it comes back to us via staff, and we're going to rethink that. In particular, on the point of housing. Because $46 million for a project that could potentially only cost $25 million if we didn't go for the Green Star would, in the overall scope of things, allow a whole lot of other money to go towards housing, if we're going to consider that. Now, I don't necessarily think that that's a simple enough equation, but at the very least, I would like staff to come back with some options around housing. And I'm happy that we've got that resolution as part of this suite of recommendations today. And in that respect, I just want to pick up on what Councillor Bowen said. It's never going to be cheaper. Actually, it could be cheaper. And I would certainly hope that we would have, after consulting with the public, plenty of opportunity to look at ways of making the overall project cheaper for Nelsonians. I agree with Councillor Sanson, and I agree with Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. I don't think we can actually look the public in the eye over point 2, and I'm going to be voting against that particular part, but supporting the rest. Thank you.
Councillor Fulton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'll be speaking wholeheartedly in support of this. I am super excited to get to this stage. I feel like it's a massive relief, and have really appreciated the questions asked and the conversation over the last couple of days. I haven't had a chance until now to respond to some of those questions asked, and I just wanted to touch on my own personal experience over the last 10 years of maybe pushing this library project forward, and acknowledge Councillor Noonan and her passion to make this project happen, combined with my passion to ensure it was a Green Star building. I'm a little concerned that there's a view in the room that in removing the accreditation, you could save a whole lot of money, because when we workshopped that, the accreditation was a very minor part. It's the cost of building a high quality, sustainable building, and that is the right thing to do. If we are committed to our zero carbon future, then we need to make sure that that building is high quality. I just wanted to touch a little bit on the questions that have been asked around the suitability of the site. And as the chair of Climate and Environment Committee, I've had a lot of questions come to me through the Climate Forum on that issue. And so obviously I've thought about it significantly, hence the reason why I reached out to Professor James Renwick to clarify his views on the quality of the science and to check if there was any gaps. And what I've heard is there are no gaps. And as you've heard from our scientists in the room, there are no gaps. And I am a little concerned and disappointed that, and slightly embarrassed actually, that the reputation of the engineers and scientists in the room is being disputed. I think that their work is robust and it's credible. And as a person who, I have a PhD in science, I have a PhD in chemistry from Cambridge University, so part of my background is understanding how scientists think, and I know that scientists do not present information unless they have confidence in their data. I also know that the scientific community trust in the capability and competency of other scientists, and I think that's a really important thing for us to remember, that we have staff who have spent hundreds of hours looking at how you mitigate and how you ensure that we build for the future, in the same way that they build buildings in Wellington in response to earthquakes, in the same way when they looked at Christchurch and the red zoning of Christchurch CBD. How do you rebuild on a site which is difficult? So I feel like we have gone far beyond the call of duty in terms of ensuring this site is suitable. The same questions have not come up over Rocks Road, walking and cycleway, over the suitability of the port into the future, over the science and technology precinct, and I'm a bit baffled by that. We are investing in a lot of infrastructure. The same questions don't come up even when we talk about planting the Maitai River, of which we're spending probably $10 million. So we are investing in areas which are prone to flooding and are prone to sea level rise, and we have a really great team thinking about the future with the worst case scenario and the best case scenarios as part of that adaptation model. In terms of the emotions around the site, I just wanted to read two sections of the business case because I thought the business case was superb, and I think it's important to remember why we build libraries and why we provide libraries. There's one section here on page 224 which mentions there are growing social demands placed on libraries, e.g. as a neutral space to allow children to have contact with a parent, customers who are homeless or experiencing mental health issues. So we know that libraries are really key infrastructure in terms of our responsibility to provide for those in greatest need. There's another section in here on our investment objectives. Libraries provide free and equitable access to information, ideas and experiences. They support the development of literacy and provide opportunities for sourcing, creating, evaluating and sharing ideas. And importantly, they foster an enjoyment of reading for people of all ages. So the business case really recognises that the library is so much more than a library, even with its four objectives around, I've lost a page, culture and heritage, connecting and learning community, and sustainability and resiliency. I think that the business case is well written and really clear in terms of what we're trying to deliver, and the scope is there in terms of responding to the community on allowing for that imagination and ideas precinct. It's really clear that we will engage with work, and I just wanted to acknowledge Richard Brunfig's incredible work that he's done in terms of submitting to council and his thinking in terms of how we make this project really a legacy project for our community. So for me, it is quite an emotional day because I strongly believe that if we invest in our future and we invest in our community, then we have the opportunity for high value careers, and we have the opportunity to retain more of our youth, and we have opportunities to allow our youth to engage in careers which they might not otherwise be able to engage with. And I'm going to finish with, I brought along my little book today, Donut Economics by Kate Rayworth, and she talks about this a lot, about the role of government, the role of central government and local government to invest in our community's future. So I'm going to leave it there because I can see that everyone wants lunch, but I am very excited about this future.
Thank you. Councillor, you do want to exercise your right of reply, don't you? So I'll just speak very briefly. I'm actually going to reserve my right to speak for somebody else after we've taken the vote. And all I'll say is I'm here today to make decisions that are consistent with our vision, with our mission, with our Tauranian priorities and for the wellbeing of our community, and I vote yes for this. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to be quite short. Listening to everybody has been really interesting. I believe that the concerns of the community and of councillors have been expressed. And for me, Councillor McGurk, his words saying a library is the most democratic of all institutions really rang with me. And the last word from me will be, this is an investment in a physical build, but it's also importantly an investment in our people.
Thank you. Now, division has been called, and I've also been requested by elected Councillor Sampson to take all of the resolution, the recommendations in parts. Could I get agreement that we take two and then everything? We receive the report, then we take two, and then we'll do the rest together. Would that be satisfactory, or would you like to take all your clauses individually?
I think that's okay for me, but maybe just in case other people have anything they might wish to take in part.
I prefer it's taken as a whole.
Well, it's been asked to be taken in parts, so I must take it in parts, but what I don't particularly want to have to do is take every part as a division. I think that would be a very
I'm happy with your suggestion.
Thank you. Okay, so then first we're going to receive the report. So we'll start with do the division on the receiving the report, unless you could do that by voice. Could you accept it being done by voice, Councillor Sampson?
Division.
Division. Oh, no, it's taking.
Yeah, I didn't ask for a division.
Taking in parts. So could we do this no division for receiving the report, Councillor? All right, so we're going to receive the report. All those in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. All right, now we're going to take the division on clause 2. Oh, pardon me.
So for the avoidance of doubt, it's the clause that starts reconfirms that having considered submissions on the long-term plan, et cetera, and finishes with the words on adjoining sites and. So that is the clause we are voting on. Well, you're voting on. Councillor Noonan.
Aye.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Neil Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
No.
Councillor Edgar.
Aye.
Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey.
No.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Madam Mayor.
Aye. Clause 2 which is the clause, if we could just go back for the record, for which reads, reconfirms that having considered submissions on the long-term plan 2021 to 31, having considered the business case, Council's preferred option is to build a new library on the corner of Halifax Street and Trafalgar Street within the Riverside precinct, subject to agreement with Wakatu Incorporation on a land exchange involving that site and the current library site, and completion of a flood mitigation plan for the proposed building footprint, including consideration of effects on adjoining sites. And that is carried 9 votes in favour, 4 against. We'll now take the remainder of the clauses, that is 3 through to, if we could just scroll through, clauses 3 to 9 as a suite, and they're also being called as a division.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Edgar.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan.
Aye.
Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Madam Mayor.
Aye. The vote is carried, 12 votes for, 1 against. I'd now ask that you just remain seated, and I'd like to invite Serena Barron, who is our kaiwhakahaere on Whare Puka Puka, our library manager, to join the meeting. And Serena, we'd like to invite you to sit here.
This is a bit.
Tēnā koe, Serena. I reserve my right to speak to allow some time this meeting for Serena to speak to you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to this, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the council officers across the many activities for all the work that has been undertaken so far to allow the elected members around this table to reach the decision, and that the staff from the LTP consultation team, to the library team, to Toby and Damien, and finally to Chris and Andrew for their especially hard work, especially Chris, thank you. Thank you to all the elected members for their tough, rigorous questions and thorough engagement in this process. And that's obviously reflected on the screen with these resolutions and with the debate that's been held. I really appreciate that. I recognise that there are many steps before us, and I'm fully aware that things may change. What I can assure you is that our current library as it stands today is a well-used and well-loved facility. Today at the library, we have the following happening. We have class visits from Auckland Point School. We have an online safety course. We have a visit from IDEA Services. We have a library knitters group. We have an Alzheimer's New Zealand drop-in session. We have a device advice session. We have Lego happening in the Children's Library. We have sewing classes with Robin Reynolds, and we have robotics for kids. And this is us. This is our library at our limit. There's no more. On paper and in action, it's fantastic. And my team see the impact of this day in, day out on individual lives. However, we know that the community needs more and wants more. We say no often, and we are constantly juggling the needs and requests that come into us day in, day out. What we can provide the community in a new purpose-built building is still to be determined, but I am incredibly excited by this. I am keen to work with the community to see what can be accommodated and ultimately delivered. It's a very positive step for our community, for our tamariki, for our entrepreneurs, for our older adults, for our new residents, and for our vulnerable. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Serena. So for the staff who are going to now continue what is a really complex project, and it's going to take a lot of work across the entire organisation, I just want you to understand how important this is to both Serena and her team and actually to the whole community of Nelson. When you hear about the services, what she's trying to achieve, what the whole team are trying to achieve, and how important this is to the well-being of community. When you hit the tough days trying to bring this project forward, just remember that you're doing it for all the right reasons. Kia ora. I'm going to now adjourn. We're going to take a lunch break and we're going to come back at 2 o'clock. And I can't tell you when we're going to finish this meeting today. We may be back tomorrow, but I think we need to work really hard on getting it finished tonight. Okay, so 2 o'clock and we'll be Kia ora tātou, we'll commence the afternoon session, Thursday. Councillors, I want to now take you to the report in your agenda, which is the proposed new company model for Nelson Airport and Port Nelson. You'll find that on page 258 of your agenda. And Nikki Harrison is here to present the report. Nikki, I'll just hand over to you to see if there's anything you want to, any précis you want to give, updates, where we're at, anything additional. There's been a few questions coming and going from elected members who just might have some things to add, and I understand Tasman's made their decision as well. So if you could just run us through where we're at.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to confirm that Tasman District Council agreed to the funding vehicle only option of the holding company earlier this week, and obviously that's subject to us making the same decision. If we don't make the same decision, then effectively it's status quo in terms of the current structure. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so open for questions. Councillor McGurk and then Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, thanks. Through you. Probably one question that came up through the submission process was the claim that if we adopt the funding option or even the option 3, option 1, that the council ends up underwriting the loan, which if you read the submissions, is they think that we're not subject to now. That's the funding from the local government funding agency.
So through the chair, I suppose I've tried to cover this off in terms of section 5.5 and that really the premise that I'm sort of starting with is at the moment in the current scenario that we've got, both the port and the airport are key regional strategic assets, and we are effectively, there is no way that we would let either entity fail to meet their debt obligations at the current state that we're in, being 50-50 shareholders with Tasman. I mean, they're both lifeline and key assets for the region, and that is consistent with how Standard & Poor's view those assets for us. So whenever we get our credit rating done, they already take a 50% share of the debt into account in our credit rating because they recognise the fact that we would never let them fail. So I don't see that the risk is any different to the current scenario.
Okay, just I've just got a follow-up question in relation to it because I've had quite a few elected members, this is a matter of concern and how to bring this together. So Nikki, so at the moment, the view is, Standard & Poor's view is that debt is, when we get our credit rating assessed with the debt of the airport and the port are considered, they're viewed to be strategic assets. The assumption is that we will not let them fail, but how do we protect? So in doing that, one of the things that I've always been conscious of as a shareholder is they've never been in a position to fail. So what we do is, so can you just talk us through how we control that ever becoming a scenario and whether anything would be any different in this model?
So through the chair, I mean, our key governance role in the port and the airport is really through that statement of intent, statement of expectation, statement of intent process. So there are key financial performance measures in those documents that we actually set and govern. And so that's like debt to equity ratio, return on shareholders' funds, those sort of things. So that is our mechanism to control that level of debt, and we get statement of intents on an annual basis. So that is where we provide that governance input and controlling that level of debt. A key part of this proposal really is around refinancing their current debt. So the debt that they currently have with the banks would be progressively refinanced through the local government funding agency. So the benefits that we have talked about in the business case are really around their current debt levels as opposed to, you know, their projected capital program over the next few years. So, you know, that their growth and their debt will be controlled through that statement of intent process. And one of the mechanisms, if we do go for a holding company funding vehicle only, is that one of the things that we should consider is probably how that holding company, now that it is simply a funding vehicle, how independent it is from the underlying entities. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is you know, do they play that board of that play a role in reviewing the underlying business cases for additional capital expenditure in the underlying entities, because their role and as a board of directors is really around that funding of that of those entities. So that could be an extra control that we need to think about in terms of if we go for the funding vehicle only.
Okay, so do we currently have that control?
So at the moment, as shareholders, we don't see the business cases. So we only really see it through that debt to equity, and when they tell us what they've got in their capital program coming up, they talk about it strategically, but there isn't really that level of control.
All right, so potentially through the holding company model, if we made it independent, it could play that role. I guess the other part I just want to tease out is we have previously been I had to give shareholder approval on, for instance, the airport terminal. So what was it that triggered that need for shareholder approval? Was that the debt to equity, or was that something else? Was that a major transaction?
So that was a major transaction through the Companies Act. So that would still apply on major transactions. So that was a significant transaction.
So the Companies Act would still apply, we'd still have to come back to the shareholder to get that approval with this structure that you're approving. In this structure, in setting the debt to equity through the SOE process, are we still doing that, or is it the holding company that would be doing that for the two companies?
So we would be setting the debt to equity ratio of the holding company. Because the holding company will be the shareholder in both those companies, but effectively it's an overall debt to equity ratio for both entities.
All right, so in your view, we've still got the same level of control as to what we would have now, and potentially a greater control if we set up that holding company structure as a funding entity with the review function in it.
Yeah, and so through the chair, yes, I think you have the potential to have an additional layer of business case review within that holding company, because they will be the ones going out and raising funding.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you very much. In 5.5.4 of your report, it states that it doesn't increase debt, but then under the advantages of the recommended option, it notes that there is the potential for shareholders to retire debt, which then means increasing debt. So can you just sort of respond to, does it or doesn't it increase debt, and what's the risks around that?
So through the chair, that's a good question. So in itself, it doesn't actually increase debt within the entities, but when you set up a holding company, you have a one-off opportunity to really look at what is an appropriate debt to equity ratio for that structure. And so potentially when it's been modelled, there is an opportunity to release debt to the shareholders at that point in time. And so that's sort of, two sort of separate decisions, and that will be a decision that will come back to the shareholders through the process.
Thank you. So you've just, in answering to Madam Mayor, have made comments about, perhaps the holding company could look at business cases as sort of this review body to sort of provide a level of confidence, which I I quite like that suggestion. But just in thinking about the holding company board, so is the thought that it would be a totally separate board, or would it have reps from the airport and port on it? Because I guess I'm seeing that currently we get to talk to the port and we get to talk to the airport, and they get to hear our voice. And so if we're only talking to the holding company and it isn't composed of any of them, so what's more important, having a total independence of the holding company, especially when, if it's going to have an oversight role as well, or incorporating the voices of the port and the airport so that we are still maintaining some connection?
So through the chair, that's a very valid decision that will need to be made by the shareholders, and there will be potentially, choices to be made, whether it is completely independent or you do have other, you have a base sort of composition of both boards and then a couple of additional independents, probably more in that financial space. Given that it really will be primarily raising debt through the LGFA. So, but I think that's something that we need to work through once we've made a decision.
Thank you. And so under the recommended option, it was raised by a number or a few submitters that the holding company, being a CCO, council would be guarantees of LGFA borrowing. So is that correct or not correct?
So it wouldn't be a direct guarantee because what the LGFA are looking for is effectively uncalled capital from the shareholder. So it would be that that both councils would have effectively a contingent liability for that level of debt.
Thank you. If I can do a few more, thank you. So under financial impact section in the report, you only mention savings, but there would be one-off establishment costs as well as ongoing operational costs for having another board. I would assume another audit. They're never cheap. Annual report, etc.
Yes, so there will be some costs associated with that additional sort of compliance part, and then obviously the board of directors costs would need to be worked through depending on how independent versus the current board that you wanted. But the NPV, the costs of those are, I think, in the NPV. So they are in the NPV calculation, and the holding company still comes up NPV for positive by 7.7 mil. I sort of estimated it was around 70,000 a year costs of the new structure, but what I was sort of saying on the benefit side in terms of the funding that's been taken into account is really only on the existing and the existing funding levels.
So submitters also raised concerns around, I think more particularly for the port, the lack of transparency, public reporting. So what public reporting requirements and transparency would there be for a holding company?
Through the chair, the public transparency piece has, I think, improved and recently around the statement of intent, statement of expectations needing to be put on the websites for both councils, and that would continue for the entities, and also the annual report being made publicly available, etc. So all that information would still be available.
Thank you. And I think my final question, thank you for your indulgence, is just in 7.2, you mentioned that some other councils, entities were looking at proceeding using holding company structures. So are they confirmed decisions, or and do you know how many have done this?
So through the chair, I'm aware that two are basically in the process of going through the documentation with the LGFA. In my report, I mentioned Christchurch City Holdings, and I think Invercargill's the other one. But I think there's been some, getting the first cabs off the rank has taken a bit of time in terms of that documentation. So those are both confirmed and going through.
And with apologies, I just did have one more. Thank you. There was also comment from submitters about the section 62 prohibition around debt and loans. Are you able to provide any comment on that?
So through the chair, was this just around us actually guaranteeing versus, so this really is an opportunity, this isn't trying to subvert the legislation or anything like that. This is really, a holding company is something we've considered a couple of times in the past, and really now is an opportunity given how established the LGFA are in financing local government sector. Really, it is just a good opportunity for us to take advantage of that structure.
Thank you.
Nikki, I just want to come back to ask you to explain what you mean when you talk about uncalled capital and contingent liability, because I just want to make sure that, so, and I want you to just sort of compare and contrast to the current model to what you'd have under the holding company model.
So at the moment, so as I explained with the way that Standard & Poor's view the port and the airport debts are effectively a contingent liability in our credit rating at this point in time. What uncalled capital is that, and what LGFA are really looking for is for us to have uncalled capital as a contingent liability in the council. So that's how it's recorded. It's not on your balance sheet, it's effectively in your notes that if one of the entities failed, that once all the other, there are multiple ways that they could recover that debt before it actually got to the shareholder, including the shareholder putting in additional capital before it actually went to the point of, pulling that kind of lever of uncalled capital. So it is a contingent liability in our books.
Okay. So what sort of, and this is coming back to I guess that's the question we had before, is how you avoid that becoming an issue. Is, so at the moment we've got that risk in any event. We're sitting there at the moment, and the answer is you use your debt to equity stipulations. You've got the major transactions approach, and you make sure that your holding company is working very, very carefully as a financing vehicle with responsibility for making sure this, so it's another layer of protection. So the other part, just in answer to the question that just to Councillor Edgar, is you talked about NPV, and I just want you just to talk what that means in terms of, your kind of net savings per annum. What is it that we're talking about when we look at that?
So through the chair, the business case really was looking at all those cash flows into the future. So really around the funding benefits that we would receive from the cheaper funding, offset by the additional costs that we would have around an additional entity and board. And as the Deputy Mayor pointed out, there'd be additional audit and annual report requirements, that sort of stuff. So what it does, it discounts all the cash flows back in today's terms, and it is still a positive transaction for us. And effectively, what we would be looking for out of this is increased dividends to each council.
Okay, and so in terms of that, just in terms of the range of what that would look like, obviously there's probably not a fixed number, but in your worst case versus, I know we had
So through the chair, just on the funding, I think we were sort of thinking in that 900K range per annum. And on just the funding vehicle, and
that's for both councils?
Divided by 2.
Yeah. Okay, so around 450.
So sort of 450.
Yeah. Okay. That's on top of what we currently get.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in terms of our policy, ordinary dividends are used to offset rates.
Okay.
For the rate payer.
All right. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Courtney.
Thank you through the chair. Kia ora, Nikki. So Councillor Eger asked most of my questions, but I'm just wanting to really understand the implications from a reporting to elected members or this governance table perspective of option 3. So if we have the holding company as a funding vehicle, the holding company is the shareholder of the 2 entities of Port Nelson and the airport. And is it the holding company that will be sitting here at the table when we have SOI and SOE conversations and reporting, 6 monthly and annually on things? Or will we still have each entity coming before us with their CE and their chair?
So through the chair, it would be the holding company coming to speak to you. And depending on how you structure the board and the board composition, that would would be who your shareholding is in. But I mean, that's a decision that you need to make through your governance processes about who you want to deal with, really. Because I sort of see those CEs and the underlying entities as being still a key relationship with us.
So it's still an option to have the CEs come and present of each entity. That'll still be kind of, if we decide that it's still, we can still have that level of, reporting back and oversight through those direct conversations at this table.
Through the chair, yes, it's absolutely up to you how you decide to structure that relationship and how those delegations work through the joint shareholders.
And is that something we need to be considering at this point, or will that flow from whatever decision we make today?
So through the chair, I think that's something that will flow from the decisions today, in the same way the decisions around the composition of the board, those decisions will come back to you, to both councils actually, to work out how you want that relationship to work.
Okay, thanks very much. No further questions.
Any other questions? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to you, Nikki. Can you tell us why the port company is not able to access LGFA funding now?
So through the chair, the port company is actually under the Port Companies Act as opposed to the Local Government Act, and the way the LGFA the way it's been set up is that, and they're not a CCTO, so the way it's been set up is that restricts them from accessing funding.
So this is a way round that, is it? By setting...
So through the chair, they could access funding at this point in time through us as shareholder, through our balance sheet. So there are other ways around. Other port companies are accessing funding potentially through their shareholder balance sheet, but it effectively grosses up our balance sheet, and so yeah, there are ways that they can access funding.
Other question. I wonder why the airport company went to the trading banks, to a trading bank to get their finance last time. Why didn't they choose to go through the LGFA?
So through the chair, the LGFA only came into existence for CCTOs from the 1st of July 2020. So as I said, they sort of established themselves as a funding vehicle for local government probably over the last 8 or 9 years, and have built up quite a large portfolio and knowledge. And so that facility's only just become available, and the terminal was well and truly down the track by that point.
And just another follow-up. What do you mean by knowledge, built up knowledge? What do you mean by that? They built up knowledge. Is that LGFA you're talking about?
So through the chair, yes, I mean they keep offering increased support and products to the local government sector. So they're introducing committed facilities from the 1st of July this year. So they're always looking at different options for supporting the local government sector.
Just another one. I could go on all day, but I won't. How would you think their scrutiny would compare? How long do you say it's going? It's been going with LGFA?
About 2011 through this year.
Oh, some time.
Yes.
All right. I was just wondering about their security compared to a trading bank. Their scrutiny compared to a trading bank.
So through the chair, so they are looking for obviously minimum capital levels within the entities. They are talking about having bespoke covenants depending on who the entity is. They just don't want to sort of have a blanket way of doing things. And I would suggest that, they're also, they are also relying on the uncalled capital component from the councils as part of that security.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to move the recommendation in this just to keep this moving along, and the recommendation in the report. And so just so we can, I'll still take questions. Someone care to second the recommendation in the report?
Can I make an amendment, please?
Well, not till I moved it. So someone's
No, I don't. Well, I was wanting to change it to option 2, please.
Option 2 is status quo. No, it's not what I. It's not an amendment. It's something quite different. So.
You haven't got a seconder, so I'm indicating that.
I'll second Mel Courtney's move.
Well, thank you. Well, I will move, as you haven't got a seconder, Madam Mayor, I will move that 3 change to option 2. And thank you, Councillor Skinner, for that.
I will move an amendment to that to make it the other option, if that's possible to do that with our amendments. Yes, you are. Yes, thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Rainey. Sorry? Fine with that? It's not a direct negative, it's an alternative option. What we're saying is that would be a direct negative, but I will foreshadow that if this is lost, then I will move option 3, and I've clearly got a seconder from Councillor Rainey.
Can I commence now?
Unless you've got any other, I've got a call for any other questions. So I've got a couple myself. So Councillor Noonan and then Councillor Edgar, and then I've got a couple.
Thank you. Can you tell us where the LGFA gets their funding from?
So through the chair, they Similar to central government in that they have a lot of investments from, they've got a range of investors, including offshore, in the same way that they sort of tag team a little bit with central government in terms of raising funding, and they've got a range of investors, including the other banks.
So if they failed, what happens to those that have borrowed in the scenario? Do all those debts get called in?
Sorry, who
in
failed?
The event the LGFA failed?
I don't think LGFA will fail. They've got the highest credit rating. They're just below central government. It's, I mean, they lend to councils, and
I guess the only thing I can think of is if a whole lot of people stopped paying for their debt.
So through the chair, the LGFA, so all councils are joined in several guarantors in the LGFA.
Okay, so it is jointly, severally. Okay, so they can come out after anybody they would choose, really?
So through the chair, it would require a particular council to be failing to service their debt, and they would. I think we've gone through the cascade multiple times. They actually go to the council affected as the first port of call.
Okay. So if we went for this model that's proposed, would we need to be revisiting our SOEs, SOIs prior to them accessing any funding?
So through the chair, absolutely. I mean, I see this taking at least a year before we get any funding transferred over, to be quite honest, because I think you would be looking to have in place the holding company and the statement of intent, statement of expectation. No matter what the timing is, you will want to flow through that process first with the holding company before any borrowings took place.
Okay, and I just want to revisit the model that's been discussed. So the companies would stay as they are individually, but there would be another company which is only for funding, because I've just heard a couple of things that made me a little confused, so I just want to clarify. They stay as they are, but they set up another company which they can access the funding from. Doesn't affect anything else underneath that.
So through the chair, the holding company would still sit in the same structure as it did in our consultation document. It sits above both entities, and those two entities would remain independent, but their funding would be, they would go to the holding company to provide their funding.
So in all other respects, they wouldn't have to report to the holding company, or only financially? I suppose everything runs financially, but.
So through the chair, the holding company is the ultimate owner of those two companies via, from us down. So, but the only, it's not an operational holding company as was proposed.
Okay, that's it for now. So Councillor, what that means is, and the questions we've had is, and this is what the question to answer to Councillor Sensor was before, is we have to, all of these things get worked through next, which is how we do the SOE, SOI process, getting this chief executives and board chairs of the two airport ports to come to report to us, what we put in terms of those debt to revenue controls, all of those factors have to get set up and agreed by the two shareholders at the moment, which is Tasman District Council and Nelson City Council. So we'd have to go through, as we do through our joint shareholders committee, but for this one it will be all of the council. So it'll be both of the two joint councils together will then work through all of those processes. And so, so in all intents and purposes, what you've got for this structure is what Ms. Harrison is saying she didn't want to explore is actually through the holding company having a greater test of due diligence around financing that we don't have at the moment, essentially. So we don't have that ability to do that.
Are you happy for me to go to Councillor Eager, or have you got another one? Okay, okay. Councillor Eager.
Thank you. So under this model, who would select the port and airport directors?
So through the so through the chair, I still see that as being a detail that would need to be worked through in the same way as how those entities would report to our committees. It's similar to the statement of intent process and working through how that will work.
Yep. And it's been previously discussed primarily around option 1, but I would assume the same for this option, that you could add other entities down the track. Can you also subtract entities? As long as there was always a minimum of 2, I assume.
So yes, through the chair, I mean, it's just, it would be just a normal restructuring process that you would go through. And if you were, taking entities out, then you'd have to restructure all the funding arrangements as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Look, I've just got the question just around the comments about the release of equity at the time that you established the holding company. So it's the ability to do that. Now, one of the things that I have seen come through, or commentary comes through, is that this whole holding company thing is something that's been created as a stalking horse, as some sort of smokescreen to deal with to deal with the Waimea Dam, and that the intention of this is to release funding to pay for the Waimea Dam. Is there anything sitting in the back of this that gives any credence to that kind of commentary? I just, I mean, I've gone through with all the due diligence I can, and I cannot see anything, but that has been raised with me on multiple occasions by, I will acknowledge, by people who are not supportive of the dam, but I just want to make sure that that's raised today, given it has been raised with me on a few occasions.
So through the chair, I have never seen, so the whole business case was, and the benefits have been built on the funding benefit of the current debt, not on anything else. And it really is just that that decision that needs to be made at one point in time around what the range of debt to equity is that you want in that company. But I've not seen anything that would imply that was around moving debt around. And as I've stated, no matter where the debt is in the entities, it doesn't actually change our position. So whether it's sitting in our holding company or sitting on our balance sheet, it doesn't change.
Yeah, from the status quo that we have now, it's still taken into account by credit rating agencies. Okay, that's fine. All right, now one other question I have is that one of the things that you've highlighted is the restriction on port companies borrowing from the LGFA, and the comment made, I think it was by Mr. Dangerfield when he was here, that one of the advantages or disadvantages, depending on how this goes, the disadvantage of what is being proposed at the moment is that would leave Port Nelson with no ability to borrow at the rate that is competitive to other port companies, and so that therefore disadvantages Port Nelson in the suite of port companies. And I just want to make sure that I've got that right. So in other words, because the borrowing terms for the LGFA, because of the scale of it and the fact that it has such a high credit rating, they are very favourable.
So through the chair, I've tried to cover this off in the report in 7.2, but yes, ports are in a highly competitive situation, and if you have some ports being able to do it through their holding company and some not, then you are creating potential competitive advantages to the ports that can.
All right, and so that the flow-on effect of that would be that potentially by not taking the step to level the playing field, that we put at risk our future dividends as well, but actually we make our port less competitive and therefore our existing dividend stream as we move forward is potentially compromised.
So through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor McGurk and Councillor Fulton.
Yes, it's probably a very brief question. It's one that came up again through the submissions. At the moment, both TDC and Nelson own both the port company and as shareholders. There's nothing to stop one or both those shareholders selling a share or all of the shares in their particular company. Now, nothing that a holding company wouldn't prevent.
So through the chair, no, there isn't really. It's pretty much status quo.
Yeah.
Councillor Skinner.
So with a holding company or merger, and obviously the airport raised in their submission some real concerns. One is in regards to talking about the governance of this, the lopsidedness, if there was a merger of one board, and the effect it will have on maintaining focus at governance and management level would be severely challenged. What's our view, when I say our staff view on that?
So through the chair, that was with option A, option 1, not the option that's being proposed here. So that was the full operational merger of the two entities that people were raising their concerns about.
Okay, and with proposed options, what option then, to get this completely clear, what option were the airport supporting in the last time they spoke to us?
So through the chair, the airport indicated that they supported option 3.
Which was the recommendation.
Which was the recommendation on the screen to start with.
Mm.
And were they uncomfortable with the status quo? Did they think they performed poorly under status quo?
So through the chair, I think they recognise, which is where this whole thing kicked off with the impacts of COVID, that actually this is additional benefit to the shareholders of the structure, and they supported this proposal for that reason, that it did deliver savings.
And sorry, in case I've missed it earlier, with option 3, do they retain separate boards and separate CEOs and separate governance?
So through the chair, yes, they do.
Okay, Councillor Fulton.
Thank you. Look, I'm a little confused by the recommendation up there because it says option 2, but then the rest of it is all about option 3. So if we're actually voting on option 2, then we might need to adjourn and get the words right following, because that is the status quo. And what I meant was there'd be no change if we don't actually have to have this conversation if we're asking questions around option 2, which is to maintain the status quo. Nothing changes. My questions is around where I understand the airport's preference is option 3 and the port's preference is option 1. What is the port's preference if option 1 doesn't proceed? Would they rather maintain the status quo, or are they happy with option 3?
So through the chair, no, they definitely were not favouring the status quo. They favoured if option 1 was not on the table, then option 3 was definitely their preferred option.
Okay, so the compromise for both the port and the airport is option 3 rather than maintaining the status quo. I just wanted to be really clear that the port were happy with the option 3 proceeding as well.
Yes, that's my understanding, that both companies prefer, with option, the decision made from Tasman District Council, you have gone for 3, and both companies' preferences, we go with 3 as well.
Yeah, okay. So, and this whole process came about because they approached us asking for the review. So where we've landed is what both companies are satisfied with. It might not be what the port was striving for, but they're still satisfied. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I'll be voting against the recommendation then. I probably don't need to speak to it.
Okay,
again.
thank you. So we're on to speaking now. I think everyone's got what they need. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you very much. This idea was born out of the port company. It didn't come in any way, shape or form.
Apologies, Councillor Courtney. I've just been advised they need to fix up the resolution. They'll need a couple of minutes to do that. Is that correct? Yes, you do.
Oh, please.
Just so everyone's clear on what they're voting for or against. So just because basically we have to do a whole lot of deletions. So we'll just have to pause for a moment. Don't go away. Don't leave the room. Have a stretch if you want to.
Just say option 2 and
just adjourn for a moment.
Oh, please, no, please, no, no. Just, yeah.
If I could, there are two things I need to do. My apologies, Councillor Courtney. Well, if we're going to get advice, we'll do it in the meeting. So if you've got a further question before you go, So, sorry, we're a little bit of procedural things to sort out here. One thing is I was passed a question for Councillor Eager that I forgot to give the opportunity to ask, and she's going to do that. So Ms Harrison might want to sit down again. And before I do that, I need to pass the resolution to extend the meeting already. Yes. All those in favour? Otherwise, the debate could go longer than 10 minutes. Against. Okay, I've moved and seconded. Got that. Okay, thank you. Right. Question, Councillor Eager.
Yeah, so sorry, could you just clarify what benefits would be lost if we didn't proceed with the holding company option?
So through the chair, the benefit that would be lost would be the increased dividend to each council of at least 450,000 a year, which is over 0.5% of our rates. And that is, from my perspective, the minimum that we'd be losing, as well as potential competitive advantages within the port, which I can't quantify.
All right. We'll have your questions.
I have a question to follow that up, please.
A follow-up question, Councillor Courtney.
What is that based on, that suggestion that sort of dividend would be paid? that we would lose out on that? What is the basis for those figures? Derived from savings or cost savings and drop in interest? Can I help with that?
So through the chair, it is around the lower borrowing rate for the holding company compared to what each entity can borrow at through the banks.
Are there any other questions before we go into debate? It's just one from Councillor Skinner and one from Councillor Noonan. Did you have a question, Councillor Skinner? Sorry.
Very much so. Thank you. Thank you for that. In regards to at the moment, the two companies, I believe, work extremely well, and there's TDC and NCC have a good understanding and similar expectations from those two organisations and expectations from us both. With the merger as such, or option number 3 as a funding vehicle, is there not then risk, well, I would see some risk, to answer this, that then there may be differing expectations from the two shareholders, TDC and NCC, what they gain or don't gain from that. There's a setup, obviously there's an issue of setting up those two organisations in this new format, but just to repeat, is there not a risk that there'll be different expectations, both from between the airport and the port and between TDC and us, and what we gain or don't gain, both financially and strategically?
So through the chair, at the moment, as you highlight, both councils have a very similar view of those entities and their key strategic role in the region. I don't see this changing that at all. It is simply just a structure.
And the SOE process up to the holding company that sets the direction for the companies will still be a 50-50 shareholding from the two councils. All right, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Look, I'm referring to the number of submitters and what they preferred on page 260, but also referring to 5.6 on 263. So some submitters opposed option 1 but didn't specify reasons. So you've got 14 that didn't. So you've got quite a number of people. I'm just wondering why you've put them onto the status quo. Could we just as easily have thought they could go somewhere else? Because that's quite a lot of people compared to the rest.
Sorry, through the chair, I'll just have to check what you're referring to.
So 5.6, there were quite a few people that didn't specify a preference. I'm just wondering how much weight you've given those submitters to actually applying them to the status quo as opposed to something else. Could they have just as easily gone somewhere else? You probably wouldn't know without checking, but I think I'm looking at the numbers, Madam Mayor, and think, well, 38 wanted the status quo, 9 wanted what with the other option that the officers have preferred, and I want to know why those 14 may not have been able to be applied to another one of the options.
I'm not sure that Ms Harrison's going to be able to answer that one.
You'd have to just have them in front of you, but that would have helped me.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid we can't do it. Right, going to the debate, Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are very important strategic assets as far as this region is concerned. No question about that, and they are running extremely well. This suggestion, this proposal was born out of an idea coming from, and it came 8 years ago and was turned away from the port company. The airport doesn't benefit from this. It's got its revenue, it's got its income, it's got its loans set in place with a reputable trading bank. It doesn't need this move at all. And what concerns me is, and it's come out of the questioning just now, is that with this, we're finding it's going to be moving us as shareholders further from these businesses if we don't watch out. And Councillor councillor before moved at sense and mentioned the point that, you know, we would have to stipulate that we still get representation on some board construction. So, but then we have the position where we talk about savings.
Point of order, Madam Chair. This is irrelevant because aren't we debating status quo?
It's correct.
Well, Councillor Courtney's talking about changes, but we're actually debating status quo. So he's talking about something that we're not even debating. It's irrelevant.
Madam Mayor, can I
Well, just give me a
contribute,
pause
please?
for a
Can I
moment to
help
get
you?
some advice on that matter. There are a range of matters that you are purporting that are not the advice of the officer, I have to say, but I just want to get some advice from the Chief Executive. I won't uphold the point of order, Councillor Rainey, because what I think Councillor Courtney needs to do is focus on in why he's reached his conclusion that this is the option that he wishes to support. And he's entitled to talk about how he's approached that and how he's got to that.
That's right. I've read the reports, I've read the papers, and I'm basing on an understanding and a knowledge of both assets. Absolutely. I can't understand at all the point of order that was just been made.
We don't debate after I've ruled, so could you continue on, Councillor Corney?
Well, this is born out of an idea from, and 8 years ago, as I said, it was done before, by the port company. It is no advantage at all to the airport company. They are set in place with their finances, their structures, their board, and they are growing. And I say it should stay that way. But so do the majority of people that responded in our consultation document for our long-term plan. 3 to 1. 3 to 1. Now, there is a feeling in the community that we go out for consultation, but then we go on and do what we intended to do in the first place. So there is and it is a strong tendency, and in some instances it does appear that way. And I hope it doesn't appear that way again here now today, because 3 to 1, the community said the status quo. And when a business is going well, as the airport is, and building up as it has been prior to COVID, you don't mess with it. All its finances in place and it's operating well with the structure it has. So it comes back to the port, and you wonder why the port is doing this. Well, it's to get finance from the local government finance company, finance agency. But you know, in the papers we looked at, the interest saving was 500,000. Now, I don't want the people out there, the 60% of Nelsonians that are really struggling at the moment out there, to feel that I'm being flippant about this, but quite frankly, in the whole scheme of things, when you look at the assets the port has, incredible amount of assets, trying to persuade us to move to this model, move away from the status quo, for a saving of about 500,000 on interest, really? I would have to wonder, what the soundness of the company is. I really would. And then we look at costs, and that's one of the big things, the saving in costs. Saving in costs? For goodness sake, I couldn't believe that when I saw it. The port company says the savings and costs are 942,000. That's a port company. So then the airport company comes and says, well, no, it's not. No, it's less than that. They've got no basis for sort of determining what we can save in costs. So they come back with a figure much less than that of 426,000 saving in costs through this moving away from the status quo. Then we employ, this council employs Deloitte to review the cost savings, and they come back with a figure of 592, right in the middle. But I make the same point again. I made it before in respect of interest savings. That's just over 592,000. In the scheme of things, that is very small amounts, both in the interest and the costs. And if we go ahead and project forward, and if we go ahead with either one of the other options, well, there are going to be establishment costs there and time taken up. And I hate to think what the port has spent of ratepayers' money and dividends, shareholders, our people's money on working on this in the first place. So look, this is a distraction for them. The port then raised the net present value. Goodness gracious me. They raised that and they developed that further. And that, of course, is to determine the current value of or future cash flows generated by the business, including the initial capital investment. And they base it on these calculations, these projections, these assumptions. And then they tell us there's something like $14 to $19 million worth of savings. Well, they are assumptions. And you don't dismantle a structure that is working for both the port and the port on frivolous savings of 500,000 in interest and 500,000 plus on costs, and then predict forward and estimate forward as you do with a NPV what the likely success of this merger is going to be if it proceeded. Madam Mayor, people in the aviation industry and the maritime industry, and I refrained from saying this earlier, who are unable because of their positions to put their head up above the parapet, are saying to me, Mel, this is crazy. I didn't want to say that, but they have said it to me. People whom I respect and trust said, this is crazy. That's what they said. I hope that wise heads prevail this afternoon and this doesn't proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Councillors, I'm going to speak against what is here and say to you that I hear Councillor Courtney's debate, and it sounded like a debate against option one. Very much a debate against option one. And what I have
Do you know that's not true?
I'm sorry, it sounded to me very much like the figures from option one, the debate against option one. The airport, there is no merger. There is no merger here.
Point of order, Mayor. All due respect, I think it's disrespectful. Councillor Courtney was very clear on what he was voting on. He was very clear between 1, 2, 3 and 4 options. And I don't think it's kind or fair to say that he didn't really know what he was debating on.
Well, I'm going to rule on the own point of view because that's the only thing I can do. And I checked, you might have seen the Chief Executive walk across here to check that the numbers that were being quoted were around option one. So I'm quite comfortable that they were around the option one. What I'm going to say to you as councillors, there is no discussion about merging companies here. And this is, we went out with a statement of proposal based on the advice from the officers to say for both councils to proceed with option one. We've said in the proposal today, after hearing the submissions, and this is the thing that I like about this process, is actually after having listened to the submissions, heard again from the airport company to say there are different cultures between the two companies and different customer bases. And I was quite influenced about that process to say that's the issues here. But I could not support the status quo. The status quo to me is the thinking that says nothing's changed since the 1980s. Well, actually, a lot's changed since the 1980s. We now have the Local Government Funding Agency that has been established, as you heard from Ms Harrison, there's the government in terms of security, and then there's the Local Government Funding Agency. And what we have at the moment is a situation where to maintain the status quo, you are disadvantaging your port company that is one of your biggest contributors to the funding stream for this council. Without the port company dividend, or to have that diminishing, the choices for this council will become harder and harder in terms of financial constraints. And while speaking for the status quo and dismissing what is at a minimum $450,000 a year and dismissing that as insignificant. I'm sorry, it is not insignificant. $450,000 additional dividend paid to this council, as you've heard today, is 0.5% of rates. And as a financially prudent council, a council is saying, how can we get the best out of this? The best thing to do is to get your port company into a competitive position for borrowing, to make sure that you're receiving the strongest dividends that you can, to put in place a holding company that is going to provide greater financial oversight than we currently have, and we maintain the integrity of those two companies. I think it is, in terms of a decision-making process, it has landed on absolutely the right point, and I really encourage you to support it. It is very easy to say, do nothing, and say, no, we won't change this. And you can come to the table with a range and you read the submissions of consequences around borrowing and where the debt level sits. Ms. Harris has just told you that where it sits. It sits and we're responsible for it now. In terms of the ability to influence, you've heard the answers to the questions, which are we will work through that at the next stage, and our intention will to be strongly influencing all the messaging that we have been, and we've done it effectively as a joint shareholder, whether that is, and we can strengthen that, that is around the environmental performance of the companies. You heard the port was here yesterday. We've heard some discussion around what the port's competency is. You've just seen it recognised for its sustainability achievements. We want to make sure that we drive that kind of culture and important things that are important to us through all of these organisations, and our ability will still be there through the statement of expectation, statement of intent and director appointment process. This is quite simply getting our system up to date with the opportunities that are available for other councils and making sure that we don't penalise the ratepayers of Nelson by, at the minimum, $450,000 a year. That is an extraordinary amount of money to fritter away with the status quo, and I just cannot support that as a financially prudent decision. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The public, I'll start again. These are two companies which have lots of similarities and are quite different as well. And I've enjoyed the prudence of these two organisations who have been able to quickly change and adapt to the changing economic and market forces, and have done extremely well underyoked together. The public are not dumb. They understand the benefits and intricacies of these two companies. And overwhelmingly, and that's when this potential option came to us, we as a council sort of, well, okay, we'll entertain it, but let's get some more information, understand it. And that understandings we've put out to the public to also digest. And the public have come back very clearly, option 3 as the lowest support of 9, apart from option 4 is just a funding vehicle. But option 3 of 9 out of 75 submissions, that was the lowest favour of our public, who are the shareholders, and in the end decide what we want to do with this. The second lowest was option 1, with 14 votes, or submissions I should say, from the public. The highest support in submissions was the public, overwhelmingly, more than all the others added together, was 38, the status quo. And the reason for that is they see the benefits of those two companies. They see how well they operate diligently and quickly to turn on them, to adapt to the market forces as independents, not yoked together. And yes, yoking them together does have some benefits, maybe greater, maybe smaller than we may realise. And that may drag the two companies up when they're going good, is good. But it can also drag them both down. Imagine if, for example, an earthquake, which would put the airport out of business, yet the port still can operate. You can imagine the unyokedness as one may drag without insurance, or with insurance drag the other one down as well, being yoked. And I would say possibly unevenly yoked together. So yes, there are pros and cons. But once again, the public have spoken extremely cleverly, very clearly I should say, and overwhelmingly supported this option that Councillor Courtney has put forward and I have seconded, which is option 2, status quo. And so on reflection of all, I'm supporting the status quo. And as like the public who've come to me again and again, and I may have come to you with similar or different suggestions or views, but they felt they're not prepared to take a risk on that when they see something which is not broken, and why try to fix it. And the two companies, like I said before, are able to adapt and perform extremely well without being unevenly yoked through the good times and brought down in the bad times as one. Thank you.
Councillor Rika.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this has been a very hard decision for me to grapple with. There's so many machinations involved with it. I appreciate that the recommendation that came back through the staff report reflected the concerns that the public had, particularly around merging and being, I'll use a phrase recently used, yoked together. But I appreciate and thank the staff for their responses, and in particular their responses from questions which were reflected through from submitters' concerns. And that's key things around we're not providing guarantees for loans, we can ensure enhanced accountability, we can choose and influence the structure of the holding company and choose what structure we want around appointment of directors, that we don't have to lose that council/community voice to them and to the port and the airport as part of the third option. Retiring debt decisions would remain those of council. And while I realise that it would take a couple of years for the savings to bed in and for council to get the benefit, I think the financial benefit as well as the other potentials, I still would have liked to have maybe seen some shared services, and maybe that's something that they can still discuss going forward, because I think there's still opportunities to strengthen the operations of both entities. But by not choosing a holding company, we, sort of move further away from, we get status quo. And we do know there are some issues with status quo. And so the holding company presents some options and the potential for some strengths as well as for some financial savings. And I think if we can strengthen the governance and financial efficiency of the two entities, as well as get some savings, then I won't be voting for the status quo.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the matter? Councillor McGurk.
Madam Mayor, I think this, I would actually ask for a procedural motion that the motion now be put.
I'll second that.
Okay, right, so we now have to vote on the procedural motion that it is put, so there's no debate on that. Essentially, you say you want it to be put as a yes, and if you don't want it to be put, you say no. So I'll take, the procedural motion is being called. I'm correct on this? Yes, and I have to go straight ahead. All those in favour? All those in favour?
Which is, sorry.
No, you're not voting. All those in favour of the procedural motion that the motion is put?
Aye.
Say aye.
No.
Those against? Right, then I'm going to now put the procedural motion was seconded by Councillor Rainey. And we're now going to put the what is on the screen. So this is option 2, which is the status quo, no change.
Call for division.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, sorry to delay. So that first procedural motion was voting on what we had up on the...
No. Procedural motion says everybody be quiet now. There's no more talk. There's no chance for any conversation. Right, so we voted for that. So now we're going to call the division on what is on the screen.
Thank you.
Foreshadowed that if this fails, I will be moving option 3, which is the separate companies. Yes, staff recommendation and the
Madam Mayor, just so I get this clear, you have shut down debate now, haven't you, on this very important topic?
I've had
One of the
to
most
follow-
important topics we have discussed in a number of years.
I'm sorry, councillor, I have
Just
to
getting
follow.
clarity, have
I
you shut down debate?
No, I have followed procedure and standing orders. The request was made, you all voted. I have no choice on that. There's no debate about it. It's not a chair's ruling. Thank you.
So the motion is for option 2, that the status quo remains. Councillor Rainey.
No.
Councillor Fulton.
No.
Councillor Brand.
No.
Councillor Courtney. Aye. Councillor Bowater.
No.
Councillor Skinner.
Aye.
Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
No.
Councillor Sanson.
No.
Councillor Laurie.
No.
Councillor Noonan. Councillor McGurk.
No.
Councillor Edgar.
No.
Madam Mayor.
No. The motion is lost. 11 votes against and 2 votes for. I'm now going to put the go back to option 3. I don't feel any great need to speak to this again. I think if we were happy with this, it is option 3. I'm happy if somebody wishes to speak who hasn't already spoken. I've given my views before, but option 3.
Who was the second?
Seconder is Councillor Rainey.
Councillor.
So anyone wish to speak? In that case, I'm going to put, sorry, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Edgar. This was actually a difficult one to get my head around, because it was, the more I dug into it, the more complicated it got. But we didn't go out with the status quo. We went out with a complete merger, and I think we could see that that wasn't going to work. So we actually looked at the submissions, and the officers went away and they put up this other option, which is just a funding model for it. So the officers recommend it. They're the experts in the financial field, and in the end we have to rely on their expertise, which is partly where I'm going here with this, and also that it is supported by the port, the airport in particular. So that's why I'm supporting option 3.
Thank you. I'm going to now, if no one else wishes to speak, I'm now going to put the motion. So we. No, I don't have, Councillor Skinner can speak because I don't have 2 yet.
Very brief. I respect all the views around the table, and I respect and appreciate the advice given by staff, etc., and accurate advice. But let's not forget, we as councillors are here for a lens for the community, and the community have spoken very clearly what their wishes are, and the community don't need to be told what a status quo means in regards to what's gone out there for appreciation or consideration. And so what was put out for consideration was what we had in front of us, and the public have come back very clearly, as I said before, overwhelmingly in submissions of keeping the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brand. Councillor Brand. And a division's been called. Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I too had listened to the voice of our community, and this is not my wheelhouse. I don't work in the airport sector. I don't work at the port. I know people that work in both, and I've heard their views, and I've heard the views of the community. But I've also heard the people who do work in this field, and that was from the port and that was from the airport. And then I heard the financial advice given by our staff, as well as when they presented from their board, from their individual, and the Deloitte's report. So based on that, and trusting people who work in the field are experts in the area, they have stated that they do not wish to keep the status quo, that they do want to move forward, and they felt as a compromise, while one wanted 1 and one wanted 3, that they both came together and accepted that 3 is a way forward. I feel, based on the research that I've done on what's happening in other port companies like Tauranga and in Littleton, that if we do not provide this, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. this holding company, that we will actually be depriving our region of a potential economy that will actually boost and provide more to our region than what we can offer now. And I think that would then benefit our ratepayers. So while I take on board the information provided and the commentary provided by our ratepayers and the people who did submit, I felt that it is important to listen to the experts in this field. Therefore, I will be supporting option 3.
Thank you. I'm now going to take Councillor Courtney. I think I still can take a speaker. Yes, Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll accept the result of the table, but I just want to repeat again that the community values so highly both these assets, and they charge us with the responsibility of protecting them. And you know, that's why we shouldn't take this lightly. But as far as protecting them go, they would be far happier, I think, if the banks, our trading banks, had an overview finally on the financial affairs of both these companies. I do not feel comfortable with Local Government New Zealand's finance arm taking on that responsibility, us rushing to it, rushing to take advantage of that for minimal savings that I expressed before. That's where the unease lies. I want the overview. I want the overview, the professional overview of our banking fraternity.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion, although I've got a division. Sorry. I'll take the division. Thank you.
So this is now option 3, a new company established as a funding vehicle only. Councillor Noonan.
First, aye.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Neil Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Edgar.
Aye.
Councillor Laurie.
Did you get that? That was an aye.
So we missed that, Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Thank you.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney. No. Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey. Aye. Councillor Skinner.
No.
Madam Mayor.
Aye. Thank you. This one is carried, 11 votes to 2. Okay, thank you. All right, councillors, we've still got a power of things to get through. I'm going to suggest we take a brief break. There is going to be some afternoon tea there. If we could try and make it 10 minutes, and then what I'll get you to do is you can get up and walk around through the afternoon as you need to. Would you like to deal with the development contributions item next, or go back to the substantive agenda? I'm in your hands, really.
Substantive.
Yes, they all have to be done. So quick decision. Substantive. Thank you, Councillor Sanson. So we'll go back to the substantive report. Okay, 10-minute, very quick break. Grab something to eat. I don't mind if you bring it back to the table. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
just a little bit of, about to go. We're just going to get started again. I think we're away. Are we, Robin? We are. So I'm just going to start, Rohan, I'm actually going to start with the library fees. So we've got that one ready to go, so we might as well get that one up now. So I'll just give you a couple of minutes to sit down. So let's just find out where we are. So for those of you who went over stay right to the end yesterday, we dealt with quite a few items. So the ones we've done already, the landfill business unit, that's done, okay, including the fees. Okay, we've got to come back to NRSBU. We've done Awatea Saxton Creek. Esdale Terrace is done. We've got to come back to community compost. We've done the Nelson plan. We've done the science and tech precinct. We've done the housing amount. We've still got to come back to the Brook Waimara missing. Oh no, we did those ones, but we've got a discussion around their OPEX, and that's I think as far as we got to. It might be pole vaulting as we did as well, and hockey lighting.
We haven't done community compost, have we?
No, we haven't.
And regional public transport.
Oh, and regional public transport we did as well. So we got through as much as we could yesterday, but we didn't do the ones where we thought there were councillors with particular interest. So we're going to start off with a proposal from Councillor Neil Stevens, so I'll ask him to speak to what's on the screen. He has worked with the officers with us, and he does have officer support, I understand. Thank you.
Kia ora. So as per the screen, this is a proposal to scrap late fees for our libraries. This is a proposal that came up through submissions that has plenty of evidence to say that we increase library membership and usage when we make this change without impacting the overall return of books or particularly affecting when they're returned. So this is something to make our libraries more accessible, particularly for those on lower incomes, and I think fits really nicely with the proposed or the redevelopment that we'll be going ahead with. If we are spending that much money, we want to make sure that our libraries are for everyone, and this is a fairly simple thing that we can do to improve that, and something that's been adopted increasingly nationally and has been adopted for a long time internationally.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you very much. There's questions, Councillor Riga.
Yep, so question for staff, I guess. Anyone? So it was commented by the submitter on what impact it made on returning of books, and traditionally it was introduced, overdue fees were introduced as a way to motivate people to return books, because otherwise other people were missing out on them. So, one of the key with libraries is make sure everyone gets equitable access. And so it was considered as an incentive. So could someone comment on whether it actually is an incentive and makes a difference, or whether it actually doesn't make a difference? Yeah.
Thanks for the question through you, Madam Chair. Serena's not here. She's probably away celebrating or something like that. But so the evidence is that it doesn't make a huge difference. So there will always be some people, whether you charge library fees or not, who will be slow in returning books. The majority of people are actually quite responsible around that. So the evidence is that it doesn't make a huge difference.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question is, so some form of fee or penalty would still apply for lost or non-returned books, and what is the period at which something is no longer late and is now a non-returned?
Thank you through Madam Mayor. I don't know the detail of what the timeline is, but we've pointedly got a resolution in there which says this makes no difference to the lost books policy that's currently in place, which covers a period. Resolution 4. There's so there is a period of late book or late issue that turns into a lost issue.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Noonan?
Would this be reviewed at some point in time?
3 years, isn't it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if council wished it to be reviewed, it could be. The other option, I suppose, would be that if we were to do this as a trial for a year potentially, which was part of the initial discussion with Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
That would be my preference. I just don't want it to be an incentive for people to keep books. And
Right,
I know
so
that there's a lost book item.
I'll go to the
there.
mover and see whether there's anyone else to do this for a 12-month trial.
So that was one of my initial proposals, was to go to a trial. The advice was basically that, you know, if it's not working, it can be reviewed, but that the evidence, or at least my understanding of that, was that the evidence says that it's not going to have a huge impact, and so putting it into a trial is sort of unnecessarily adds unnecessary steps. So just to Councillor Edgar's question, it's 21 days after the final date that it becomes a lost book, a final return date.
All right, so what I'm going to suggest we do is that we will, just for efficiency's point of view, what we'll do is we'll note in the minutes, I think we could do that the officers are happy to have a look at this after 12 months, and if they think there are any issues with them, they'll bring it back to the appropriate committee. Can we do that if you think you identify some issues? We can do it as a resolution so it comes up in the status report. You can do it on that way, that if there is an issue that it will come, you can put it in so you'd see it. I just don't want to be calling for a review if you don't need one. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be creating work if there's not work. All right, so maybe we add that someone whose brain is still nice and fresh. like to quickly.
In 12 months, staff review and determine if it needs to be reported back to.
Notes that staff will review the policy change after 12 months, and if they consider there are
issues.
Andrew, there you go.
Thank you. I would just say that we will review the policy after 12 months and, if necessary, report back to council.
Okay.
Because if no changes are required, I wouldn't think we would need to do the work.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're after. We don't be, you have a look at it, you think it's working, we don't need to hear from you again.
Great.
Councillor Noonan?
Yeah, I think that will be fine. But I know that there are some books that they're just never enough of, and I was talking to Serena about that. So we need to be careful that they're not the common books that people want, because otherwise they're going to have to buy more and more of them. That's part of the review, I guess, Andrew. Yes.
Yes, we will keep a close eye on it. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Anyone wish to speak to this? I'm going to get speaking to be very tight for the rest of the day. So Councillor O'Neill-Stevens is, do you want to speak to this? Then Councillor Fulton and Councillor Stetson.
Oh, yeah, I'll keep it very brief. I think that in many ways that it speaks for itself in terms of this is a step towards making our libraries more accessible and bringing more people into that system, which is something that I think is widely shared around the council table and is something that I think in many ways is, excuse the pun, long overdue. I'd also view this as sort of a first step. There's other, within our library fees and charges, there's other charges that, such as the holding fees and the sort of reservation of popular books where we're charging for, that are just, I think, regressively prioritising those who can afford to pay for access to knowledge and information, and things that I think that we should be considering further in the future. But for now, this is a great step.
I'm just actually sorry, I'm going to go to Councillor Laurie, who had his hand up earlier, and then I will go to who was next? Then Councillor Fulton. Okay.
Speaking for this, I'll just say go, Rohan. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton.
I'm going to speak in support. I think this is a really great initiative, and speaking from personal experience as a single mum, I used to use the library frequently, and then when my house fire happened, I stopped using the library because I couldn't keep up with overdue dates in my mind. And I think it's really important that people stop going if there's too many barriers. So I think it's really important that we support people who most need to be using the library to keep using the library and not have that added anxiety over late fees. So I think it's a great initiative. I'm sure that we are in this modern day of technology able to text reminders and support people to remember to bring their books back far more easily than we used to be able to.
Going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Great, thank you. Right, I'm just doing a little bit of backtracking in the agenda to page 4. So I'm just going to get this one out of the way. Page 4 is the noting. And I just want to see if there's a consequential other change somewhere like there was for the landfill. This is the Sewerage Business Unit one. Is there another one where those fees are somewhere else lurking around? Where are they? I think 48. Yeah. Oh, 48. Okay, so these need to go together. So clause 48 on page 11 is also noting. So this is the matters that have already gone through the regional sewerage business. And so does everyone understand what we're doing? Okay, we're noting. Okay. 7.2, clauses 1 and 2 and clauses 48. It's been moved by Councillor Egger. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Skinner, thank you very much. Anyone wish to speak to this one? I retain my view that we're not doing all that we can in terms of our Nelson Sewerage Business Unit is not the place that I want to be. But I would note that this starts to be one of the reasons why actually the Three Waters review is needed, because this is where the balance sheet impacts really do start to hit home. And this is one of the reasons why, if we want to actually do this bigger step change that we need to around critical infrastructure with environmental benefits, and actually it's another reason to move to that new model. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Nelson. Regional, Nelson Regional. Okay, I'm going to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Right, and then I've got all of the team. I'm just conscious that we've got the community compost and the climate change matters still to go. I know Joe and Claire are ready to go on that, but I'm going to keep going with some of the ones in the social sector since we've got the team here at the moment. I think I can see everybody that I need, and then we'll come back to those ones, hopefully not too far away. So let's see if we can whip through these ones now. So we're now at the outs.
Possible. So you said that you're coming back to community compost and
the climate change and the Brook Central will come at the same time.
Okay. Is it possible to have our climate change officer here?
Is there particular questions you've got for her?
Yes, I'm happy.
I don't know. Well, we can see if she's around.
Whenever it comes up.
Okay,
fine. Just be, okay. We haven't had her here at the table, and I think she's on the. Yeah. But it's.
Okay. Ms McDonald says she'd prefer to answer any questions. She thinks she'll be able to do that rather than invite the officer. She's very new to the organisation, and we usually like to have a little bit of an induction period over several months of watching committees, especially given how busy we are today. So if Ms McDonald's not able to answer anything, she'll let you know, and then we'll address it that way. Okay, so moving on to Arts Council location. We have got, this is, I'm on page 7, but I need to go back into the report. So where are we?
73.
Thank you, 73, I'm advised. Okay, on page 73, so we're now looking at the suite of recommendations. Are there any officers here, any questions for the officers? So you're looking at a recommendation to increase the funding, and then the review will occur through the arts policy review process. Is that correct? That wasn't quite the wording I was expecting. Hello, team. Hello, Mark. Hello, Sarah.
Through the chair, just before we start, can I highlight a couple of
errors in the report. So in 12.2, the funding allocated to continue to fund the lease at Hardy Street is actually years 1, 2 and 3, not just years 1 and 2. And then in the resolution, it should read in the notes section at the bottom that it to update Nelson Arts strategy and guidance documents.
I thought that was not quite actually. Okay, that's Nelson Arts strategy. Yeah. Is it just Nelson Arts strategy?
Yeah.
Full stop?
Yeah,
or policy? Mark, can you give us some clarification? Or
it's strategy.
Strategy?
Yeah.
Then what do guidance documents mean?
And there, it's policy guidance documents is the correct wording because it encompasses our regional strategy and also our arts policy. So they're the policy guidance documents.
Oh, okay. So it is correct. Okay, so that's what it's capturing, all of those. So we leave that alone as it is. Okay, any questions for the officers? Any questions? Councillor Sensen, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kia ora. I've just got a really brief question about the NCMA Pocket Park, let's call it.
Could we just deal with the other one first, please?
Oh, okay.
This is the Arts Council.
Sorry.
So we could do with those ones. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Kia ora, just looking at that $12,000 in year one, what conversations have been had with Arts Council around that, sort of whether that's in their view sufficient as a transition funding option?
That option hasn't been discussed with them yet.
Councillor Rainey.
So I note the commentary about that some of this work will be considered as part of the work to review and update Nelson's Arts policy guidance documents, and I understand from staff that we have put an application into Creative New Zealand for support to develop a new arts policy strategy. I'd just like to remind everybody that the current arts strategy is actually a combined document with Tasman, so yippee on that one. I would hope that that we may have some possible energy to go into having a wee look at the equitable funding issue, and I know we don't want to do a full refresh of the Mandolin report from 2011, which looked at the equitable funding between sports and art as far as recreation is concerned. However, it may well be quite possible just to fire in some up-to-date figures just to get a little bit of a snapshot, and I would request that would happen. I don't think it needs to be. The commentary and the vast majority of the information in that report remains appropriate still, but it would be good to get some kind of update on that.
Ms McDonald, you happy with that? I think that's a wise thing to do. Okay, so we'll note that, not as a recommendation, but we'll note that in the minutes. Councillor Eager.
Yes, so just question through you, just in relation to the review and update of the policy strategy guidance documents. It doesn't necessarily require us working with TDC to do that, does it? Because if they, choose not to, we can still review.
I can speak to that through the chair. Yes, we can. And obviously we also have Project Kokiri, which has an interest in this area, and the Te Ao Itu intergenerational strategy. And those are other opportunities to work together with TDC and with MDC on those issues. So we've put together an application from NCC, but said that we think it has wider application.
Thank you. And just as part of that review, and again, like the previous request from Councillor Rainey, I was just wondering if this could similarly just be minuted, is whether we could also look at, I guess I'm going to call it collaboration, marketing and advocacy of our arts organisations, because we used to have an arts marketing network, we don't have that anymore, and as I've described it previously, it's like the arts equivalent of Sport Tasman, and Sport Tasman is able to do a lot of strategy work, a lot of collaboration work that enables them to come frequently as one voice around even the 3 council tables, and the arts sector don't have that. And I think that's where a lot of the perceived
fragmentation or issues come from, is actually they don't have that marketing advocacy and collaborative voice. And I think looking at that needs to be key part of our strategy review. Thank you. All right, you happy with that as well? Okay, excellent. All right, so we've got a recommendation on page 74. It wasn't quite what I was seeking, I will have to tell you, but the funding constraints across the board have meant that what I was seeking isn't quite there, but that's okay. I see this as a provision of 12,000 with a transition funding while the Arts Council works to invest out income options to offset the increase. Do the officers have any idea of where that money might come from or what that might be?
We've had very initial conversations with them. They have been very successful at getting kind of other funding for specific projects. They're also working on a sponsorship and funding strategy, and just starting conversations around touchpoint donations, so taking donations at the refinery. So there are some options that they're looking at, but it's obviously a conversation will continue.
All right, thank you. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Yeah, I'll just signal I'd at least like to see that funding across 2 years. I just think if we're giving a genuine transition, then a single year of a few more hours for staff isn't sufficient. I'd love to hear officers' opinion on that.
I'll second that if it comes as a motion.
So there's a suggestion we move that across for year 1 and year 2. Okay, I would be supportive of that. So I think that's a sensible thing to do. I think we get incredibly good value for the work that's done. So is anyone happy with that? Year 1 and year 2. So it's into year 1 and 2.
What were you seeking?
Oh, I was thinking that I'd come in here and that the starting point would be a rates rise of 5%. And I was terribly disappointed when it was still at 5.7. So I was hoping I had a bit more leeway. I don't. Righty ho, it's been moved and seconded. Has it been moved and seconded? Yes. No, it hasn't been. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens has moved. Councillor Rainey has seconded. We're doing years 1 and 2, so 12,000 each year. And we'll do the next one at the same time. I'm ready to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Done. Right. Now these are all the in principle ones, so that in case we come to a little problem at the end, which I think we might be heading for. Yes, it is. It gets really tricky as we go through. So now the next one is the Nelson Centre for Musical Arts, and this Councillor Sanson had a question on this one. So I'll go to Councillor Sanson. Welcome, Andrew.
Kia ora, Andrew. Oh, thank you through the chair. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Kia ora, Andrew. I'm just the line in the recommendation that says will fund the remainder required to implement the landscape plan and will maintain the park to an agreed standard. Why are we kind of requiring the NCMA to require the park, which we have kind of, I guess, pressured them into, or not pressured, probably encouraged them into going ahead with, getting this sorted, because it faces out to the street. It's kind of like it's going to essentially be a, neighbourhood park. I just wondered why we would not consider just looking after it as part of our, ordinary maintenance.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. So the land is NCMA land, it's not council land. The park development, as I understand it, is part of their resource consent requirement around landscaping. If they need to, NCMA are happy to do the full redevelopment themselves, but they would prefer to have some assistance with it. The reason we're offering to support them with the $25,000 grant is because you're quite right that when developed, that would be an attractive small pocket park for people in our community to use. But it is land that belongs to NCMA, and they do see value in taking some ownership of looking after that place as well. They see it as a public good that they can provide.
Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Rainey, then Councillor Riga.
Yeah, so it is a little pocket park. It does face onto Collingwood Street and it is accessible by the public. I presume the plan means it's going to be accessible by the public. It's not going to be fenced off. I'm sorry, I don't know the detail.
Yeah, that's correct. Fully accessible by the public. They're quite happy and pleased for the public to be able to use it.
And interestingly, it's quite hard to access the land from the School of Music because there's no doors that open out onto that park. Are there any other city cultural or recreational assets that fund the maintenance of parks on their land or on land that they use? Do we know of any other?
The staff can't really think of any.
So can staff think of any? No, right.
Okay, Councillor Riga.
Thank you.
Questions out of the way.
Just a couple of questions. Firstly, just the wording of the resolution. Just can you talk me through why it says approves provision for up to $25,000 operational expenditure in year one? Why it doesn't say a grant to NCMA? Or a loan funded grant or whatever it is, but I just don't quite understand the resolution, sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it could be either actually, however you approach it. What we were trying to manage was an expectation maybe that this would be a capital item, but because it won't be council's asset, it won't be a capital item. Yep. But it could be either way, through a grant or operational expenditure.
Well, normally we say loan funded grant in other resolutions. I'm just being consistent, I guess.
Okay, where's Ms Harrison? So what are we calling this one? A loan funded grant or operational expenditure?
So through the chair, for that amount of money, it would just be an operating grant. I wouldn't be loan funding it.
Okay, operating grant.
Immaterial. So just add word grant.
Okay, operational grant rather than expenditure. Is that right?
Excellent, thank you. And my other question was just, as part of any street cleaning in the area that happens by regular, rather than parks and reserves maintenance, as any sort of regular street cleaning, would they look at rubbish in that area as well?
I'd have to defer to another officer, but I don't know who that would be at this point.
That's privately.
So through the chair, I wasn't listening 100%, but if it's in our roads, then it would form part of our street cleaning and street litter collection. And I'm assuming we are talking that it's in our roads.
No,
I apologise.
No, it's private land. So okay, that answers
I definitely wasn't listening. Right.
Thank you.
All right, here. So that's the end of the questions. Therefore, I am happy to move that one.
I'm happy to suggest an alternative motion, Madam Chair.
Well, I've got to move it and I've got a seconder for Councillor Fulton. But that's okay. Well, if you want to tell us what it is, that's right. I just want to make sure that we had that captured after the last one. I've got seconders this time. So that was moved and seconded, but if you want to talk us through, we might be prepared to look at something else or not.
Okay, well, NCMA are in the business of providing music education to the region and putting in place a venue for musical events. They're not in the business of maintaining parks. Nelson City Council is in the business of maintaining parks. We need to fund these people to succeed, and I absolutely think that this is an opportunity where for an infinitesimal increase to the Parks and Reserves budget in terms of maintaining parks, council could just include this park as part of the suite of things that NILMAC would look after. I find this awkward, and I think we just need to do the right thing, which is to include that little park, which I think will be used a lot. I think it'll be used a lot by the public of Nelson. In fact, to be perfectly honest with you, it's almost impossible to reach that park from inside the School of Music. You've got to go right outside and right around the building to get to it. So I think the people walking down Collingwood Street or the people coming from MIT walking back up that way will use that park far more than the people who use the School of Music. I think we need to do the right thing, and I think we need to support the maintenance of that park.
Right, so what I'm going to suggest, I've heard this from Andrew, is there reasons why they may want to have the connection to that park? So that's what I heard from Andrew, that there was some. Did I hear that correctly or not?
Yeah, that's true. So I did meet with the chair and the and the manager of NCMA and talked this through with them. They were very pleased with what we were proposing here. And they do see there is value for NCMA in having their volunteer program around this. So it is work, but it actually connects them to the place. That's not their words, that's mine. But there was certainly no aversion, and there was interest in actually taking on that maintenance responsibility. But yeah.
Right. Well, so what I'm going to suggest, Councillor Rainey, is that I think what we could do, because I think this is one of those things there that's really an operational matter, I'm going to say very much, and I think it would be, I can't imagine it being a great expense if it was added in at some future point, but equally I hear what's going on. So the best thing I think, if the seconder was happy, is we just delete, after the word landscape plan, we delete the remainder, because what we're hearing is that there's an absolute goodwill and intent and desire, but then we don't have, it's not a condition, we don't have to go through some sort of, well, what are you doing and what's your maintenance plan and all the rest of that palaver that we tend to do. Is that right? And not you, Andrew, I'm not saying palaver for you. So happy with that, Councillor Fulton? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to be doing. I'm the mover and you're the seconder, and I'm going to say I think this is an excellent idea. It is not a matter of us having required or put pressure on or anything else. This is a piece of beautiful streetscape on private land that the Trust has been thinking very carefully about how they're going to bring this to fruition, and there's been some elements of it that have taken them some time to bring together, and I'm really delighted to support them. It will be open to the public, and I think that's a lovely thing.
I completely concur with the Mayor, but I would encourage you to think about our urban greening plan and the conversations we've been having around good food cities and how we look at food resiliency. There might be an opportunity to support that neighbourhood with some food resilience in the plantings, and I'm sure that the NCMA would be open to that.
I'm going to put the motion on those wanting to speak. Anyone wish to speak against?
I was going to say I'm going to look forward to. I support this fully. I look forward to buying my milkshake and pie at the Candy Corner, wandering over to the nice lush grass and sitting down and enjoying it to the nice music in the background. So I fully support.
I'm going to put it all those in favour.
Aye.
Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Now we're on to cemeteries. We've got a recommendation on page 75. Bottom of page 75, this is to direct staff to work with Tasman District Council on the option of a regional cemetery in Muteri or Wakefield.
Happy to move the motion.
Moved by Councillor Rainey, seconded by Councillor Neil Stevens. All right, questions to the officers. Councillor Egger and then Councillor Noonan.
Can you please, sorry, just sorry, so 11 were in favour and 13 prefer to side with the Nelson. Right, so we have quite different timing for our cemetery needs in the future, don't we? Can you just remind me of the timing requirements?
Kia ora. Through the chair, certainly. The strategy has pointed out that Nelson City Council has 20 years of capacity and Tasman District Council has approximately 10 years.
So in the 20 years, and even taking into account that we would need some planning time, do we not think that there will be a change in methodology, and we're already seeing a shift towards increased cremations?
Through the chair, yes, definitely we do expect that, and the strategy has outlined that and certainly suggested that we consider how we maximise that capacity within the current and existing facilities, but still are labelling that 20 years will be at capacity, and particularly around denominations, so area where there's specific burial rights within the cemetery, it's likely that they will be reaching that capacity.
And my final question, so by asking you to work with TDC on the option of a regional cemetery, this means that a request will come forward for our share of purchase of land inside of this 10-year plan and probably within the next review, if not sooner. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Right, so this brings the decision forward about 10 years for us. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we have a time frame on this? Because what concerns me is that it's the same staff probably that are going to be working on this that are potentially could have been working on some things that haven't been done in the last couple of years, and it concerns me as to what priorities and who's going to set those.
Through the chair, I believe that once this decision's been made, then a time plan and a plan will need to be developed with the Tasman District Council. Also, within the recommendations from this strategy are a lot of the priorities around cemetery development, a cemetery policy, how we can maximise the capacity and looking at our current operation. So that will all need to be done in combination with working on the development of a new regional cemetery.
I have to say I'm not in favour of this. I think we should be looking at other options within our own cemeteries. We've got 10 years worth already, and we can have walls of ashes and things that we haven't even done. Just seems like there weren't that many submissions, and this could be quite expensive.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brand. He's been moved.
Thank you, through the Mayor. This is an area that I sort of probably have a lot of conversations in with the funeral directors and other areas through a different hat and role that I am in. Have you been talking with those? I know we've received one submission from an independent funeral director, but have you been talking to the New Zealand Funeral Directors Association members and also gathered feedback from those people within this area?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. We haven't been speaking directly to the New Zealand Funeral Directors, but last week we had a meeting with all of the Nelson Tasman Funeral Directors, and this was one of the topics on the agenda. And they were all supportive. They realised some of the issues, and ideally to identify a place within Nelson would be ideal, but they do appreciate the issues around that with identifying that piece of land. So yes, the local funeral directors are supportive, and we've been having those conversations with them, but not yet the New Zealand Funeral Directors Association, but we certainly could do that.
Okay. I just want to indicate that I will not be supporting this motion, so I'll just indicate that now.
I had someone else. Was it Councillor Skinner? Thank you.
Just quickly, thank you for what you've brought to us. This is great. It doesn't stop us improving our own cemeteries, does it? We can still work on improving our strategies and on development of our own cemeteries. This is on top of.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely, and we will need to continue that capacity.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, it's been moved and seconded. So now we're into anyone wish to debate on this one? Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. Just to follow up, we had a bit of a workshop on this, obviously, but I support this. This is a good forward collaborative thinking.
Councillor Eager.
Yes, so I don't support this. It's bringing capital expenditure and a decision forward 10 years earlier than we need to. What I probably would have liked to have seen is an analysis of potential land sites and options around Nelson, so that maybe I could say Tasman is the best option. I think I would need more information to support this decision, and there's a lot of work 10 years earlier than we need to.
Councillor Brand.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this. I've been involved in quite a numerous amount of conversations with members of our public, and they feel that a Mootry or a Wakefield location for them based in Nelson would become unattainable based on their financial means and ability to access that area at the time that they wish to go visit their past loved ones, and therefore they feel that the limitation put on them takes away choice, and I feel that more work and discussion needs to take place, and I agree with the concerns raised by Councillor Eager.
Councillor Neil Stevens.
Kia ora. Yes, I'm as the seconder to support this. I think one of the key benefits with starting early is that land, at least in our present economic system isn't getting any cheaper, and that actually if we start early, we're going to be making sure that we're getting an option that is affordable. Once we've got all the details, once this work's been worked through, we'll then be able to have a fuller picture. But I think from the information we've been given thus far, this is an option that could work very well, and by doing it now, we're potentially saving a large amount of money.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak this one? I've had two. What have I had? 2 against, 1 for. Anyone else wish to speak? 2 for. 2 for. We had 2.
I potentially have an amendment, or it might be just that it can be noted in the minutes. It's quite important to me that if we're exploring regional cemeteries of the future, that we have natural burials and woodland sort of opportunities incorporated into that thinking. Is that going to happen anyway? I know it's happened in the past workshops.
I would have expected that to happen. I think it's getting to a level of detail. This is about a directional issue. Right, we've had 2. I can do 2 or 3. Oh. Anyone else wants to speak? Councillor Noonan does, and Councillor Sensen does.
I'll speak if you need someone to speak, but I'm happy for it just to go to...
No, I don't. I definitely do not. No, okay, that's it. Sort it out. Sort it out. Councillor Noonan, you're last up. Where you go.
No, I am speaking against. It's the last thing we need to be putting our staff into at the moment with the workload that we've got coming up. I can't imagine why people would want to get in their cars and go and visit their people way out, and we've got lots of people going to visit their loved ones, and they do. They actually do. I don't know why the Councillor Rainey is unhappy with me speaking about that. Okay. Write a reply, Councillor Rainey. I'm just going to write a reply, straight to write a reply.
Well, I'm not going to criticise. I completely respect Councillor.
Sounded like a criticism or a grumble.
Councillor Noonan's thought, but of course, one could say that that's a wee bit of a Nelson response, because if you live in any big city, you have to go for miles to get to a cemetery. And in fact, I think that point was borne out by either staff members or by one of the submitters. So indeed, a trip to the cemetery may be well shorter than a lot of other cities would have to experience in terms of going to their regional cemetery.
I put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No.
No.
Right. Okay, we need to show hands. Okay, those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 1, 2, 7. That's and those against.
6.
That's done. It's carried. It's done and dusted. Right. Got on to the next one. Whoa.
No, 7, 6. We add up to 13.
So the thing about funerals, often they can be quite challenging for family and whānau to decide. Righty-ho. Okay, moving on. Heritage. Okay, heritage, commentary on heritage, down to 76. Is there anything anybody wants to raise on pages? There's no recommendations in 77, bottom of 77 and 76. Chinese Language Week events. Then we're up to Parks and Rec on page 77. That's the next one. So going backwards, Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
Just a couple of questions around events.
Events. So it's.
So just looking at the estimates book and from talking to officers, our budget for the summer events guide has gone to just being an online, no paper copy, which I think warrants some discussion.
Have we discussed that?
No,
is there a submission on that?
Just look, that's what's in the estimates book currently, from my understanding.
Who wants to speak to that one? So there's a line item in the estimates that says online only? No
That's half the budget of when we last delivered printed copies.
Okay. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll do my best on this. President Thomas is not here. So that's correct. So there was a reduction in expenditure during COVID, and that level of service has been continued. So there will be no printed addition with this budget.
Why do the office do you think that's the reason why you think that's a good idea?
Some focus on sustainability around paper and will be provided online.
Okay. Right. So you'd want to be needing to be putting a case to change that?
Yeah, well, whilst not necessarily opposed, I just thought it worthy of broader discussion.
Right, Councillor Ego?
I'm just, while I respect the reduced budget, I'm just wondering if the production methodology or the methodology the staff have gone to is the only one, because you could also increase your revenue from advertising, for example. So council income is not the only source, and a lot of council publications throughout the country are subsidised quite heavily by income from advertising. So I'm just wondering why we didn't look down that avenue.
Not sure why we didn't look down that avenue, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rainey?
Given the increase in domestic tourism that I think we're beginning to experience, I would have thought that having something in their hands is actually quite important, because you're relying on somehow people working out that there is an online version of this. So I'd be very nervous about this.
Okay. What sort of dollars are we talking about? 10,000?
It's now sitting in roughly 15,000. In 2019-20 it was 27,000, and in 2018-19 it was 40,000.
Right, so you've still got some budget there to work with, and you've got a suggestion about how you could get some more revenue stream, and maybe you work that through at a level. I'm not inclined to put any more money in. We're really stretched here, and my best advice is make some saver. If you think this is a critical one, organise your publications and what you think is most important, and make some savings on something that's less important. And if this one comes through, I'll leave. This is definitely not something that needs a whole of council decision. I'm comfortable for some of the elected members who've got some views on this to engage with Andrew and
Just, I think TDC used to contribute, so they might want to follow that up.
Oh, yes, they did. Yes, TDC do. Yes, they still not $5,000, I think.
Three.
It was 3,000. Righty ho. Thank you. That one needs just. Good to get that view. You'll hear, Andrew, there's a bit of consideration that might not be the best move to go totally digital. Parks and active recreation. Now we've got something to come on the screen. So sports fields. Quite a thing on sports fields, and we've got some recommendations, and Councillor's going to signal some matters that he'd like to bring through as well. So, AJ, I'll let you...
Yep. So
Councillor Skinner, you're on.
So on page 77 there, in regards to club rooms at Guppy Park, and something at football have been looking for a number of years, and it might be something staff might be able to help give a bit of scope around that and feedback on that.
I'll invite Mr. Harrington, Mr. Petheram.
So it refers to a submission on page 276 of volume 3, plus the attachments number 25 of that open minute document. And with regards to FC Nelson coming to us again in regards to some change rooms for community. They call it more a community hub and give themselves a home. So my recommendation, and I'm happy to talk to it better, and it may well be staff better help me out there, is that the council approves, that council approves a provision of up to 140k in the year, and I've got a question mark there, which year would be best, for a reconfiguration of the Guppy changing rooms into a Nelson Football community club rooms. And if you recall in that present submission that they've had, and they've come to us a number of times in regards to seeking some building there to support the activities on a greater scale. And they came to us offering to fund 60% of it if we'd fund 40% of it, and they would be happy to build that and manage it if so needed. And it's really an extension of the existing building that we as council own and that we lease to the sports code. And it's probably in response to, they did push in regards to the artificial turf, but after previous years pushing for club rooms, they changed the priority. But after the feedback and the artificial turf, they'd like to continue with proceeding with a hub there, which would be more than just a sports use, but community use. It's an area used by a great range of people, young and old, families and events. We've got the refugee community use that greatly for their tournaments and those that live in the area. But saving me talking more to that, have you any questions, Madam Mayor?
I'd go to the officers actually, to be honest. So what Councillor Skinner is doing is he is responding and wanting to include the provision that came through as part of the submission, and I just really want to get some advice from the officers in relation to that matter.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we do see a need for an upgrade of those club rooms. Probably the issue that we saw with the submission was that it's proposing to take over ownership of that building, and I think it really needs to be a hub for the whole community. So if it was going to proceed, I think it would be supported by officers if the ownership was retained by council and perhaps a lease arrangement was agreed to. And it would need to be a couple of years out. Like we'd need to work through quite a bit in the meantime. Do you have anything to add, Andrew?
Madam Mayor, I think if it proceeds and we are setting up a lease agreement, I think that the lease agreement should be with Nelson-based football rather than with the club, and that would ensure a wider range of participation, and that would avoid the problems that we had with suburbs at Saxon Field.
So I need to get some sense from councillors who've heard the advice, which is probably they want a couple of years, they'd want to have it available to all, they'd want the lease to be with Nelson-based football. And so I just need to get a sense check of whether there's any appetite for this one at all. Councillor Rigo, Councillor McGurk.
The resolutions don't sort of have numbers, but the bottom resolution about the further, well, not the bottom one now, number 26. Yep, number 26. Doesn't that enable those discussions to actually happen so that this could always come forward with a recommendation for the 2024 LTP? And with that timing probably, you know, enable those discussions to take place and considerations of where it sits with what use, etc.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it does. It does. I guess signalling that funding would just bring that forward a little bit. But yes, that resolution does do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy with the resolution as it stands then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to the hearings and submissions. There was sort of conflicting interests, wanting sort of control or dominance on that particular park. I'm just wondering where we're at with sort of resolving a way forward, or is there a pathway that we have to resolve that particular issue? I'm thinking of Tasman Rugby Union and Marco wanting a training ground, and FC Nelson wanting a club rooms and the home field.
I'm sorry, I might have to get you just to repeat the number of that.
Well, we've got two sports codes and two entities wanting basically access to the same piece of ground. And I'm not sure that we've actually worked through that and resolved the situation to, you know, the satisfaction of all parties, including council officers. I'm just wondering what's...
Madam Mayor and Councillor, yes, and I think we've got to be very careful when we, if we go down this path, that the lease agreement covers the opportunity for an artificial, and so that the club or Nelson-based football don't have sole rights to that ground. And they were issues that we've had at Sexton Field. So it's got to be flexible enough to make room for changes if we go into artificial. And it can be used not only by football, not only the club, not only regional football, but also rugby or other codes.
Yeah. So in your view, the resolution that's numbered 26 will cover that?
Madam Mayor, yes, we believe it would.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so what I'm hearing is that there is desire to keep this flexible, but what we haven't got is that there isn't any funding. And so Councillor Skinner, I guess that's, so there's a desire for it to be flexible. What you're hearing is in principle, this is a good opportunity to improve those club rooms. If you were to want to put a provision in, what year? I'll ask the officers. You said a couple of years out. What are you thinking, Paul?
Councillors, it's going to take a bit to work through this, so probably the best location would be in year 3.
All right, Councillor Skinner. So what I'm hearing is that there's a desire, there's work to be done. If we were going to do this, it would be to put a provision in year 3 for a reconfiguration of the Gupke Park change rooms, probably full stop. Would that be it? If we were doing that? Would be just, it's really a signal of goodwill to if we can get things sorted out here, that actually reconfiguring those change rooms is a sensible thing to do. You happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, and all the suggestions by staff which would make it approvable and viable as mentioned. And the club has in their submission made it very clear that they are keen to get started on it and work with us with our permission, and they are very well resourced both financially and technically. We've seen some of the proposals come forward, and they're also by us flagging that we would put some provision for it. They will get matched funding from a number of supporters grants, both privately who are already biting at the bit to put the money on the table, and technically, but also from some other grants. Organisations, charitable organisations have also preliminary pointed that they would match dollar for dollar at least, but they really just wanting that flag to go ahead with the permission and working with council, and they made it very clear in their submission that they want to use it as a, it's obviously very helpful for them as a club, being covering a lot of the top of the south there and the largest club of any type without a base, but they said as a community they're very much family oriented. They wouldn't be interested in having alcohol served or anything like that, but as a lounge, a community hall, a hub to better activate that area. Not just for the neighbourhood there, and there's some socio-economic topics there with that already use that well and better use it well, but whether it be plunkets, young mums, other clubs, rugby, etc., and they would just feel about giving that base, and they're just biting at the bit. They've come to us over the last 10 years, possibly longer, and they just want to flag a go-ahead that they can continue those talks and access that funding that has been pointed. But I think they've come back to us with a very achievable project, and they feel they can definitely do that in the amount of 350, which they would be funding 60% of that, and we would indicate up to 40% for us, but they would very much work in with that.
All right, so what I'm hearing from the officers is they'd want to work through with the concept. They're prepared to do that. Committing to one club at this point would not be supported. They'd want to think about how that occurred, but the concept is fine, and year 3 is where it would sit. So that's, I think, with the words on the screen, that's about as far as I could get today to support that, Councillor Skinner. Go to Councillor Noonan, and I'll go to Councillor Sanson.
I've just got a question. Are they happy to pay for that even though they're not going to own it?
Correct. This is from submission I gave her.
I go to Mr. Pedro.
Madam Mayor, that's the understanding that I have as well.
Yes. All right, thank you. It'll be a lease arrangement. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just interested in what the implications are for staff of kind of, I guess, taking on another project onto your workload. I'm aware that the Sea Sports facility is, you know, high priority, and we hear often and have heard again, you know, in the last couple of days that the organisation is tired and stretched and staff are overworked. So I'm just wanting to get a sense of whether this feels feasible.
Madam Mayor, councillors, we've been working on this project for a number of years already for the planning and working it through. We don't see that as being any different. The actual construction works, I think that we'd be working through the companies that are funding it. So it could be that we're just offering, we're just paying our share of it, and the actual works would be undertaken by their companies and their project managers. We have to work through that though.
Thanks, Andrew.
Right, so certainly this is a focus area for the team already. It will take some time. Last question, Councillor Bowater, then I want to get on with this other suite of move all this along.
Thank you, through Chair. 13.2, page 77 says, TRU would be able to contribute funding, volunteers, support and help with sponsorship. And that's where their idea of location comes in. At the moment, they've got either 2 locations that they're looking at, and they're saying volunteer help and help with sponsorship. Now, if we were to go ahead with 27 as it stands, potentially would that then take away their opportunity? Because if you've got 2 codes going for the same area, that may affect their sponsorship potential that they have to promote themselves as one's above the other. So what does that in effect mean for that other code that is interested in the same area? Does that make sense? Do you get where I'm going?
Yes, it does. At this stage, if we're talking about upgrades of grounds, probably rugby are probably just as interested in upgrading the rugby ground rather than a football ground. So I don't envisage a problem at this early stage. But looking ahead, if we're going to be going to artificial, then we need to be addressing it again.
Thank you. Very quickly, Councillor Fulton.
Yes, thank you. This is a significant amount of investment in lighting, and it's silent on what kind of lighting you'll be installing. Is it LED and sustainable? So sorry, I can't find it in the report. Apologies if it's there.
No, that's another.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's the investigations will have to. This is a provisional sum. So we've moved from the buildings. We're talking about the lighting and those other resolutions. That's some funding that we're suggesting we're including on the back of the submission from TRU and FC Nelson, and we haven't determined what kind of lighting it is yet. It's on the back of an exist report which came in relatively late in the process, and it recommends a considerable amount of funding. So we've put some in, and we're expecting we'd get some external funding for that as well.
Okay, so but just to clarify, you'll be delivering to our climate change objectives. I mean, I asked a lot of questions about artificial turf. I think it would be a bit unfair if lighting just got to be how it's always been.
Absolutely, we'd be looking for the most efficient lighting we can.
Okay, thank you.
I want to keep moving, Councillor. It's 5. I've got some other things I want to deal with before Councillor McGurk leaves, so he's got to be away at 5. All right, any other questions on this one? I think you've got the sense that I'm going to take these separately, so I'm going to do 22 down to 26 in one hit, okay? If someone like it, and then 27 separately. So I've been asked by the Deputy Mayor to take that separately. None of that's been moved and seconded. So moving the first lot and seconding, okay. So 22, Courtney, Councillor Courtney and Councillor Skinner, but the other way around. So this is the officer's recommendations from the report. The only change is there's a little correction up there on 22. So anyone wish to speak to this part? No, we're all good. Okay, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now we've got 27, which is the provision of 140 in year 3 for Guppy Park. Officers are clear on what I'm talking about as well. They've had a look at it. Andrew, you look concerned. I understand. There we go. Look, EJ's got special powers for people like you and me. So, it's Robin. It's Robin. Okay, anyone wants to speak to this one? Councillor Rika?
Yeah, look, I was happy for staff to work with them and discuss it, but I can't support this resolution. I would like to see the outcome of the art strategy, and the reason I say that is because part of that was looking at equity of access and funding. You know, it was mentioned that these people don't have a home. Well, I can mention hundreds and hundreds of people who do theatre, dance, arts organisations who also don't have a home and have to hire quite, you know, reasonably priced / expensive venues to put on their performances, but they need to rehearse, they need homes as well. And so I think, you know, having the discussion on it is fine, but that someone doesn't have a home, we've got so many organisations in our community who don't. So I would rather have seen the strategy review come through first.
Okay, thank you. Other people speaking to us? Councillor Sensen, Councillor Rainey.
I'm also speaking against this, given the very, very tight constraints that we have on budget. I can think of a whole lot of homeless women in the community who don't have a night shelter to sleep in, so they also don't have a home. And, we've had Women's Centre approach us for support or bridging support to try to actually resolve one of these issues. And I just feel really, really uncomfortable that we would be continuing to prioritise investment in already pretty exemplar sporting facilities. Like, I totally back sports in our community. All of my family's involved in sports, no question there. But, we have to be looking at what the critical needs in our community are, and housing, provision of community services, climate action.
Councillor Rainey.
I'm also not going to support this, although I do support it in principle, and I do feel that it's quite clear that they would have support from the community, and the councillors have discussed that. So perhaps they could really go out and see how much, given that it's going to be in year 3 anyway, if we were going to put anything in, I think they need to go to the community and see what kind of support they can get, and then it could come back as an annual plan consideration further down the track.
Okay, so anyone else? Councillor Courtney.
Yes, I want to speak in favour, simply because if you recall, Madam Mayor, I do, that they came before us several years ago and gave a pretty impressive presentation. They really did. They were committed, they were on fire, they were going to produce 60% of the money needed. And they had lots of support from the community, I sensed at that stage. So that's one point. The next point is that our officers, they tell us this afternoon, they've been working on it for years. This is another one of those projects that keeps being pushed further and further down the line. There are other things I like about the community use. That really struck a chord with me. They're not taking it to themselves. They are sharing it with the community. So there's a tick there. And they're also passing it over to the council as an asset for the city. So, no, I do support it, and I want to say, but it's 3 years away. So I don't think we need to I think we need to just give an indication to our officers that we really do think that perhaps they should get this underway.
Right, a reply if you want one, Councillor Skinner. Well, I'm sorry, but it's now 10 to 5 and we're probably going to be here either till midnight or all day tomorrow. So
did you want to...
I'm ruling. No, it's been...
Yep. That's fine. Madam Mayor, you might want to... Madam Mayor, you might want to speak.
I'm timing you. Go. Go.
Councillor Skinner, you put forward a convincing argument, and I completely concur with the people who are voting against, but I actually feel like sometimes we need to push forward with getting some projects done, which people have been trying to work on for quite some time. So I will support you on this one.
Reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you.
You have 1 minute.
1 minute.
Starting now.
Thank you. As you have had them come to us a number of times, they're very much a family-orientated group. They are one of the most diverse clubs around in regards to Chin, Burmese, Chilean, all sorts of communities. Many don't even speak English, but sport and arts And I said in football, there's a time that you don't have to know the same language, you're there together. But after they got the kids and the family, you go down there for one of the Chin Burmese tournaments down there, it's just a sway of families there, little English, but they love it. But then they have to end up heading back home because there isn't a place to enjoy each other's company and make it a real family affair, as you've seen on their images, etc. And they're very much community involved. They're not looking for a place to drink or anything like that. They are just wanting to provide a space for communities. This is an organisation who aren't asking us for a handout. They're ready to go regardless if we flag some money or not, but they just want that indication. But by putting some money as a provision up to, they have got funding on top of the funding they've got to spend on this that will meet that. And this is not a big fancy club room. This is a very basic room. It's just
Thank you very much.
Service for them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Righty ho. I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. Right, show of hands, those for. 1, 2, 3, someone can count up. Where are you? Oh, yeah, Matt's here. Oh, hello, Matt.
7.
That's 7, that's carried. Oh, sorry, I better do against, just in case. Just in case.
No, against.
Right. I'm sorry, I did not enunciate clearly. I said against. Right. Okay, carried. It's carried. Done. Done. Carried. Carried. Okay.
I think you voted to get me to stop.
All right, Councillor McGurk, would you? Do we have the climate change ones ready to go? Righty ho. Well, let's just see what we can deal with now. So, Councillor McGurk, is there anything you particularly want to be here for before you depart? Yes, we do. We can give that a start if you want to. But I think it will not be taking 2 hours, Councillor Colton.
We'll turn the aircon on.
They have turned the air conditioning on.
Cold, haven't they? Yes.
Sorry to Councillor McGurk. I'm trying to get the climate change ones up, but they're not. I don't think they're quite ready.
So which ones are we running? There's been multiple changes.
Oh, I haven't got a clue. I'm not responsible for them.
So many different versions.
The marina? No, we haven't done the marina. Nigel's here for the marina. Would you like to do the marina ones? Right. Is it possible to get the marina ones up, or have I now made it too complicated? Brian, do you want to give me a page number for those ones? Yeah. $97. All righty ho. All right, we're now on the. If Robin can get up the marina resolutions, we'll do those ones. Page 97. Welcome, Nigel. All right, page 97, officers are here. This is Marina, and you'll see that there's a recommendation at the bottom here in relation to the hard stand, needing to get that done, moving that forward, and there is also noting of additional funding and some redistribution of capital budgets that need to be happening. And Councillor Noonan, I know, has been in discussion with the officers, so there are a few things we want to cover off here. So I'll just hand over to Andrew and Nigel. And if you've got particular questions, Councillor McGurk, now we'll let you first up in the queue. See anything?
No, the recommendation is very, very clear. So I'm quite happy to support the recommendation as it stands.
Okay. Now, can we just get, hello team, I'm sorry you're getting the 5 to 5 slot. So there has been some discussion about what needs to happen next. So Andrew, are there any additional things that you want to bring to us today? I know Councillor Noonan has indicated she wants to make sure that the water bit of this master plan can be completed, that the Section 17A review can be undertaken, and that a provision can be put aside if we were to decide to start a governance structure, establish a transitional governance structure of some form prior to doing public consultation on the master plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well put. There's a heck of a lot going on with the marina, as you all know, at the moment, and there are three pieces of work that do need to be done with some urgency for the marina. One is around the waterside master plan element. So the master planning work that's been done so far is in respect to the land side, although a lot of the research is related to both. So we're looking. We have a budget in our operating budget for next year for that piece of work, so no extra budget is required for that. The other element is around the governance arrangements and looking at what the governance arrangements for the marina should be. There's a couple of parts to that work. One is the Section 17A Local Government Act review, which we need to do. We estimate the cost of that's probably around $10,000 to do that. We would like to do that independently rather than in-house, to have that independent view on that. And then depending on what the governance arrangement is that comes out of that, we will need to put aside funds, most likely need to put aside funds for that, and we estimate the cost of that work could be up to about $100,000. So we're looking at a provision for $110,000, which may or may not be required next year, but we should provision for it.
Andrew, that will be out of the marina fund, presumably, given it's directly marina related.
Correct. Yes.
All right, so we're going to need some additional clauses. If we proceed with that, does that impact clause 54 and 55? Probably it's a change to 55, isn't it? Oh no, that's notes and principle. Additional funding and some redistribution between years is likely to be required. It's probably just a noting, isn't it? So it's fine.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, the two clauses up there at the moment are related to capital works, whereas what we're talking about is operational funding.
Right. I've got a question from Councillor Rainey, but I'm probably Councillor McGurk, this is take a little bit of manoeuvring. So do you want to just comment first?
No, I'm fully confused with this. One is the marina, and it is very clear from the users down there that the current model of management and structure is not working. It's being a hindrance. So I think having a 17A review and then looking at probably options for a governance structure for the management of the running of the marina is absolutely critical. But we need that work, that review done and the options brought back to us.
Support for the direction of travel. Councillor Rainey, you tacking in the same direction?
Yeah. I'm jibing in the opposite direction. I think you're fine. Technical term. Hey, a question through you, Madam Mayor. Why is the Sea Sport building inside the marina account? Can we come to that?
We will, but that's a...
Well, this is part of the... Okay, so we discuss that not as part of the marina?
Separate item, but it'll be Ms Harrison will have to speak to that one as well, although Andrew may be able to.
Okay, so potentially what I would like to signal is a motion that would consider removing the Sea Sports building from the development of the new Sea Sport facility from within the marina account and just bringing out and being regarded as any other bit of sporting infrastructure, recreational infrastructure.
Thanks for the question. Through you, Madam Mayor. Well, it's a very good question that a number of us have asked, and there is some work to do around where the Sea Sports building, if it is developed, should be funded from, whether that is from marina charges or from rates. We still haven't resolved that question, so what we're proposing is that the provision still stays in there for the long-term plan, but we will be getting to, along with all the other work we're doing around our marina improvement, we will be getting to a conclusion on where the Sea Sports building should be funded from. We're just not quite at that point at the moment.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Look, the first one should read, after long-term plan 2131 to address health, safety and security. That was, I think that's what you need, Nigel.
Yeah. Safety and security, we'll add the word security in there. Is that different to safety? I suppose it is.
It's about the gates and
right. Thank you.
Yeah, safety, security for the boat owners. Do we need to put a figure in on
yes.
that? On
yes,
that
we do.
bottom one.
And I think the officers need a couple of minutes.
We've got the figures there.
If they can do it from where they are, I will appreciate that. If they can't, I'll take a brief adjournment.
Thank you. So we're already funded for the master plan for the seaside. What we're looking for is the funding provision for the governance review. So it's probably good to have the master plan in there, but I would say $110,000, up to $110,000 provision for the Section 17A review and the governance model.
All right, so then we would be noting that the master plan for the seaside of the marina can be funded is covered by existing funding. Is that correct? I think you need to take a brief adjournment to get this right, Andrew. I'd prefer that you do that. So, Councillor McGurk, do you want to just move the first two and then we'll come, since you're here?
I'm happy to move.
Councillor Rainey, you have a second? Oh, Councillor Noonan, you have to give a second? Yes, seconded.
I'm going to ask a question.
Councillor Sampson.
So just following on from Councillor Rainey's question, I just wanted, I wanted some clarity around how the question of the Sea Sports building, the consideration of it being separated off from the marina accounts. How is that going to happen? A review and what time frame and when's it coming back? Just I didn't gather that from the officer's response.
Through the chair. Thank you. Well, the Sea Sports building, I can't answer the history as to why it was put into the marina account. The marina account is funded by those that pay for their berths, and they have very little to do with the Sea Sports building. It is, of course, in the marina area at present, and it is part of our master planning as to whether it is the correct location for the Sea Sports building. Certainly my recommendation is that we look towards doing a separate review just on the sea sports. We look at the requirements today and into the future and the number of different water sports we may be able to bring together, but also look at it in terms of maybe we need to actually separate some of those water sports and look at multiple venues as well. So my suggestion would be a full review on the needs and the demands, and then looking at an potential alternative location as well. I have very strong concerns about this current location from a health and safety point of view when we have children and young and adults as well, but we have people, and particularly novices, that are on motorised watercraft, and they are going through a commercial fishing port and through a commercial marina, and are loading right where we have multiple boats being loaded on the boat ramp. So I think from a safety point of view and a long-term planning point of view, it would be very wise to, in my recommendation, to do a complete study on the water sports, sea sports building as a standalone project.
Thanks very much, Nigel. I appreciate that. So what's the timing around that? I'm just curious really as when it might be coming back.
Through the chair, that's a very good question. I'm sorry, Councillor, I've obviously only just got here and it's sort of been put on my plate along with quite a few things, but I see it as being a priority because it's obviously been talked about for quite some time. I would like to work on that with the local sea sports clubs, and in the meantime we also have some facilities down there that aren't being underutilised, which is the old boating building, and maybe we can work with those clubs to give them access to that to try and bridge that gap between now and the lack of supply of space while we work through this process.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nigel. Sea Sports building is coming up a little bit later on, but you've now got the background to some of the thinking about where that's going to go. So let's just have a look at this one. We might be about ready to do this one. Yes, you can, Councillor Noonan.
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to thank Nigel. He's been just a breath of fresh air because he knows all about the sea and the yachts and just how the marina's working. He's based an operational plan based on the Wardell report, which has been circulated to you all. And thank you to those who have given their feedback on that, because there's some pretty out there ideas in that. So I just wanted to draw the attention of councillors to that report. If you haven't had a look at it, you might want to pull it up and have another look at it. Otherwise, I think we're all right. So as soon as somebody says we're ready to go. How's that looking? Not the seaside. I think we'll just skip that. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so we're doing the whole lot together. Happy with that? Okay, so that looks excellent. Thank you very much. So just very briefly speaking to this one so we can get this one resolved. Councillor Noonan. Thank you, appreciate that. Look, I'm really pleased to put this up, and I think that those who submitted, particularly around the governance, we seem to be hearing a lot about that. It's been a major concern for people, and this will address that. So I'll be quick, and I just thank you. I fully support.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this, Councillor?
No, just that the current model of managing the marina is hindering it. They're crying out down there for a governance model that's fit for purpose, fit for the future. This time has come. We need to deal with it now.
Thank you. And this is, just speaking to this is entirely consistent with the resolution of council at the last annual plan to get on and get this done. It's just now we have got some capability here to help us make that happen, and a lot of work for Nigel to progress, but he's acknowledging that, breaking that down into what looks to be a very well considered work program. And the discussions that I've had with Andrew and Nigel over the last couple of weeks assure me that we're getting this in the right sequence. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Excellent. We'll break for a few minutes just for a stretch, and then we'll be back. I just want to we're doing a. I just want to before Brian departs. Brian's heading away to just if you could for a moment, if you just want to acknowledge, Brian, you're heading away to your wife Denise's retirement event. I want to, just on behalf of the council and community, acknowledge Denise's service to nurses, to supporting the working conditions, really thinking about some of our most important people in our community and really being there as their advocate over decades, and her service really in terms of upholding the principles of what is right in the workplace is absolutely significant. So please, on behalf of the city, thank her sincerely from all of us.
It's very, very kind and comments on. So.
Should we watch them on live stream? we need to do the development contributions. So they're the two that I've had as are really time-bound items. We're going to keep going, and so, but we're going to have to be really focused on getting these through. So, and they're not going to be easy, the events ones, I can see that now. So we're back on live streaming. Yes, we are. Okay, so let me just, yes, so just let me get my, so the next one we had up was the mountain bike trails, but I'm going to ask if we could just, the park staff could just leave that one for the moment, and we'll come back to you. And we're going to go now. I think the next one is the Enduro World. And Jessica, I just need to check. Are your items the Enduro World Series and what else? Oh, that's Mark. Jess, what are your ones? Oh, Project Corkery. Oh, well, let's whip across Project Corkery first, okay? So Project Corkery, what page is that on?
89.
Page 89. Is that 89?
Yep.
89. Oh, no, okay, the recommendation is at the top of page 90. It's been moved by the Deputy Emir. I will second that recommendation. This is to provide $350,000 per annum funding for years 1 through 3 of the long-term plan for the implementation of Project Corkery 2.0 or 2. All right, any questions for Jessica? Councillor Noonan.
How many submissions did we get in support, please?
37 submissions in support and 11 opposing. The opposing ones is at paragraph 14.1 on page 89. Other questions, Councillor Sensen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kia ora, Jessica. I'm just wondering if you could give us a little more information about what this is actually for. I've had community members ask me, and I have to say, honestly, I haven't been able to give them an answer. It's basically $1 million, and I feel like we should be able to say what the expectation and the deliverables are from this. So just do it if you have that information.
Yep, so through the chair, the final details will be provided through the NRDA Statement of Intent, which is currently scheduled to be presented on the 1st of July. But the initial conversations we've had with the NRDA is that in terms of delivering the next phase of Project Corkery and responding to the ongoing impacts and uncertainty of COVID-19, that part of what is needed within the NRDA and the request for additional funding is to build up the capacity and capability within the organisation to provide more of that strategic economic development leadership. So as you know, the NRDA was formed through a merger of the RTO and the Economic Development Agency at the time, and there has still been quite a heavy focus on tourism and marketing activities since that transition, and so what the agency is now looking to do is to further enhance the economic development capability, and so that would be supporting sectors to respond to climate change and build more resilience in their sectors. So it could be horticulture, aquaculture sectors that the Economic Development Agency hasn't had the capability to engage with as much to date. It would be doing more work in the area of Māori economic development. So that's an area that the agency hasn't had resource to develop so much. And it would also be supporting the development of business cases to try and attract both private and public investment into the region, which again we recognise that the agency hasn't had as much capacity to do, and so that's why we weren't as successful in responding to the Provincial Growth Fund.
Thanks very much. So I'm aware that we've got 2 other organisations that have applied for funding for ongoing climate action work that they are trying to do, small amounts compared to what we're looking at for Project Corkery, but Project Corkery is also looking at stepping into that same kind of space. Would they be kind of working through, would they be supporting, is there a possibility that they would provide funding and support for Businesses for Climate Action and the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, or are they looking at other, I don't want to say duplicating, but other kinds of climate efforts?
Yeah, so through the chair, the establishment of Project Kōkiri has really enabled NRDA to increase their collaboration with other agencies, such as Businesses for Climate Action and others, to think about those more strategic economic issues. And the indication is that they will be looking to work with those organisations much more closely, and probably trying to identify where the kind of which organisation has the right skills and networks to deliver on various outcomes, and so thinking about where NRDA has the best capability to deliver. So I think that they'll be looking more at the strategic level, and Businesses for Climate Action, for example, as working one-on-one with individual businesses.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Jessica? Councillor Fulton.
So, Jessica, can I just clarify, this is an additional 350,000 on top of the 1.2 million that sits annually? That's so the 1.2 million is in the annual plan, in the long-term plan over 10 years?
The 1.2 million is the total funding they receive from local government, so that's both Nelson City and Tasman District. We currently put in 912,000 per annum, and an additional about 75,000 to manage the events fund.
We give them an additional 75,000 so they can manage our events fund?
The economic events fund.
And then how much does Tasman put in?
They're currently putting in about 305,000 per annum.
And so this was a consultation on assisting another 350 years 1 to 3. So my question is, why can't this organisation help sponsor or fund organisations like Businesses for Climate Change and the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum? Like, why can't, if we're investing that much money in them, why can't that collaboration be more of a collaboration and actually them helping fund some of these other organisations? Like, what do they do with their money? Yeah, what do they do? I mean, how many people are they employing, and what are they doing with that 1.5 million?
So through the chair, so what they do with that money previously is in existing statement of intents. So the NRDA has 13.5 FTEs. Yep. Currently, it's spread over about 16 people, and so historically what has been happening is that as per our previous statements of intents with them, they've had a focus on business support and capability, workforce development and jobs. They've been working in tourism marketing and the regional identity work that we do. So that's all covered in previous statement of intents.
I just wanted to get a refresh. So my subsequent question is, in terms of tourism in the future with COVID and climate change, how are they rethinking what our tourism market will look like? So how does that fit in terms of zero carbon future and regenerative thinking? Mm-hmm. Because a lot of money has gone into promotion of international tourism in the past.
Yeah. So through the chair, the NRDA is currently funded through a central government program to develop the destination management plans, and that's in recognition that there was a need to respond to some of the social licence issues around the tourism sector, and that the COVID-19 challenge presented an opportunity to relook at tourism. And so the agency is currently consulting on that and engaging with our community and tourism sector to think about how we can adapt and adjust the tourism sector to the post-COVID world, and also to try and make it more sustainable and respond to climate change. So there are a lot of low carbon options that are being included within that destination management plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I know it's tricky because as Jessica said, you're going to see the draft, the plan come forward. When is it?
The 1st of July is
1st of July. So you've got a sequencing issue here. So what you're being asked to do today is to put a provision in. So what you will do is, so the provision will go in, then you have to go through the, around what it is that you're going to want to see in that. I can say that, I'll say upfront, my understanding is, and I hope I've got this right, is that Tasman District Council, I believe, have not funded the additional 350. Jessica, I just want to confirm that. I'm trying to piece together what's been happening the last couple of days while I've been here.
Yeah, so through the chair, the Nelson City Council put in a request to Tasman District Council for an additional 300,000, also
300,
per annum. And I think the recommendation to their council was to not support that increase, and I think they have agreed for a slight increase, so $325,000 per year.
Okay, so I think one of the discussions we will be having is through this process is Jessica's run through the funding split, and so we go ahead, and this has been made as we've talked through this, we need to look at that as it comes back, and the board of NRDA will, if the funding is not there for Project Kokiri from Tasman, they will, and we fund, they will focus their efforts, they will have to look and say, just in a parity fairness issue of where is the focus going to lie. So there'll have to be a discussion around that. My understanding is that the economic drivers that are coming in Project Kokiri 2 around the knowledge, very much around the knowledge economy, the Māori economy, the green economy, the creative economy and the digital economy. And so what you're going to see it come back through 2 is going to be, in my view, much more closely aligned to our vision statement and the objectives that we've been trying to achieve. Then it'll have to be how we're going to actually align that work. So I realise that you've got to look, you're trying to make decisions today without the project in front of you, and that's not easy, which is why the request today is for the provision. So that's how that is sitting. So any questions just for me on that part? I've got a big long speaking order, I just do have to keep an eye on the next session who needs to come forward. Councillor, just a questions on that aspect. I do know that just in terms of the focus is very much on addressing those issues around lifting productivity, driving a focus on regeneration, a focus on inclusion, and a focus on a resilient economy. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wouldn't that be kind of core business for the NRDA, all of those things in the brave new world in which we find ourselves in? I really applaud all of those concepts, the green economy, the Māori economy, the regenerative economy, but what does that actually mean? Like, is there an action plan? What are what's coming? Like, I feel—
Yes, I believe so. So
that we have organisations who've come to us asking for way smaller amounts of money, have delivered action plans and goal-focused metrics, 1,000 businesses they want to have, reduce their emissions. The Climate Forum's got, an entire action plan laid out, and yet we can't find enough to fund those, and we just seem to be able to find money for things that don't have any kind of substance behind them yet in front of us.
So Councillor Simpson, I will just bring councillors back to you. We went through a process with Martin Jenkins. So Martin Jenkins came and we went through what this is going to look like. We talked through that. They brought a report that indicated the level of investment that we make as a region in economic development, and that is, it was really indicating that is on the light side. So the agency has come back. So this is a request to say, look, if you really want to focus on those things, that this is a reframing, a real opportunity. And Jessica has got a far more detail on this than I will have. What I can say is that, as an example, in terms of where is the alignment, I think the alignment is absolutely there. And one of the steering group members for Project Kokiri is Florence van Dijk, who is part of the Businesses for Climate Change and supporting this work. So I don't think there's any misalignment. I think it's sitting there. We've gone through the statement of intent process for NRDA, worked through that process, but I'm really conscious that we will, as part of Two, if we're funding and Tasman are not funding, then that will require just a refocus around, particularly around the some of our focus areas around smart economy and Māori economy, green economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that. I think, I don't doubt that there's an alignment. Like, I absolutely support the goals that the officer outlined. I think the really difficult thing comes that where there's a whole lot of other critical areas that we're not investing in. The Community Investment Fund had $100,000 taken out of it. It's never been put back.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, Councillor. I'm sorry. Look, that's something that is, I've heard that statement made multiple times, and Ms McDonald has dealt with that multiple times. In terms of the money that we put into community partnership work and investment, it is now significantly more than it was. We never had a community partnership team at that point. There were no people in this organisation working on that work. And the councillors of the day decided that the Warmer, Healthier Homes program was one that they wanted to support, so they put the 100 into that area. In the meantime, we've really built up our community partnerships team and grant money that sits there. So I'm sorry, that's I hear that, but I also know what the evidence says and what the budgets say. Jessica, do you want to come back? Look, it's very difficult for Jessica to talk to this one without the document, which is why she's asking for a provision. So I guess, thank you, Jessica. So I'll go to questions.
A couple more questions. Look, I think Project Kokore is fantastic, and I really support the intentions that you've just talked about, Madam Mayor. What I'm struggling a little bit to resolve is that when you pick up on a new project, what can you drop? And to me, it seems like if you have 13.5 FTEs and they've been doing business as usual for many years, and then suddenly they're picking up on Project Kokore and delivering in the direction we want them to deliver to, there must be some things they could be dropping in order to deliver to Project Kokore. So what could they drop so that within existing budgets, Project Kokore becomes the focus? I'd like to fund that, but I feel like if we could fund that within the 1.2 million, then that would leave us 350,000 to actually invest in businesses for climate change and the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, which have very aligned economic strategies. And I kind of feel a little bit, I think Councillor Laurie Lute used the term corporate welfare. Like, why is it that some of these organisations get such significant chunks of money and then we leave our community organisations limping along? So what could they drop?
Yeah, so through the chair, because NRDA is a council-controlled organisation, in part it is delivering on council areas of work in the same way that it's happening in other regions all around the country. And so most councils either have in-house economic development capability or they outsource it to a CCO. And also, alongside that, there are regional tourism organisations that deliver destination marketing and regional identity work as part of branding of the region. And the current situation with NRDA is that they don't have very much economic development capability. So it's been a gap in the agency's staff numbers. And so that really is what we're seeking to address here, so that we have within Nelson Tasman the same level of capability and capacity in economic development as other regions do, so that you can do some of those core economic development services, such as engaging with a range of sectors beyond the tourism sector, engaging with iwi more around economic development, and thinking about the future of work and all of those things that an economic development agency should be doing on behalf of the region. Yep, we have asked them how they would reprioritise, and we did actually ask them that in their letter of expectation, because there was no guarantee that additional funding would be available. However, one of the challenges with the agency is it plays a role for us as a region in being a conduit for central government funding. So a lot of their staff resources actually employed in delivering central government programs on behalf of us. So the Regional Business Partners Program, which is the program that engages with businesses and provides them support and mentoring, a lot of the tourism work, education to employment programs. These are all programs that the NRDA is delivering on behalf of us that's attracted millions of dollars of central government funding that we wouldn't be able to receive if we didn't have those staff within the NRDA. So when we kind of run the ruler across what could you get rid of, if we got rid of something, it would actually mean not being able to deliver on central government programs.
All right, now go to some other people on the speaking order. So Councillor Noonan is next up, and then I've got Councillor Rainey, and then, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, Councillor Rainey, and then Councillor Bowater. And Councillor Laurie's actually ahead of Councillor Bowater.
You can come back with that to me, I'm all right.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks. Just looking at projects like Project Kokiri, in terms of how they're shaped and the input from Nelson City Council, is that done solely through our statement of expectation?
So through the chair, Project Kokiri was set up this time last year, and as part of that there was a leadership team developed which has representation from the two mayors and also other central government public agencies such as the Ministry of Social Development, DOC, and some iwi representation and business representatives. And so that is actually the governance body for determining the work program and some of the direction of Project Kokiri operations, because it is such a collaboration. So it is not just the NRDA. Project Kokiri reaches further into other agencies that have, as all government agencies have responded to COVID, there has been a bit of a swell of funding and a change of direction, a change of approach that's required everybody to get together to talk about it. So it's gone beyond just economic issues.
I guess I'm asking in terms of the values that underpin the economic strategy that it develops. So is that sort of solely decided through that governance group?
So I think, so the draft economic strategy that's being developed by the NRDA for Project Kokiri at the moment is very much in response to the principles and direction that were set out in our letter of expectation.
Thanks. And then just in terms of TDC's decision not to sort of fully fund that amount, do we have any sense of how that's going to impact the sort of the deliverability of that work program?
Yes, so the NRDA have provided a range of funding scenarios and what will need to be cut if the full amount of funding isn't provided. And I think probably there will be some discussion that can happen through the statement of intent process to determine what those priorities will be. But certainly if TDC funding has not been achieved, then the response that NRDA want to provide to our letter of expectation will not be able to be achieved in full. There will need to be something dropped.
And then just in terms of reporting, I'm guessing the sort of analysis is done around sort of, cost to benefit from these projects in terms of, from our contribution, how much are we overall contributing to the local economy?
Through the chair, because there's actually not that much money available to go into projects and programs from our funding. By and large, it is going to staff resource to just do things on the ground and establish relationships and try and attract other funding. This sort of money isn't really developing big campaigns or programs of work at this point.
Thank you. So, Jessica, just in terms of how Project Kokiri has been received in terms of a program around the country, are you able to give us any kind of sense of of how that looks?
Yes, so I think Project Kokiri has certainly within the economic development community has been seen as a bit of a guiding light in terms of the way in which these things should be done. And I understand that at an upcoming Economic Development New Zealand conference that Project Kokiri and the NRDA will actually be receiving an award. It's part of it. It's just maybe considered for an award.
Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it's an award-winning collaborative process. I mean,
People shouldn't tell me anything.
there's no question it was a fantastic project. It is a fantastic project, and we are aware of that. Can you just remind me one more time, and I don't know whether I'm picking this up from you or not, but so the time frame is that we're going to put potentially we put provision in for this $350,000 a year for 3 years, and the fleshed out plan will come to us as an SOI when?
For the 1st of July.
Okay, and that will have the plan so basically fleshed out, the 3-year plan fleshed out. And as part of the options presented in that plan, will no funding be one of the options that will be covered in the SOI? Like the response to no funding will be part of that SOI?
It can be, yes. Yeah. It's not currently in the draft.
Okay, I think that would be important.
It's really something that Jessica could take back to Meg Matthews as the chair of the board to say that coming to do that presentation or as part of your report, you could talk to them about what that looks like. I understand it would require, it is a, look, councillors, the work rate that I have seen through this last year, what has been achieved has been pretty phenomenal. But you'd still get to make those decisions. If you don't make a provision today, you don't have any options to do anything from there. And what I'm signalling to you is because Tasman has decided not to put the money in, there will inevitably have to be a reframing around some conversations. For instance, if we're looking at the Science and Technology Precinct and the work that's going on there, you would have heard Meg Matthews talk, and and this is sometimes wearing multiple hats, but it actually is in her role as the chair of the NRDA that allows her to host MB and investors who have come into the region already to look at putting investment into that, and she does that work. Now, if we had an economic arm sitting here with inside Nelson City Council, of 13 people, then they would be tasked with doing all of that work. We've set up a company that operates as a CCO, and so they do that work on our behalf, and we set the direction for them through a statement of intent and statement of expectation. And that certainly does give us some, real ability to focus on the things that we think are important and the direction aligning with our vision and vision and direction. And certainly my understanding of Project Kokiri is extremely well aligned with our vision and direction. All right, so next up we have Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. So why did Tasman not support it?
I'm not sure, Jessica, I don't know if you've spoken to
Maybe
your
Jessica can
officer.
answer or someone else.
She's going to have a go. She may have had a chance to speak to her officer.
There was some content in their deliberations report that they felt there wasn't sufficient detail regarding what the funding would be spent on.
Okay. So I think that part of the challenge for us is that Project Kokiri Mark 1 sort of took off. It was at a very challenging time, but my impression is it sort of took off and kind of left a lot of us who sit around this table kind of wondering what was going on. And I've been looking at this document, which does a good job of explaining what it is that Project Kokiri achieved. But I do strongly feel that a lot of people in elected representative roles don't know. And I wonder if that might also be one of the issues with Tasman. So have you got an idea of how we're going to get our heads around this better? Because I want to keep the door open to it, but at the moment, I have to say it does still feel very vague and yeah, not detailed enough.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think something that I'm optimistic will potentially present a bit of a change is that the NRDA 2 weeks ago now has a new chief executive on board, and just as a bit of a signal of some of that change, the NRDA went out to Tasman today to present their 6-month report, and she took Fiona Wilson took out the whole senior leadership team for the NRDA so that elected members can start to get a bit more visibility and of what's happening within the organisation, who is there and what they're actually doing. And so I think that presents a bit of a potential change in communication style and approach to engaging with elected members that I think presents an opportunity to ensure that everybody is fully aware of what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Laurie, we're just putting up a change to reflect the conversation that I think is really valid, that the approval in principle, the provision of $350 per annum additional funding in years 1 to 3 of the long-term plan it's subject to delivery and adoption of Project Kokore 2, which you will get to do through the meeting that Jessica's signalling that's coming. By council, you can by Nelson City Council. Yeah,
the other way around.
Yeah, it should be the other way.
Subject to adoption.
Subject to adoption and delivery. Well, it's going to be subject to adoption.
I mean, isn't delivery to us.
Adoption. Yeah. Okay.
As in produced it, production and adoption or whatever.
Okay. We're just working on some words. We'll email them through in a second. Councillor Bowaters next up.
Sorry. Long day, obviously. We should have invited them here. We've got afternoon tea still. So it was 350, TDC was 350 as well, and they came back with, what was it, 75,000, was that right?
So the NRDA, through the chair, the NRDA requested an additional 300,000 from TDC. TDC currently fund 300,000 per year, and TDC, as far as I'm aware, I haven't seen the final minutes, but the recommendation was for 325 in total.
So sorry, I thought it was an extra 75, so they've come back with an extra 25 on top of what they've already been given. Okay, and just refresh my memory, did we not give them a little bit of extra funding? Was it around COVID? There was some extra funding that was for NRDA in the last year as well.
So we contributed a one-off payment of an extra 250 last year, and TDC contributed an additional 200,000 for the delivery of the first phase of Project Kokore.
And there was no other funding apart from? I'm just trying to get my head around what we've given in the last year already before I start considering.
That's in addition to our normal core funding of 912,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor, any other questions in relation to this one? All right, so
Just need 2 seconds tidying.
we just need to tidy up the resolution and then we need to send it through to Matt, so we just need a couple of minutes to do that. The next up is going to be, we'll just tidy that up. Next up is, please can Jo go next for the blue economy? Is she okay? It's next, and then, but that will have to be quite quick, and then I've got to get through into the development contributions process. So sorry, Parks team.
Can we do the blue economy and climate change? Is that okay?
Yes, it's a whole lot that's coming up, so just get this right. Look, as the wording's getting sorted out for that one, we're not starting yet, Jo. We're doing this first. So you're on call. Where's Jessica disappeared to? Right, Jessica, we're just going to get this tidied up. So it's just coming forward. Just make sure you're happy with that wording. It's coming through, subject to adoption by council, project Corkery 2. That looks sensible. So you're making your provision. You happy with that wording? The councillors, I know it's late in the day and we've got a lot to do, and I've been really grateful for your cooperation and collaboration all day. So just the question I'm being asked is it for implementation? It is. It is. So the question, can we just hang on a moment? Can we just hang on a moment, please? So what you're getting today is you're getting the provision, we're getting the wording there, and what we're just putting through here is that you know that decision is coming. So when you see that, you'll then have that discussion through that SOI process and the adoption of the project. Councillor Fulton, did you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, Jessica, it might be for you, but maybe the Mayor can answer. When you talk about implementation, are we actually going to see groundwork? Are we going to see the booklet turned into delivery? Because I really want us to start walking the talk instead of having great ideas. And so, and when it says implementation, are we going to see action happening in our community in terms of delivering to regenerative economic thinking?
So through the chair, the way that it was worded before in terms of for implementation of Project Corkery 2 was really that Project Corkery, the second phase, would be the next 3 years of the NRDA's statement of intent, in the same way that we sort of referred to their last statement of intent as the first phase of Project Corkery. So probably it is better if it is just referring to their statement of intent rather than Project Corkery, because it's confusing, because Project Corkery 2.0, as it has been referred to sometimes, is our economic development strategy.
Yeah.
And so that is not the full statement of intent.
So what I'm really struggling with is, why isn't this just their new business as usual? Like, why do they need additional funding to develop their economic strategy? I mean, that should be their core business. It's just that we've changed the parameters and said we want you to develop economic strategies on these parameters. So I completely support funding Project Corkery. What I have difficulty with doing is giving additional funding for doing something which I think should be their core business. That should be how they're thinking in all of their delivery now. So that's the bit where I'm like really concerned.
So through the chair, I think the challenge is that they haven't had the resource as core business to be able to deliver economic development work. Their core business over the last 4 or 5 years has been on other areas rather than the strategic economic development work, which is what this funding would then enable delivery of.
And it's very consistent with the Martin Jenkins report that we all had back and participated in, and was that actually we have, this region has been underfunding economic development, and this is really getting this aligned and making sure that it's aligned, particularly with the vision and direction that we have as a city. And I think it's for all of the region, it's, in my view, quite aligned. It's also picking up, this is starting to be the action part of the Te Taihu intergenerational strategy. So that's informed that. This is picking that up, and now it's becoming into the next stage of very actions focused. So stage one was, just with some context setting is the why did we put additional money in last time? Because we had COVID-19, I'm not sure if we would have, the impact was dramatic. And so we had, the work that they were doing was they were doing one-on-one business continuity support for over 2,000 businesses. They ran the We've Got This campaign. They did the campaign that managed to make sure that our horticultural sector actually had employees that came here to pick the fruit, and at the same time now they're doing the same for the hoki season. They did the skills workforce development program. There was a whole lot of things that we had to respond to, that if we were over in Melbourne, then that was a new piece of work that had to be picked up by their council. And so yes, there was a good crossover here, but that's how we've chosen to do it, to embark on economic development. When we look at the Callaghan Institute funding that we get in and all the other funding that comes through, that's where it gets operated from. So look, I think we've probably got we've got as much as we can get for today, and I'm going to really encourage you to support what is there. I think when you sit down with Meg and when you meet Fiona, who's going to be the new chief executive, they'll come in and they will spend their time, working through this so that you have absolute confidence in what is there. We will have the opportunity to shape this because we're going to have to do that, I think, around our long-term plan and what that looks like. So actually the timing is quite good. I think in some ways I would have liked to have had this 3 months ago, but the development process has just taken some time. So really encourage you to support it. I am a huge believer in the value of economic development and local government having a role in this. And I think what we've got now, Fiona would like to really strengthen that relationship between the NRDA and the council and really, really build that. And I think that's a very positive thing to do. So, I'd really like to get, to support them. I think they've done some great work. I think they've got the capacity to do a lot more great work. And I think the direction of travel for that relationship building that Jessica's just set out is exactly the one that I'd want to see. And I think it reflects what you said you want to see as well. So if anyone else wishes to speak to this one?
Yeah, I'm going to speak to it.
Councillor Fulton and then Councillor Rainey.
I'm going to speak in support.
Oh, no, we've moved in a second to Mayor and Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. Can I speak now?
Yes, please.
I'm going to speak in support and I'll be really brief. I do support the project. However, I think that there is room for the NRDA to be supporting Businesses for Climate Action and the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum far more. That relationship needs to be strengthened. And if the NRDA really has met with 2,000 businesses in the past year, then the opportunities, if they were working closely with the Businesses for Climate Action to deliver to sustainability and low carbon initiatives is there. And I think that when you look at that large chunk of money which is going to them, and we've got these other community groups wanting to do regenerative economic thinking as well, there's a real opportunity to work together more closely. I would like to think that maybe they can support those two businesses to get central government funding, and then maybe they could create a home for them. Who knows? But I just see that there's a synergy and an opportunity, and that would make me feel really good if Project Kukuri was supporting our community on that journey too.
Thank you, Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll support this, but kind of reluctantly. I'm looking forward to seeing what they come back with. I can absolutely assure you, if I stood up at a community and whānau meeting, a monthly community whānau meeting, and said, hey, well, we're going to extend the community assistance grants by $350,000 a year for the next 3 years. Why don't you guys get together and come back with a plan of how you think that should happen in 3 months? I know there would be some fantastic things that would come back to our table that would be all about leadership, capability building, new thinking, building capacity and providing grassroots economic development. Absolutely, completely and utterly. Now, I hate using buzzwords, but here's a buzzword. Probably Ryan taught me this one. It's pivot. I can assure you tourism is alive and well in this region. I know this for a fact because the numbers, I just find it gobsmacking how many people are travelling through the parts of the Nelson region that I frequent, and the numbers are well up. I think that the NRDA needs to pivot. So I'm going to be looking at this really closely when it comes back, because our community, our grassroots community could well do with $1 million over the next 3 years.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am also going to support this, but with some really significant reservations. I think there are people in this room who are going to be standing up at the next Climate Forum Hui and are going to have to be eyeballing a lot of people in our community who are working incredibly hard to try to drive economic regeneration, sustainable economic growth, and really meaningful climate action in our community. And what we currently have in our long-term plan is devastating, I would say, for that organisation. And yet here we have an organisation with some great ideas, great alignment, and no plan in front of us. And we are quite happy to put provision, up to $1 million basically provision in our long-term plan. Now, I support the vision that is being presented, but I think we really need to do some really significant self-reflection in the next decisions that we're making about what kind of climate action we're serious about seeing in our community. Thanks.
Thank you. Right to reply, Councillor Rika. Oh, sorry, Councillor Brand was next. Sorry, Councillor Brand. No, you are on my list. Councillor Brown, then Councillor Rika.
Thank you. I echo the reservations of the people on that side of the room. However, I'm actually going to say no, and I'm not going to support this because I feel that there is enough support around the table to bring it to the next stage. But my concern is that Nelson City Council has become the backstop to fund things when there's supposed to be some parity with TDC. And I feel that it's a no from that side of our region, and yet the benefit goes across the Nelson Tasman region. And we have heard from other groups within our community that do have evidence that they've put in front of us and documentation to say, hey, this is what we want to do. We just need some help to get off and do it. And yet we're asking to have faith on the 1st of July that this information will say, yes, of course we wanted to do this for the next 3 years and invest this sort of money on our side of the table without support, additional support from TDC. So while I do totally value the work that this achieves and really do want to see our region thrive and have that economic development, and I believe that this team that provide this service for our council can achieve that, I just feel that TDC need to come to the table and stop expecting Nelson City Council to just pick up the cheque and go with it. So therefore, on that grounds only, not on the content, I'm saying no.
Right to reply, Councillor Rika.
Thank you very much. So, look, I've heard people's concerns around the table, so I'm hoping the amendment helps allay some of those concerns, because we will get the detail before we confirm the next steps. Look, if I wear a slightly old TDC hat, they've got 17 small geographically spread towns, and so they can often have a focus not on that broader regional economic perspective, but looking at the needs of those small towns. And I think that is often reflected through in some of these decisions, and it can be hard to wear that regional hat. And if we think of the local government review taking place, it will encourage people to think in a broader regional perspective. And so I implore you to wear that broader regional hat, but I also think it's important that we can say to NRDA, actually, there's some exciting opportunities inside of Nelson that you can focus on. We've got a science and tech precinct that is going to have immense benefit for Nelson, and they can put some focus there. We have housing problems that are impacting on the ability for companies to get employees in Nelson. So we said through the statement of expectation that we wanted them to look towards housing. We also have Brook Sanctuary in our very backyard. That's an exciting tourist opportunity, and they can work with them. And if I just think of, in April, they were launched the first of its kind zero carbon travel packages. So they are innovating, they are thinking outside the square. And so I'm looking forward to Project Kokiri coming forward and seeing what they can do for the region, but also what they can do for Nelson.
I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
It's carried. Thank you. Now, Joe, I know you need to be out of here, so very quickly, Joe's going to come forward with the blue economy one, and then there's the climate change ones as well. But Joe is meant to be on her way now, so very quickly, if you could be really kind to Joe, she's going to just talk you through what's going to be coming up on the screen. You can start now, Jo, because you do know what's there. So if you want to just talk us through what you're recommending.
Okay, thank you. Through the Mayor. So Tasman Environmental Trust came to us to ask for 2 bunches of money, base operational funding and funding for a blue carbon project. The resolution that's up there that relates to Tasman Environmental Trust, which is the bottom one, suggests that we give them $10,000 per year for blue carbon research. With regard to the operating funding, we already have $10,000 in year 1, so that would mean they would get $20,000 in year 1, and then in years 2 and 3, we think we can find $10,000 for them out of our existing budgets. So if you approve that resolution, they will have $20,000 a year, 10 of which is tagged to blue carbon research. They have received $40,000 for operating costs through the Tasman District Council long-term plan. So they will have $50,000 of operating costs to keep the lights on and keep running if we do this, and that $10,000 a year for the blue carbon thing would allow them to continue to develop their plans and projects and look for opportunities in this space.
Okay, thank you, Jo. And your view is that it needs to be over 3 years to be meaningful, that you actually it needs time to develop those partnerships.
Yes, that's true. When you give an organisation a chunk of money in year 1 and tell them they have to go away and do something really fast, it can be actually really difficult to do the smart thing. Giving them money over a period of time allows the building up of plans and some strategic thinking about looking for opportunities and how to develop things.
Thank you. Now, Jo does need to go, and let's any urgent questions for her? No? Okay, then you head out that door, Jo, where you go, because Nikki can answer the other ones.
Happy to move it.
Happy to move that clause. Thank you, Councillor Rainey. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fulton. We're just doing the blue economy one at the moment. Any other questions? Approved in principle operating for $10,000 each year. Tasman Environmental Trust for the blue carbon research program. We don't need a resolution on the other funding because that's within existing budgets. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Just this clause here that's being highlighted now, just whatever we're doing. Happy with that? Yes, follow that. Approves in principle operating grant of 10K each year, years 1, 2, 3, long-term plan for Tasman Environment Trust Blue Carbon Research Project to be funded from the Climate Change Reserve.
Well, that's not going to reserve was just year 1. Does that still add up? No, does it start off with 30,000? Yeah.
It still adds up?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
I'll speak really briefly. I would have liked a whole lot more money to be in here, and I am very frustrated that we declared a climate emergency and budgets are so tight that we can't deliver on some amazing innovation. I think innovation in the blue carbon sector is key for our future.
Thank you.
I would have liked it to have been 50,000 in total.
Thank you. Councillor Brand.
Just a quick clarification. The Climate Change Reserve, there was 100,000 left in that, and it was already in the recommendation yesterday that we saw. All of that was allocated to the other clause. So
yes, through the chair. So we moved around where the climate reserve funding went because the chair of Environment and Climate thought that it was better to give to some projects than others. So you just the money works out, but you're giving this 10,000 each year. It just happens to be coming from the reserve, so there's less going in the other place, and so it's replaced in the other ones by OPEX, general OPEX.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to speak very briefly to this one. I think this is an amazing project, and I'm really heartened by the partnerships that are being built with Nature Conservancy, Coulthron Institute. I don't think I have a conflict in relation to this. I've turned my mind to this. I think it's just a good alliance that's occurring. So on that, I am happy to put the motion. All those in favour? Jo, you don't need to wait for the outcome. Off you go.
So this is the standalone resolution of $10,000 each year for years 1, 2 and 3 regarding blue carbon research funding. Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor McGurk, there's an apology. Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Edgar.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan. Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor O'Neill Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
No.
Madam Mayor.
Aye. Right, that one is carried, 10 votes for, 2 against and 1 apology. Now, next part, we're going to the climate change matters. So we've got community, well, a range of them, community compost, climate change for businesses, for climate action, and the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum. So there's some recommendations that are sitting there, and I just need to understand where the funding is coming from. So I wasn't actually expecting the other one was coming from the Climate Reserve. I hadn't noticed that. So you can talk to this one, Nikki.
Sure. So the difference is with community compost, not doing the loan, but the grant is still there. That's coming from the Climate Change Reserve. Then the amount of money going to businesses for climate action is no different to yesterday, but where the climate reserves come out, we've filled that gap with OPEX. Ratepayer OPEX. And then with the Climate Forum, it's just gone from 25,000, it's doubled to 50,000. So at the end of this, we will have used up all of the climate reserve.
Okay, all right. Speaking, questions for this one, Councillor O'Neill Stevens and Councillor Sanson.
Just in terms of that bridging loan, where is community compost going to head from here?
Through the chair, I'm not sure about that, but there was discomfort, it seemed, around the table about the loan and loaning to a private company. So we're still supporting them with that grant. I think we will help them by trying to talk to Ministry for the Environment and see if they can be flexible a bit with the timing, which was the problem.
And then, sorry, that grant was also to support the development of Bertha 2. Should they not be able to get a bridging loan and therefore not be able to proceed with the development of that? What happens to our grant?
So you see we made it a provision, so it would only go to them if we were sure that the project can proceed.
That we're provision.
Sorry.
Approves in principle support through
yes, I'm sorry, that should have a provision of 5. Yes.
Yep, provision of a grant of 32. So it's a provision. Apologies, team. For the reason Councillor O'Neill Stevens is identifying. Yeah. No, up the top.
Number 5.
Oh. I think it goes.
Provision for a grant.
Through.
Has anyone got a page number?
Yes, I can give you a page number. Sorry, it's through a provision for a grant. Just there's an N there. So it's okay. It's just a small thing, EJ. Just above, go up the next line, Robin. Oh, delete the N. So I know it's getting late, so we're just going to have to call it quits in a minute. Okay. All right, so that's where we're at. So on that one, so Councillor Sanson's next up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if any of the officers have updated either Businesses for Climate Action or Nelson Tasman Climate Forum on the proposed level of funding, and if there is any feedback from either organisation?
Through the chair, no, we prefer to let the discussion happen before we talk to the recipients, because you can raise expectations and hopes. However, I know that the Climate Forum is aware of what's in there and have been following the debate. I'm not sure about BCA.
And has there been any feedback or any, yeah, I mean, I guess has anything been communicated around what the implications are for either organisation?
No, just the Climate Forum had said if we could let them know as soon as there was an outcome, because they're keen to plan their year.
Okay, and then just one other question is that I think I'd put up an amendment or a recommendation yesterday to consider 100,000 per annum for 3 years. And I'm just like, that's no longer there. I'm just, is that not supported?
You're welcome to make an amendment, but it wasn't actually on the, it was a suggestion. There were a couple of suggestions.
Sorry, it was a suggestion. I was told by the officers that this is as high as they can go. I support the 100,000, and having just done the previous debate, I'm like, but this is where we are with our existing budgets.
And so what you're going to end up doing is going through a series of things with provisions with external organisations where things will come back to you over the next few weeks. You sign them out. And for instance, if you have decided, I don't want to proceed with that one, what you know is that you then got, but the reality is that there's no way we can ever fund all the things that are asked. But you can move an amendment when we get to it. But I prefer to deal with community compost first and then come to the next ones, if that's okay.
Thanks.
So any other questions on community compost? Councillor Brand.
Thank you. So just for clarification, because it's on a provision that they sort out the other stuff, so if they weren't successful, then that remain allocated money from the Climate Change Reserve would then be reallocated back into 16?
So no, through the chair, there would just be a small amount remaining in the climate reserve for you to allocate another time.
And you would be advised that that hadn't happened and you may choose to reallocate it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any other questions? And I just want to say we have to finish development contributions by 7 o'clock, so we're motoring now.
Are any of these things through a contract so that we know what we're getting for the funds that we're getting?
Through the chair, yes, we would have an agreement of some sort for all of these, which sets out very clearly what the deliverables are, the reporting, the accountability.
Great, thank you.
All right, no further questions, then I'm going to...
Just thank you for stipulating where they came from. I think it's really important.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to this? Has it been moved and seconded? Oh, someone care to move?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton, Councillor Courtney, thank you. Anyone wish to speak to this one? No, in that case.
Just to say that this is something that we want to see succeed. And I think it's a small gesture, quite frankly, and a fantastic initiative. When the guy presented himself, it was just so interesting to hear his vision and where he wanted to take it. And it just is excellent to see the lead being taken up by the community, because this is what we're expecting to happen, and we're seeing it happen with this.
I'm going to put it, I'd rather just get on with this now. I'm going to put it, all those in favour. Aye, against, carried. Oh, no, there's not one no, I've got the no. Right, next one is the provisions for the businesses for climate action for operational funding. So we'll take that one. Anyone wish to, you happy to move that one? Seconded by Councillor Courtney. I'm reasonably comfortable with this one. I know it's not able to speak in support. I know it's not everything that was being asked for, but I genuinely will be working to try and get some additional sponsorship. I know that the focus on climate changes and communities for climate action is strongly supported by the NRDA as well, and the action process through there. So I think that's really want to do everything we can to support them. But that at this stage is the most that I can sort of support putting in. Councillor Edgar.
Just got a question for whoever would like to answer it out of the staff. So for the businesses for climate action, they've already sort of got set targets and goals. So for the climate forum, are we going to sort of have any targets, goals or deliverables that we aim to seek from this? Because for a start, they need to be as much as they can Nelson focused, although, we want benefits across the region, but yeah, out of the targets, we want to make sure that they're maximising what we need. So will there be an agreement drawn up? Yes, absolutely.
Other questions? I think someone's speaking to this. Any questions speaking to it? Councillor Brand.
I just want to speak to it because before all the amendment or changes were put into there, I could support it, but I had complete faith, and in those people that have put all the work in and the volunteer hours and stuff that they've done. However, my concern comes from more about setting precedents around the direction of what Nelson City Council Fund is and how it goes around that way. So I completely agree this aligns with the vision and the aspirations of the council when it comes to climate change, but based on the changes that have been included in there, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this one? In that case, I'm ready to put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Aye. It's carried on the voices. Now, the next one is the Climate Forum. And so we've done the one underneath. The next one is for the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum. So there is approved in principle a provision of $50,000 per annum for years 1 to 3, which is being the total of the annual $50,000 funding allocation for community climate projects in 3 years. Someone care to move that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Courtney. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Edgar. All right, thank you. Okay, so
amendment.
There's an amendment for 100. Do I have a seconder? I'll second. Thank you. It's going to be it. Question for staff then. Question for staff.
I'm just wondering if any staff, if there's been any capacity to tally our debt and our rates increases, because we have made a number of increases throughout. Is that something we've sort of done? If we could just do the rates one for the moment, that would be helpful. Yeah. You've been anyone keeping track of that? What we've added in for OPEX for year 1?
So through the chair, no, I haven't got that available. But it, as I said before, it goes on debt. And if you want, yeah, so.
Well, no, I'm sorry, Nikki, it doesn't go on debt. I think this is the fundamental that it doesn't. That's a decision for councillors whether it goes to rates rises that go above the cap or it's going to go on debt.
Well, it's well above the cap.
It's well above the cap now, it's well above 6.2.
Yeah, absolutely. It was always.
No, I think when we started the process at the beginning of this was 5.7. You had it at 5.7 with the package that you brought to us, all right? And you've got the reserves at the back end of it. With those, what I'm trying to know is what's changed, what's it looking like since we started. That's what I'm trying to work out.
I haven't got that on me. Laura's gone home. I'll have to.
No, okay, so that's where we get to the in principle. That's why they're being in principle. Okay, right. My sense is that will have you. My sense is that will be well over. Okay, all right. Okay, and therefore you'd have to.
I have got an idea of how we can save some money though, and we haven't got to it yet. So.
Righty-ho.
I've got a saving lined up.
All right, okay, so speaking to anyone wish to, I think we're fairly clear on we've had this conversation pretty well through, so it's either 100 is what is there and may not get through at 50 either. So, all right, so we start with the amendment. I'll put the amendment, which will be to fund 100,000 per annum for years 1, 2, 3. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Those against?
No.
No. Okay, I need a show of hands. Those in favour of $100,000? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. Lost. 7. Not 7. 7. Sorry, 7. So that's so that is back to 50. It was worth a go. Absolutely worth a go. At 7. Now we're going to 50.
Yeah.
So now same thing, I'll put it at 50. All those in favour at 50? Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
I think that was
carried.
Carried. That was carried.
Only 2
Everyone's happy that was carried?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, that one's carried. All right, now we're going to go to the development contributions process. I think we've done all of those ones.
I just have to make apologies. My son's assistant stage manager in the show, and I've got tickets, so it's the only night I can go.
That's fine, Councillor.
Really sorry.
Councillor, we do need. I'm going to make a call after development contributions if we do any more. Okay, so I'm going to have to call. What I do need to ask before you go is who is available to come back tomorrow.
In the morning, anytime.
I'll take what I can get. So
Me.
you could come back tomorrow, Councillor Laurie, thank you. You want to keep going? Preferences to keep going? Yes. Okay, preferences to keep going. Right, okay, that's what we're going to do for now. Okay, Councillor, next up is development contributions. Invite the officers to come forward. Yes, yes, we will. If somebody can do the pages, because that's something I'm not very good at. Okay. Okay, someone you can be responsible for pages. Andrew, that will be a good job for you. Okay, Andrew, you are now tasked with when I say we're going to move to an item, you're going to know what page it's on. Is that all right? Okay. So we're on the development contributions, which is apparently on page 102. Okay, right. Welcome. I don't think we need to introduce the report unless there's any corrections or additions that you wish to make. There are none. Right, we're going straight to questions. Councillor Eager.
Hi, just I've got a statement, a question, and then I'm happy to move all 18 resolutions as is. So the question is, a lot of the submitters, and in your report, you've sort of, I guess, corrected their understanding of things. So if we look at the reduction of reserves development contributions for intensification areas, if we look at the map, whatever it was called, the urban boundary, alignment, a lot of that was because of misunderstanding, and you've corrected it really well in the report. I'm just wondering if on reflection you feel there's any wording changes required in the DC policy.
That's an interesting question. I have been through it since you helpfully emailed your question through. The policy is significantly simpler, the wording, than in the previous policy, and we've spent a lot of time trying to refine that and get it down to as simple as we can without starting to lose some of the meaning. And I sort of feel like we've gone as far as we can, and if we start going trying to simplify it any further, we're actually going to increase the complexity of it because we're going to have to start adding in additional detail.
And just my statement per se, or I could try and phrase it as a word question, but you talked about state integrated schools and land being privately owned, but then you move on to Nelson Christian Academy, and that's not privately owned, it's owned by a trust. So are the other ones owned by trust, because the trust is not private ownership?
Yes, I suppose I suppose we've used the wrong terminology there, in that they're not owned by it's not publicly owned, if you like, not owned by the state, as in a state school.
Right, but similarly not private. Okay, cool, thank you. And as I said, happy to move all of them.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Noonan.
Just an example of a situation which I don't know how we're going to get around, but I might as well use the one at hand. With the mailroom, when we did the building, we got a bill for almost $10,000, which was actually unexpected for development contributions. And I don't think anybody anticipated that we would get an invoice of that magnitude. And how can we help organisations that are trying to help people like the homeless when it's not an overnight accommodation, it's a day situation, and I'm just wondering how we could have avoided that.
So through the Mayor, I think as a result of the mailroom raising that they had no idea that they were going to attract a development contribution charge as part of their building consent. There has been changes to the website to make it clearer that any development that creates that has an increase or a demand for growth attracts a development contribution.
How can it be a development for growth? Maybe
So
In a nutshell.
they did a building extension, which involved new plumbing fittings and our policy for activities that aren't residential, so that if it's not a new household, we have proxies. So all commercial development and industrial development and non-residential development has a proxy based on the number of toilets or the number of pans in the policy, and that's how they end up having a wastewater charge. There's also proxies for transport, and they wouldn't have had a stormwater increase, but for the other infrastructure development contributions. It's not just about, we collect DCs for all growth, not just new dwellings.
Right, $7,000 a toilet, is it?
No, so that was a combination of all the infrastructure development contributions that that extension triggered. It wasn't just for wastewater.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Lisa? All right, in that case, it's been moved. The suite has been moved. They come as one. I don't think they need to be taken separately. No, it's been moved. I need someone to second it. Councillor Rainey's happy to second. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Edgar has moved. Councillor Rainey has seconded. Is there any debate? Thank you very much. I will put them up.
We used to have the ability to appeal. Is that still there?
Yes, there is a process that hasn't changed, and you'll see in the past that reports have come to council around development contributions. So there are stages at officer level around exemptions. They're quite restrictive, and then if they don't apply, the only option is for a policy to step outside the policy, and council has to make that decision. At least I've got that correct, haven't I?
Okay, yeah. So council is still the last bastion. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I thought I was thinking taking that piece off, so we didn't.
No. Okay. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against, carried. All right, now.
Madam Mayor, just conscious about two hard-working staff here having a chance to stretch their legs. We are able to get up and down at will.
Yes, I think probably a break would be useful.
Do they need a break?
Yes, a break.
Even if they need a stretch.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. I think we'll just take a quick 10-minute stretch, and then we're going to keep going to see if we can get a few more of these done. Okay, because it's councillors just have to recognise if they're not here for the vote, they'll move their way through. So, Councillor Laurie, you can stay with us for a bit, can you? Thank you very much. It's great. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's adequate. Okay. I don't think we will be coming in tomorrow. I think we're going to try and get it done tonight. So thank you. Okay, I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, we're back on live streaming. Council, we're back on live streaming, so I'll just ask you to take your seats again. And we're going to continue with some of our matters tonight. So we'll now go to look, we did have, I'm just going to ask a quick question. We did have a discussion about, so I do need councillors just to, even if you're at the coffee station, just to be really paying attention, because I can't afford to be stopping and pausing at this stage. So Councillor Brandon, Councillor Fulton, can you hear what I'm saying? You need to be listening to everything I'm saying at this point, because we need to keep an engaged quorum. I don't mind if you're over there, that's fine, just as long as you're listening. So we did have earlier on a signal, but it never came to be a motion around the Brookline Marama operating grant money, and that hasn't come, that isn't here. So if there was a mood in the room at the moment to want to address that, then somebody would need to bring it forward. Okay, I'm not hearing that, so in that case, I'm going to move with what's in the report. So we'll continue with the matters that are still in the report. We're going to now go to the, we're onto the mountain bike trails now, and they that's clause 27 at the start, and it is on page
78.
78, thank you, Andrew.
Resolutions on 80.
Okay, here we go. Hello, Paul. How are you? Thank you. Good to see you. All right, so you're going to, I think it's reasonably self-explanatory. Is there any corrections that you want to make? We're on page 78, mountain bike trails, and it goes over 79, and then the recommendation is on page 80. This is the carry forward.
Yes, there is a change, a recommended change. We've met with the Mountain Bike Club before and after the submission process, and during the meetings after the hearings, we had a really good discussion, and we fleshed out their submission a bit more, which wasn't particularly clear to me at the start. And it turns out really what the Mountain Bike Club were asking for was funding for trails on Kawata land, additional funding for trails on Kawata land, and that would have to be an OPEX grant, and that's not funding that had been included in the grant in the draft. So I haven't recommended including that. What I've recommended is a combination of what the club has requested and what we could manage essentially. So I've tabled a document which is it's a reconfiguration of the draft budgets. There's no increase, and so what it does is it increases the frequency of the trail build years, and from every 3 years to every 2. And it puts a little bit more capital up front, but not in year 1. It just puts it into year 2 and in year 3. Actually, it takes out a year 2 because it moves into year 3, I think, and moves more into renewals. So it is a bit confusing to explain, but there's no increase in the overall 10-year capital budget. And the primary reason for this is around the out and about strategy, which we've been working on for about 10 years, about a year, and that's targeted towards lower grade trails rather than expert grade trails.
All right, thank you, Paul. I'm just going to go to Andrew. Andrew, have you reviewed what we've got here?
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a proposal to put more into year 1, but I think Paul's had a good conversation with the Mountain Bike Club. Mountain Bike Club's pretty happy with where we're going with this. So really it's just a redistribution of the same budget across all years. There's no increase or no decrease to the net budget across all 10 years.
All right, so it's neutral. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Rika.
Just looking at the numbers in year 1 though, so and it doesn't state here, it still requires the carry forward though, doesn't it?
That's correct, through the Mayor. The year 1 budget includes that 37k carry forward, which was in the original recommendation.
Yeah,
that funding is for renewal. It's actually for kind of renewal work that was part of the club's contract on trails like Crazy Horse and Furball.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering by process whether we do then need to note that this does include the $37,000 carry forward, because normally all carry forwards need to be specifically mentioned, and this just talks about reallocation of budgets within the 10-year plan of 2021 to 31, and it doesn't mention the 2020-21 financial year. And so if we want to carry forward from there and then reallocate, then I think we still need to actually include the carry forwards resolution.
And that's what Andrew thinks about that.
I think I understand the point that there is a resolution here around the $37,000 carry forward, which is already existing in the report.
Yes, so you'd like us to, we continue with approving the carry forward of 37,000. Maybe we just do you want to just say the carry to increase?
Well, I think we could just do the carry forward and then sort of leave it at that, and then
approves the reallocation.
Yeah.
I think that would be the best thing to do.
Yeah.
So we'll delete the words after 37,000 and just say, and approves the reallocation.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, can I just do one more?
Just let EJ, Robin, EJ, I'm never sure who's got this task. And
yeah.
Okay, another question, Councillor Ugo.
Thank you. And I was just wondering, does this have any operational budgetary impacts, because for staff to work on these different areas, you know, because there's the up-down reallocations, is there any operational impact budget-wise, I guess?
Through the Mayor, no. We've already, through the draft, increased our operational budget to, and this isn't an increase in capital build funding, so no.
Any other questions? Councillor Fulton?
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, we've just had quite a long couple of hours with really constrained budgets. Is there any way, I mean, mountain biking to me has had some exceptional funding over the years. Is there any way we could be beginning to cut back on some of our funding to allow them to realise their asset and enjoy their asset? But actually, I know that we want to do beginners levels, but some of it seems like it's getting to luxury, sort of 5-star rated tracks and trails. And I kind of feel like at what point do we say mountain biking could start to self-fund itself a little bit more as well?
Through the comment I'll make is that this is a cutback from the 2018 LTP, so there is less in. The Mountain Bike Club would still like more, so this is less than what they've submitted asking for. And then it's just a question of priorities for the council. I mean, this is a budget that I think is realistic for a region like Nelson, which has a really big mountain bike following in a climate of a tight budget. So
Okay,
there could always be more, but I think that this is a good balance.
What's the total spend on mountain biking over the next 10 years?
Through the Mayor, it would take a bit of calculating, because there's the capital, which is around 700,000 over the 10 years, and there's a renewals budget we've included, and there's operations. There's also funding towards Kawata Limited to access their land. So, like, I don't have a figure off the top of my head for it, but it's yeah, I can't have a figure, but it's probably a couple of million over 10 years.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I think you've given us your recommendation of what, so you've met with the club. Between you, this is supported for what is here. Yes, you said we've got lots of requests where people are asking for more than we're able to provide, but this gives a good level of service and looks after the renewals over the 10-year period. So yes, you know, as an officer, you're looking at this going, this looks like a sound program.
As an officer, I think it's a sound program. I do need to say that the Mountain Bike Club would like more, but this would be my recommendation.
Okay. All right, and I do understand that we just don't have capacity for more on lots of things at the moment. All right, okay, so somebody's moving and seconding. We've done that part, have we? No, we need a move by Councillor Skinner, seconded by Councillor Brand. Any debate? No, in that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
I'll debate.
I'll debate. Okay, sorry, Matt, I should have come to you.
Okay. Thanks to the council officers who've worked on this, and also thanks to the club who presented. Mountain biking is one of the things that is really working in Nelson Whakatū, And as we've heard from Paul, you know, they wanted more. This is what he's comfortable with us providing at this stage. I can support that. But as we heard from the club during the hearings, we're just scratching the surface of what's possible for Nelson Whakatū. And it will be fantastic to see us continue to progress. This is going to keep us progressing. So I think we need to support it.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? No, that's carried. Okay, excellent. Next up, we've got the Enduro World Series. Now that starts on page 80, 81 and 82 are where the recommendations are. Invite Mr. Chugutha to come to the meeting. Welcome, Mark. Are there any updates from what's in the report that we need to be aware of?
Yes, I do need to make a correction. I've just been going through the 2018 LTP, 2019 annual plan and the 2020 annual plan, and the funding is quite confusing. What I've put in 13.16 is that there was a grant of 20,000. But that grant was actually 50,000 and the underwriting was 150,000. And I've just been sort of looking at last year's council minutes, and that sort of confirms the what that structure of, the 2019 minutes, and that's what that actually confirms.
Right, so that was 13.16. That's 50,000 was a grant and underwriting of 150,000 in 2019. Is that correct? Was that the
that's what was agreed in 2019.
Was that the 2019-20 or is that the 2018?
1920.
1920 annual plan. Okay, thank you. Does that influence what you've got elsewhere then?
No, it doesn't.
All right. Okay.
Apologies for that.
It's okay. All right, so questions, no further commentary or questions?
Yeah.
Sorry, updates from Mark. Questions from Councillor Edgar, Councillor Noonan and Councillor Fulton.
Thank you. So you talk about it being a reduced event. So have they reduced their budget to align with the reduced event size?
Through the Mayor, they are in the process of doing that. They provided to the NRDA a revised budget last week, and they're meeting with the NRDA next week to go through that. They actually meet with the NRDA on a monthly basis.
And just in relation to where they feel that they'd have reduced fundraising, funding capability, it's been quite interesting that, you know, some of that actually hasn't panned out like people thought. I would have thought so myself, but it hasn't necessarily panned out that way. So have they had conversation with gaming machine societies, for example? Have they had conversations with RATA to be able to know whether there is the thought that some of these may fund less than they would expect?
Through the Mayor, they're in the process of doing that. They have in their budgets a sum of money to come through, that the budgeting to come through from the pub charities. The main difficulties that they've had in fundraising relate to, they were planning on applying to a central government fund for funding. Their criteria for that funding has now changed. And there's also difficulties with obtaining sponsorship, both locally and also from international companies.
Thank you. And so just, and you may not have written this part, but under 12.18, there's an officer recommendation that the submitter could apply to the Nelson Events Fund for the annual Edible Garden Design Festival. Is that the same fund as this one?
Through the Mayor, the assessment hasn't been completed on that. They need to receive an application, but there has been discussions between the organisers of the Edible Garden
Garden Festival and the NRDA, and they're going to have some further discussions. They're also going to put them in contact with a local event organiser to sort of build up some information. One of the matters mentioned by the NRDA when I discussed this festival with them was that the NRDA thought that some of the infrastructure needed to be in place, such as the planting along the Maitai or whatever the needs are, to make the festival successful. They thought that work needed to be undertaken and in place before a festival could be held.
And so if the resolutions went through, would there be any money left in the event fund? Because I'm sort of noting that it would end up in overdraft. So then we wouldn't have any money until when to support any other event?
If council supports the request for the additional 50,000 and approves the overdraft, there would be about $20,000 or $30,000 available next year for any other event that met the criteria.
How much is on the time?
Thank you. And sorry, my final question, is there any other event that we have, I'm going to put two together, is there any other event that we have funded to this extent, and has there been economic analysis on what this event is meant to bring back into the region, especially taking into account the sort of the scale down?
Through the Mayor, there was a bill report several years ago when this first came up, so that was through Bill, and they talked about sort of an economic contribution of about 3.1 million. With the scaled down event, it may be appropriate to have that report reviewed, to ascertain, and a lower level of with what the level of economic contribution would be. The size of this contribution, or the size of the contribution from council for this event is definitely at the higher end. This is elected members will be aware of council's contribution. Just events such as the All Blacks coming here. Those are. That was a significant event. This funding is up there with that type of contribution.
Thank you. No, just look at the other speakers. How much was the All Black contribution?
Was it 150 or was it more? Sorry.
To the one-off All Black game?
Yeah, that was directly through, the council's internal event team.
All right, I just
to be the Rugby World
some
Cup
comparators in terms of what this is. All right, next up I had Councillor Noonan, I think, and then Councillor Fulton, and then Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. And on page 80 at 13.16, it says that they've already drawn down 50,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's on the initial approval by council.
So what did they do with that 50,000?
That's been putting in some of the infrastructure and also paying for an organiser or coordinator. There's quite a lot of negotiations which are, required with the international body.
So when is this going to be held?
April next year.
And we don't know for sure whether, well, we're up to, I guess nobody knows. At 13.25, it says that we're going to be overdrawn by 38,000 by next year if they take 50, but you brought some different figures in just before. So what difference is that going to be?
Through the Mayor, I receive updates quite frequently from the NRDA, and what the balance will be of the account is actually sort of dependent on, the mix of events which are sort of scheduled and when their funding is going to be drawn down.
So are we going to ever have a credit?
Through the Mayor, if council did not approve the 50,000, it would be in credit at the end of June this year and would be still forecast to be in credit at the end of the following year. When the original overdraft was approved for the mountain biking event, that was for the 150,000 off the underwriting, and it was going to take 2 years before it came back into a credit balance. So if the event had been held as scheduled this year, they would be well on the way of, the fund would be well on the way to be coming back into credit.
So if it had been held this year, we wouldn't be having to do a grant, would we? Because this was underwritten. We weren't intending to pay this money. This was just a backup.
Yeah, through the Mayor.
So I guess why are we turning it into a grant?
Through the Mayor. So the budgets that have been provided to us show that they still have several $100,000 to raise. So it's now very likely that funding, that underwriting from council will be required.
Did we have somebody check the viability of this event?
Through the Mayor, yes, when it was originally scheduled, and as I mentioned, the NRDA meet monthly with the Mountain Biking Club to work through the budgets and their progress towards getting the contracts in place and the infrastructure in place for this. I would add, there are risks associated with events, and particularly with COVID-19.
That's Councillor Fulton. Councillor Laurie.
So just to clarify, this event was an event we planned and supported pre-COVID.
That is correct.
Yeah. So the funding opportunities that they had before COVID happened were probably quite significant. And I note in 13.18, it says central government funding by the Major Events Fund, which is now on hold until 2023. So I presume that fund went on hold because of COVID.
Through the Mayor, that's correct. Central government priorities have changed.
And I also imagine that the opportunities of an Enduro World Series pre-COVID in terms of people coming to the country were much more significant than they are now. I guess I'm wondering, whilst this seemed like a great idea before COVID, why we're continuing on. It was an underwriting rather than a grant, which is completely different, because an underwriting is just supporting them in their intention to begin to deliver when we think that they're going to get a whole lot of external funding. And it was for a fairly significant event, whereas we don't actually know what will happen next April. I very much doubt that the world will be easily travelable. It'll be easy to travel even next year. So I'm really struggling with all our tight budgets, to see how we can grant fund $250,000 to it, what should have been a world standard event pre-COVID, but will look very different next year. And had I known it was going to be a grant pre-COVID, I probably would have been concerned.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, if we chose to not proceed with that suite of recommendations, what money would we need to, how much grant money have we given to them already? Like, what have we lost? If we were going to cut our losses now at this point in time, what is it? Just 50,000? Gail's.
Through the Mayor, yes, it would be the 50,000, and if the additional, there is a process for the NRDA to go through with the organisers, the Nelson Mountain Biking Club, to determine whether or not it is viable. And as I said, they have those meetings on a monthly basis.
Okay, so if we were going to cut our losses now, it'd be 50,000 that we had supported it through an existing grant, and then we wouldn't have to provide any further funding.
That is correct. And through the Mayor, I will add that some of the information that the Mountain Biking Club made as part of their submission to Council is that, so putting forward their point of view, that there would still be a large international following, because there are limited events of this nature at the moment, and that's likely to still be the case next year.
they anticipate quite a large online presence and following of this, and the mountain biking events are a part of council moving towards, having Nelson recognised as a mountain biking destination, and that's why the NRDA is still supporting this event.
So recognised as an international mountain biking destination or a national mountain biking destination?
Both.
Okay. I guess pre-COVID, we didn't have Project Kukuri on the horizon. We didn't have to fund that. So I really think that COVID marked a point in time when we started to think about the world differently. I'm not entirely sure that I can support.
So you're in debate.
I'm probably in debate now.
Right, so
well, if I wasn't going to support that, what words would we need to change our course in order to cut our losses, I guess is my question. If I wasn't going to support the words up there.
Through the Mayor,
another recommendation.
What I would suggest is that you would ask for a report to come back to you with more information.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Mark, what other events are in the pipeline that are comparable to this?
Through the Mayor, the other event that Council has put funding in a budget for is the Crankworks event, which is also in the process of being negotiated. So that's would be a series of 3 events, Nelson, Christchurch and Queenstown. We're also looking at their budgets and their proposals because they also have significant fundraising issues to work through.
Thanks. Through the chair, I don't just mean with regards to mountain biking, I mean in general.
Through the Mayor, there's nothing of this level of funding in the event development fund proposed. The next largest one is probably the Adam Chamber Festival, which is $39,000. You may recall that was sort of scaled down this year. They are working towards a full event next year, but of course they're also well aware that that may need to change as well.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, I'm not just talking about events that, in terms of the scale of funding that we're being asked to put into them, just in terms of events that Nelson has to look forward to over the next 12 months, 18 months. If we don't have this one, if we don't have this event, what else will we have that is coming to Nelson that will be comparable?
I'm not aware of any other sort of major sporting events.
I don't think we're talking sporting events. We're just trying to understand the events calendar coming up over the next, over the next 12 months. Presumably we've got Bay Dreams coming back. Do you have any sense of what that looks like? Do we have opera in the park? What have we got coming up?
Yeah.
There's some discussion about rugby league at Trafalgar Park. Where are we at?
Sorry, my apologies. I'm not involved with that sort of things. There's beach volleyball, but most of the events, through the economic fund are, reasonably sort of lower scale. Attracting, 200-300 people. If you're talking the major events, I think you've sort of, highlighted those. There's various events that come to the Theatre Royal, and as you say, Bay Dreams. Yeah.
Through the chair, I tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about 660 packing out Western Springs and becoming the biggest live band in the world because there's nothing else going on. And I'm just wondering whether this is potentially our 660. Do you follow my thoughts there, Mark? Like, I understand why people are concerned about the investment, given the challenges, but in an environment where there's not much happening, is it possible that this event could actually get us, if it happens under these circumstances, more profile, more attention, more buzz than if it was happening pre-COVID?
Through the Mayor, yes, the NRDA has said, there is definitely a lack of events internationally that people can attend or even watch, online. So it would be, they are anticipating that it would have a very large online presence. But you wouldn't necessarily receive the followers of mountain biking, of course, coming from overseas.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, what I'm reading the room here, Councillor Laurie, and I can see some pretty big concerns about the way this matter is coming to us. I think what I'm hearing, and I just want to really clarify this, Mark, at the moment, based on the budgets you have seen, what is the financial exposure for Nelson City Council in terms of what's been spent? And what I'm concerned about is maybe the mountain bike club has spent, anticipating collecting some more money from the events fund because they've already spent it. Are you absolutely sure that the most that's been spent, the most that we are looking at the moment as part of that underwrite is $50,000?
Yes, they can't expect, if they have spent more money than what we have allocated, then they would have gone outside the agreement with council.
So we had approved them spending $50,000, had we, through the events fund?
Yes, that's right.
We have, so we've already given approval for that.
Yes.
Okay, so what I am really conscious of here is that this sounds, from what you're writing in here, that you've seen their accounts, there's some consideration, there's some concern that they're not going to be able to get the sponsorship that they were seeking, that the underwriting is turning into a grant, which is quite a different process than what we were looking at. And I really do think that the elected members, my view on this is, I do not think this is a situation where you have the concept of cut your losses. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that approach. I think you go, we've invested in this event, we need to understand where the event has got to, and you need to make a far better informed decision than what you can do today with what you've got in front of you. So we've just got some words that we've got going across to the screen. I'll take some other questions in the meantime, but I really do think you're going to need, I think you're really going to need a report to come back around this, in fairness to the Mountain Bike Club and NRDA, and really understand. You haven't got the economic analysis in front of us today. We haven't got the understanding of why the sponsorship is difficult, where that's been explored. These are one of these things where, I just feel like you're being asked to make a decision without sufficient information. Now, that may mean that you end up, councils deciding to back this, and you'll put in some unbudgeted funding. That might be how that's going to roll, but let's just have a look at what's coming up. Here we go. Councillor, I'll just go to Councillor Eager.
So I think it is, as the Mayor said, a little too early to sort of cut our losses. And so I just felt it was important, and as was highlighted by Mark Tregurtha, is that they're still working through the budget process. So I'd be really happy for them to still do that with the NRDA, but I think it needs to be done based on our original agreement with them, which is the grant. Okay, we've acknowledged, we've given that to them, and then if they can work up the budget, based on that original agreement, because based on a scaled down event, they may still be able to do it. As the Mayor said, they may need to come back to us, and the review might actually show, actually they can get a bit more, this is how we could make it work. But I think we need to keep the event live, but I don't think we have the data, and I don't think they've done their homework or analysis for us to be able to increase our contribution at this stage.
So I would agree with that view, and I do want to keep the event live. And so you're happy to move what's there, and I'm happy to second what's there. I want to keep this alive. These are some of the circumstances that happen where councils may have to do unbudgeted funding, but we've just got to have enough to look at this. Councillor Brands, next up.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just to clarify, I agree that we do think we should keep this floating. I'm not at a cut and run point myself either. I just want to get really clear. When we as a council agree to underwrite something, we are saying that we are prepared to take the risk at that time to provide that money to come forward as actual money instead of just underwriting. So we have said we've looked at the project, with, regardless of what it is, I'm not even talking just about this, I'm talking about in any situation when we as a council have voted and agreed to underwrite something to a value, that we are accepting the risk that that could potentially turn into real money. So I sort of feel like as a council, we made that decision. COVID happened, situations changed. The party that came into negotiation with council are saying, yep, you took that risk. We're saying we may need to access that. So I accept that because that's what we agreed at the time. And if we didn't understand what we were voting for, then maybe we as councillors need to take responsibility for that more on our own self. Knowledge and understanding.
Brian, I'm actually just going to pull you up on that. I think that's actually unfair of saying councillors don't understand. Underwriting is a very different scenario to grant funding from the beginning.
I'll withdraw that comment.
Okay.
But I just feel that we can't go into things naively and then when we get called on it to sort of turn around and say, oh no. So I just sort of feel the environment that we're in is a different environment to where we made that decision. So I do agree with what Councillor Edgar and yourself have put forward about keeping it alive. So because they are investigating and reviewing their budgets with NRDA, but I sort of feel that it's hard to look to increase that level when the current climate that we're in and we're having to make some very tough decisions in this annual plan because of the constraints that we're under.
Thank you. We're kind of debating, so are there any other questions? I just wanted just a question about, sorry to the mover, just in terms of council, do you want to report back on deliberately based on council just underwriting or the grant as well?
Yeah, so based on the two together.
Yeah, but okay,
yeah.
Based on
yeah. So I was just trying to highlight that the council, based on the original agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, rather than a change. So I'm happy for the wording to reflect that. So underwriting of $200K and $50,000 grant.
Well, that's actually, I think at the moment it's 150 underwrite and 50 grant.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, sorry, that got changed. Yeah. Apologies. Yes, that got changed.
So would you prefer the words based on the original agreement at this stage?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Sorry, I was just amending the current resolutions, which said 200.
Right. So I guess what I'm looking for is something probably a little bit different to that, based on the original agreement and also what has been requested. So I want to understand the two scenarios of what's the other alternative scenario, which is...
and potential shortfalls. Yeah. I don't know.
I'll just come up with a word to review the event budget and report back to council on deliverability based on the original agreement and also the alternative of what is essentially 200,000 grant funding.
Sorry, what was it we started with?
Deliverability.
Okay. Yeah. See, I guess I'm assuming they'll say if they can't deliver it and what they...
Another question, Councillor Fulton.
Okay, just reading 13.18, I presume it's supposed to say here the club has accordingly requested an additional 50,000 to be added to the 150,000 underwrite in order to deliver the event. So that's 150 there, just to clarify. The point in that paragraph in 13.18, which is what I heard, and that's why I said cut your losses, is that it says quite clearly, however, as other funds will be difficult to source, it is almost certain that the underwrite will need to be called upon, which is why I presumed you ended up with words saying turn the underwrite into a grant. Now, I mean, I understand that we could get another report, but I feel like the words are in this report, and it's quite thorough, it's quite clear that if we want to carry on, it's highly likely that we will be grant funding the event up to the order of $250,000. So I feel like the decision today that you're making is, do you want to fund this event of $250,000 versus what was $50,000 plus underwriting and supporting the event to happen? I guess underwriting to me is a bit like loaning the money and then they pay it back, or supporting them, and if they can't recover their costs, then they know that they have some cost recovery at the end. I've just looked through the long-term plan. We have the kapa haka next year. We have Te Mana Kuratahi, the National Primary Schools kapa haka that's this year, 2021, and the Nai Kuratura kapa haka Secondary School kapa haka in 2022. So we do have actually quite a good events lineup. And whilst this event might be watched on YouTube,
Councillor, are you in debate or have you got a question? I think you're in debate, and I think at this time of night...
No, my question is why are we getting another report and bringing it back? I just don't get why we're spending time on it now.
Because as far as I'm concerned, I haven't got a budget in front of me to actually know whether what we're getting for our money. To be perfectly honest, that's the issue. It's because I'm reading in the report there's discussion about needing the funding applications can't be made until close to the event, but some expenditure will be required before the other funds are received. I don't know how much, I don't know when, I don't know what scope's in there, I don't know what sponsors have been contacted and haven't worked through. I don't have a sense of that. I don't have a sense, to be honest, I don't have a sense how I can help because I haven't got enough information in front of me.
Through the Mayor, I think a report would be useful. We only received their updated budgets after the hearings, so we haven't had time to undertake the analysis or have the discussions with the mountain biking club on how realistic those budgets are, what cuts they can do. The information that we've got is quite fresh.
Right, and they need to come along and speak to this too. This is this has come very late in the piece, and these are the ones sometimes the sequencing means you just have to make those decisions outside of a cycle. Just how it works. Any final questions before we go to moving this and actually dealing with this? I'll go to Councillor Brand first.
My question is just to Mark about the government funding, because they have put a freeze until 2023, but with the indication of travel bubbles and everything else opening up, have they indicated that they're reviewing that? So it's opened earlier instead of frozen until 2023?
Sorry, I don't know.
To hand. All right, Councillor Fulton, question, Councillor.
My last question is, if we're underwriting this event, is there an opportunity for other people to apply to the events fund, or is all of that events fund tied up to this event? Has that been answered?
Through the Mayor, if there's no increase, the forecast positive balance as at the end of June this year is about 40,000, and with commitments in the 21-22 year, there would be 80,000 available. So there would be additional funding.
If this is underwritten.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Ika.
You may not have had a chance to assess the criteria, but do you think this event might be eligible for the new regional Tika Ihu events funding?
I will follow that up with the NRDA. I would have thought that if it was, that they would have told me that by now.
Right, it would be good to follow that up. Thank you.
So, Mayor's move. I wish, could we swap roles?
I moved.
Deputy Mayor's moved.
And the Mayor's seconded. She's going to put the resolution.
Any debate on this one? I think we've got to the best place we can on this one. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. All right. Do you want to keep going for a little bit? But yes. We'll keep going. Righty-ho. We're here. Yeah.
Are they going to vote?
No. We're
85.
Yeah.
My
staff have to have an 8-hour break.
Yes, they do. Okay, so. All right, just following my pages, we've dealt with Sexton Field, we've dealt with pole vaulting, we've dealt with. We're up to gym sports buildings. Commentary on page 84 in relation to the gym sports building. There is no recommendation at this stage to resolve. And Saxton Field will keep talking, and they are. I'm happy with that. Everyone else is happy with that. Yeah. Thank you. Wakapuaka Cemetery, there are a suite of recommendations on page 85 for mostly capital, in fact, pretty much all capital, mostly capital expenditure. As I understand, this comes out of some very positive engagement that the officers and elected members have been having. So any questions, Councillor Eager?
Yeah, just two questions. Firstly, is any heritage funding available potentially for the there was interpretive panels or signage? Can't find it now, but I'm sure I read that was in there. So basically, is any heritage funding available? And then would we need to revise the AMP for closed cemetery level of service in response to this suite of resolutions?
Through the chair, yes, we believe that $7,000 capital expenditure for the interpretation board would be likely to get lotteries historic funding for that. So there's a potential that it could be 3.5 in year 1 and 3.5 in year 3, but we couldn't guarantee that until we were successful with the application. And just this morning, we've had confirmation from the Lions Club, who will donate seating, 2 seats for us, so that $4,000 can come out.
Well, which Lions Club are we talking? No, which Lions Club, Rosie?
Which Lions?
Which Lions
sorry,
Club, Rosie?
D.
No. Which
Lions Club?
Oh, sorry. I would need.
You know that.
I will just need to check my emails on that one. The actual name.
If you could, I'll see if there's any further questions. Okay, so the 4,000 line D is out. Thank you to the Lions, who will find out which club.
And C might reduce.
And C might reduce. That's a good start.
I'm happy to move.
Well, I'm going to get the movers, so that's fine. Move. Seconded by Councillor Eager. Questions, Councillor Noonan and Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you. The budgets for those cemeteries, I know they have separate budgets according to the Act, but does each cemetery have its own budget, i.e. does Waka Puaka have its own budget as opposed to, what's the other one? Marsden. I should know the name of that, shouldn't I?
So through the chair, the Waka Puaka cemetery budget comes under what we call our historic cemeteries. So that includes Seaview, Haira and Waka Puaka. And the Marsden cemetery budget is a separate budget. And apologies through the chair, I didn't answer all of Councillor Eager's questions. Yes, this would represent a change of level of service in the AMP.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Rosie. You're just going to check your emails to see which Lions Club we're talking about here. Might be host, might wait and see. In the meantime, it's been moved and seconded. Do we need to do any debate on this one? I don't think we need to do any debate on this one. Okay, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Aye, against carried. Thank you. The next page is 86, and we have the commentary around the pest plant control, which was strongly supported. No suggestion of changing what's in the LTP in relation to that matter. We're on page 86, and there's no recommendation because there's no change proposed. It's basically leaving the LTP as is. Right? This is your pest plants control. I have just one thing to say on that one is I just want to make sure that we have really thought through. We had a submission, I think, from Mr. Steve Cross, I think it was, who said to us, really get some good independent advice, which I know you've already got some, but really think through strategically how we're going to go about this, because he talked about private property and the issues that we have on private property. And I just really do want, I'll come back to this, but I just want to probably, and I know I missed the workshop, but I just want to make sure that we're really sure on the science behind this, that this is going to work if we're not doing private property. So that's the part. So because I have a sense that we're going to get this to really work. I get it's our reserves, but to get the real gains, we're going to have to start, as he talked about, the white, cabbage butterfly, white cabbage. What was it? The white butterfly, cabbage butterfly program, giant butterfly, the great white butterfly, that one, something like that, the great white butterfly program, something similar to that, where you get an entire community engaged in this, or dealing with the wipeout wasps as well. Okay. Councillor Brand.
I just want to add clarification to Mr. Cross's presentation. It was about the private properties that were hard to reach on there because of their the incline and everything else on those private properties. It wasn't just every private property. It was about those ones that had hard to reach parts within their property, and that's where he came in with the old man's beard on the slope inclination was hard.
Yes, you did. That's correct. Thank you for that that clarification. Councillor Skinner.
And to allay potential fears, I know of some private gardens have seen what we've put in here, and it's stepped up their acknowledgement of what's there, and they've got some real steep ones. We had to go up with ropes, and they've gone and accessed external funding through DOC, etc., to do just that, and they've been spurred on by what they've seen here. It's given them encouragement. Well, if you guys are doing it, when they've got to give 4 or 5 neighbours on here, it's completely steep, down about 30 yards, and they've accessed external funding and accessed some of our tree planting trees that we've given them. So some real success there. An old man's beard must go.
Thank you very much. All right, any other questions? We'll come back to the other one in a moment. We'll just deal with pest plants, if that's right. And
wait to what you've said, Madam Mayor. I really think that this is an amazing opportunity to, and what you said, Councillor Skinner, that old man's bed's got to go. We need to do a really active campaigning and getting our private property owners on board with this initiative, plus our road reserves and everywhere we can to address some of these serious weed issues. I think we have the community fully supporting us, and hopefully we can reach a point in time where we can introduce some regulation to support this initiative, but right now we need to get on with it in the non-regulatory space.
all right, and right, we're good to go. Yes.
Thank you. Look, I'm just building on what the previous speakers have said. I mean, I'm heartened to see that the staff have said that they're going to have two reports on this, and one of them is to evaluate the current procedures and thresholds for closing the reserves while they're doing that, but also how to minimise the risks and risks to adjoining properties. So that should cover that. And I'm sure if it's not working, we'll hear about it and we can pivot to something else.
Thank you very much. So that's staying as is with those that conversation, just thinking through. Thank you very much. Now Rosie's just going to give us a little update on the seats. Thank you, Rosie.
Through the chair, my sincere apologies. I got my charity. It's Rotary, and it's Nelson West Rotary.
Oh, well,
and it's John Cooper that has offered us that kind.
I just think,
very
well,
kind.
good on Nelson West Rotary Club. Is anyone here a member of Nelson West Rotary Club by any chance? No, it's the one club
It's the one club we haven't got a councillor on.
Isn't that fabulous? Isn't that wonderful? So
maybe we could rectify that.
So thank you hugely to Nelson West Rotary Club. That's just absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure that now the Lions are aware of these fabulous projects. If they would like to, the option there are some options there in that list. Perhaps the balance of the funding for the interpretation boards. That would be fabulous. Thank you. Thank you, Rosie. Sea Sports Buildings next up. There's a recommendation on page 87. Now, we had a little bit of a discussion about the Sea Sports Building earlier on. So we had Mr. Skeeks with us, and he talked through his thinking around that. So does that sit with the thinking that the Parks team has as well? Rosie, you
Through the chair, yes, we checked with Nigel before he left if he was still happy with this resolution, and he was, and he said this will give us an opportunity to work with the Sea Sports groups.
Excellent. All right. I don't want to let this project go. It's been a long time coming. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Skinner. Questions? Councillor Egger and then Councillor Noonan.
Yeah, I guess my question is would it be prudent to just revise the amendment, just noting that it's subject to or that the spinal site is subject to the marina master plan?
That might be a sensible thing to do. How would we feel about that? Definitely. So we just need some wording there.
Okay, I'll work on some wording.
Agrees that the council make provision to fund 80% of the cost of Sea Sports Building
And also where
Subject to.
we
what's
don't
it
know
going to
where the
be?
funding's coming from yet. Funding source yet to be confirmed.
Well, it's at the moment, it's staying where it is till we get it, we sort it through.
So well, it's not coming out of the marinas at the moment. It's a broad, that resolution is okay, I think, but
No.
because it doesn't say where it's coming from. So that's okay, isn't it? It keeps the options open.
But budget-wise, it's coming out of the marina.
At the moment, it's coming out of the marina account at this point in time. It's sitting in there. What year have we got that in? Rosie?
I don't think we can do that.
I believe it's, through the chair, I believe it's year 3. Just checking for that. Is it
Year 2? All right.
Oh, year 2. Thank you.
Year 2? All right. Okay. Further questions? Councillor Brand?
I just want to clarify, based on the presentation that Mr. Skeggs provided earlier today, that he said he was happy for it to stay there as a provision, as it will be part of the review of where it moves out to, but just to ensure that it stays alive, he was happy for that provision, was my understanding, but Andrew White might want to clarify that because it's late in the day.
Mr. White?
Councillor Brand, you're exactly right. So it leaves that allocation there. And I think what I said was that we just got to work through the detail of where it would be funded from, and we'll be doing that.
Any other questions, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens?
Does that mean that if it were to not be funded from the marina account, it would be unbudgeted expenditure?
No, it would come across through the AP as to transfer across into general to debt funding under general rate. Well, it's still going to be debt funded. It'll come across, just not ascribed to the fund. So it doesn't, in terms of the overall debt, all of that debt still sits on the books anyway. So it's not like it's different debt. It's just there. But I do recognise that we've got to work our way through a bit of a process there.
We would still have a ratepayer impact.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan.
I'm just trying to get it.
Change subject to the site identification approval of Marina Master Plan. I just want to check with the Chief Financial Officer. Nikki, are you still happy for that to sit where it is? Just in terms of that, of the funding? In terms of does it, because you've had the question if it moved out of the, it's still debt. The debt still relates to it's capex, right? So it's still
Yes, and it still sits on our balance sheet. It's still
overall
council's debt.
Okay, thank you.
And the fact that it's not hitting, early in the LTP, we've still got time
to adjust it. Okay, all right, thank you.
That.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Laurie, do you have anything to add to these ones? No, okay, that's right. I'll just let you know that I don't think you're on mute at the moment, so cool. Okay, I'm ready to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Carried. Surf Life Saving Club Rooms. There is a recommendation on page 88. Moved by Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, seconded by Councillor Skinner. Question, Councillor Fulton.
Microphone's not on. Could you just talk through me the possible location in terms of ecological values and the look from the beach and the sea and nestling
So
in?
through the Mayor, it isn't on the sports grounds. It is on the sand dunes side. Not in the sand dunes, but and we have been having discussions with them of a design of a smaller nature, which we do support. So we just need to continue those discussions.
So when you say it's on the sand dunes side, is it up towards where we have the trampolines and the other sort of or is it in the beach playground area? So it's not in the sand dunes?
But between the Lions toilet and the beach cafe, that sort of area.
Oh yeah.
So
okay.
opposite the club rooms.
And it's small enough and ecologically in keeping with the area? Is you'd ensure, because the design I saw in the past
It would have
was,
to be, yeah.
and you wouldn't see it from the beach.
Well, we have to work through the design with them.
At this stage, council, we're really at high levels of saying, please start some conversations.
Okay, I just think it's a very special beach, city beach, because you don't see any built structures from the beach, and I think that's really important to maintain that.
Councillor Edgar?
I just wanted to ask about staff capacity, because there's like a number of resolutions coming up that all say, you know, you'll report back to community and rec, you'll report back to community and rec. And none of these are necessarily simple, you know, one hour meeting and then, you know, you'll be able to put a report up. And, you know, we've also had Guppy Park and lighting investigations, and then we've got, you know, seafarers, surf lifesaving, tennis clubhouse, cemeteries. Just wondering if we need to put in some time frames, because if I'm a club reading this, I think my project that I've been working towards and really want is going to happen quite quickly. And I'm just wondering if we need to put any time frame reality check across this, because I'm reasonably confident that the staff would already have a fairly full workload and probably couldn't drop
Mr. White's going to answer this one.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's a very good point. This team is extremely busy as it is. We have a huge number of stakeholders that we deal with, and that list is growing as council gets more integrated in the community. So it's really nice to hear that sort of comment about the staff. I think one thing that might give you some confidence around that is that any project that is coming through the LTP, the staff typically know about it and or are already in engagement with the organisations or groups or people who are putting in those proposals. So it's really important to them and to me that we make those expectations clear as we're in that engagement, that we're not turning stuff around overnight for them.
So do you think you can do that through your engagement and we don't need to adjust any resolutions?
I'm comfortable that we should be doing that through our engagement, and that's the way it should be done.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'd absolutely endorse that approach, because it needs to be together with the community. And I know absolutely right. This is a very busy team, and strengthening those community connections is what it's all about. But even those decisions around time frame need to be with the community rather than dictated from here. Okay, and the officers are best to lead up that advice to us. The lawn, someone else over here, Councillor Bowater.
Thank you. It mentions hub, but it only has the Nelson Surf Life Saving Club. So there is others that are being included in this hub, as it does say about the proposed hub. So is it?
Potentially, yes.
There's potential?
Yeah, there's potential.
Because I know that there are some other people within that vicinity
in a small scale
that are quite keen to actually be involved and are in that particular area and have felt that they would like to be included. So I can discuss that later, but yeah, that's cool.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, has it been moved and seconded? It has, hasn't it? Yes. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Great, Matt's with that one too. That's good, thank you. Next one's the lawn tennis club rooms recommendation on the bottom of page 88.
I'll move.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Neil Stevens. Any questions or debate? Councillor Laurie.
Thanks. I just wondered whether, given the high-profile location that we're talking about, whether it might be a good idea for council to require sign-off on the design of the structure. What do officers think?
Yeah, through the mayor, I think with a project like this, a report would come back through the Community and Recreation Committee before anything progressed on the site.
Okay. Does that mean though that we would get sign off on a design?
Involve and bring a report back to the Community and Rec Committee for further consideration. So I think absolutely I agree with you, Councillor Laura. That's a really good point to raise. Design is going to be critical in that location. So the officers are noting that that really does need to, from a
Absolutely.
urban design perspective.
Is it worth putting that in the recommendation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. So I'd like to add an amendment that says, after a third part which says notes, that final design will need to be approved by council.
Do you want to do it that way, or you want to do it as part of the decision making for the report? So you've got a report to come to community reclamation for further consideration, and I think it should be and approval of final design. Would that be all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Movers happy with that.
Movers happy, yes. And just Mr. White's just got a comment.
Can I just make a suggestion for full clarity, because as time goes by, we forget what we mean sometimes, that we're talking about the design concept, not the design such as the interior design and detailed design of the building. Is that okay?
That would be fine. We'll call it design concept. Matt, are you happy with that?
So what are we saying it will actually say in the recommendation?
We'll add to what's there, that it will bring a report to the community recreation for further consideration, including approval of the final design concept.
Yep.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay, that's really good. Well done, movement and second. And then we've just got a question here from Councillor Edgar.
Yeah, so my question's just about the any Reserve Act impediments on having an exclusive lease for a club and having this located on reserve land.
Through the chair, thank you. I checked this out with our property team beforehand, and the current lease for the lawn tennis actually includes an area for this building, but the building has been in discussion for quite some time. So their current lease, which is exclusive lease over that area, does already include that footprint for a building.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Further questions? It's been moved and seconded. Any debate? With the amendment from Councillor Laurie included, I'll put the motion, all those, not amendment, just to change that, agreed by mover and seconder. I will put the motion, all those in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Next item, as we're nearly there, is the Seafarers Memorial, and you've got on page 89, you've got a recommendation for a conversation. Moved by Councillor Skinner, seconded by Councillor Brand. Questions, Councillor Edgar?
Just wondering if, as part of those discussions, we'll be seeking such things as a peer assessment and looking at any coastal marine implications, because I don't want to be gifted, was that the phrase was used, gifted a white elephant with lots of ongoing capital requirements for council.
Through the chair, in short, absolutely.
Thank you. I had that conversation yesterday with Mr. Peter, and so we need to look at the coastal permits, just in terms of the structure as well and various items. So he's we're well aware of those matters.
And just as part of those discussions, I wouldn't mind sort of ascertaining why they didn't choose to become a charitable trust and just maintain it themselves. Because they're not currently a charitable trust. So that would be an impediment for some funding agencies, and people can't claim a donation, but why they're not choosing to just go down that route themselves, I wouldn't mind that being part of the discussions as well. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Petheram has asked them that question already, and in short, they're tired and old and would like to retire from the project.
All right, that's okay. So Rosie, one of the other things that probably should be discussed is whether there's an opportunity for succession planning, given how important the fishing industry is to our region. Righty ho. That's great. So somebody's moved in second. I just need to put this. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Again, against carried. That's wonderful. Economic, we've done that one.
Just before we move off, we do still have urban greening plan, which there was.
Oh yes, we do. Thank you, Councillor Neil Stevens. You reminded me earlier. It's good you've reminded me again, Mr. White. Mr. White, you've stated no. Your next. Mr. White. Just have everyone's attention.
What page are we on?
Elected members, if we could just please, we're really going to get this finished tonight, and to try and get it to a point where we can get this concluded, I just need you to just maintain concentration a little bit longer. Mr. White.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill Stevens prompted this, I think, and it was about the urban greening plan and the scope of the urban greening plan and the cost of preparing the urban greening plan or the urban greening strategy, whatever it is. And that's not to discredit the work, because I think it is actually really important work, but we need a good understanding of the scope. The Parks team has $10,000 allocated in the policy budget for this project, and at this point it would be led by the Parks team, not by the policy and strategy team. The value of the plan is that it will provide significant guidance, I think, for a lot of council's work program right across council. So it's a significant and important piece of work. My comment was I didn't think that $10,000 was sufficient for putting together the plan. Maybe for a high level strategy might be okay, but to put together an implementation plan, not nearly sufficient. So what do I think a plan might cost? Maybe $50,000 or something like that. I'm not sure, but that's very dependent on what the scope of it would be. We may be able to pull together some budgets from like areas across council, which have similar environmental outcomes, but my feeling is that we'll struggle to pull together the full 50,000. But in saying that, we could start the project and then come back to council with a further implementation plan, depending on where we got to.
Thank you. So you think you've got an additional, in total across the budgets, you've got 50,000?
I think I've got 15 at the moment.
Oh, 15,000, sorry.
Yes, I'd like 50, but I think we could probably make some progress with 15.
All right, thank you. All right, we're happy with that. All right, so we're just covering that off. All right, thank you very much. Now we just need to, we're now going to, I'm just going to go to the recommendations now at this point in the proceedings, because most of these things are not the sort of things that we can be changing at this point in time. So corporate, we've got the UAGC. There has been some discussion around moving that, but actually it's of such a significant matter that you really should consult on it. And I wouldn't, the officer advises that we shouldn't do that. Now I don't think we're quite there yet in terms of the final, because we've still got to deal with the campgrounds. And we've got the spreadsheet of attachments, which are to be used as the basis for specific responses. I have been asked whether we could leave that for today and bring that back. Rather than signing it off today, could you bring that back to me? You might have to come back on Tuesday, so.
There's through the chair, no problem if it's simply changing words, but if it was to be changing outcomes with a financial cost.
No, it wouldn't be that. This is the spreadsheet, but this is the
words is fine.
Words are fine. So as long as you're happy with that, there's nothing else that you can bring up at this stage. They'd just be the words. I just haven't had a chance to go through them all, and I don't want, nor have you, and I don't want you to be committed to that. That's the one. Okay. You happy with that? We'll leave that one for today. Okay.
Yeah, it's a basis, so it gives some flexibility. Talked to Nikki about that before. And it delegates the authority to the mayor and the chairs to do.
Well, if you're comfortable with that, Deputy Mayor.
Well, I don't think we need to. It's not a sentence.
Well, up to.
Missed that.
Mr. White.
You could add me to that resolution. And that then gives me an ability to say something.
Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's really selfish of me, but there's Rosie and Paul. There are two items that they could probably deal with now.
Yes, and they can go.
If you were happy to do that.
And then they can go.
So that's campgrounds and which is page 95.
Thank you.
And Glen Cycleway, page 96.
Thank you. All right, so let's deal with the Glen Cycleway. Do we have any questions on that? I think what we've got to is there is a recommendation I think that seems very sensible. Are we happy to support that? The Glen Cycleway, I'll move, seconded by councillor Neil Stevens. A very quick question from councillor Edgar.
Yeah, I just wanted to check on the sensitivity of the environment and, you know, the suitability of it for a cycleway.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, it's a project that it's a wider project with just going all the way from Clifton Terrace, hopefully out to the Glen. The Boulder Bank section, where we wouldn't be looking at putting a route along the top of the Boulder Bank. We're looking at down the toe of the Boulder Bank and potentially not even on dock land. So that would be front of mind through the project.
Okay, thank you. Fine. Okay, moved and seconded. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Now we've got the campground matters to attend to. Right, which page are we on now? 95. Right, 95. First up, we've got the Brook Valley Holiday Park. Now, this is to approve an additional $84,000 for operating expenses in year 2 to cover costs related to allowing more time for completion of the compliance. Now, what year was it? So that means it wouldn't be compliance wouldn't be achieved till year 3. Is that correct?
Correct me if I'm barking up the wrong tree here, Rosie, but the plan was to in 2022, June 2022, to have completed the any management changes around the Brook Camp. So whether that was to transfer to a different organisation through a different lease or something like that. So what we're saying is that we don't believe that we will be able to achieve that by June 2022, and we would target June 2023. But that would mean that there would be operating costs to run that campground, which are not currently budgeted for in that interim year. So transferring the campground in 2022, we wouldn't incur the costs in the following year. But if we wait a year, we will, of course, incur those costs. So that's what this request is. Is that right, Rosie?
All right, thank you, Andrew. So I had signalled to Andrew and that given I have gone back to the 2018 resolutions from the LTP to get management in place for these camps, that was resolved then. This is 3 years later. Now you're asking for another 3 years. That to me, or 2.5 years, that just feels way too long to me. I'm happy to put the funding in to help you if that helps to secure you some resource to speed that up and leave it at year 2 to get that process underway. But I just really am struggling to push it out for yet another year. That's just my view on it. I understand the pressure of all the other things that are going on, but when you've been waiting, in fact, if I would go back, it's 2010 that we've been waiting to get this sorted out. Andrew?
I just think it's also quite important to give an update on a discussion we had with the Tahuna Campground last week before last, as a potential future partner. And the discussions with them about the impact that COVID has had on businesses such as theirs, and the desire for certainty that those were a reasonable level of certainty that that they would be looking for if they were going to be taking on a new part to their business. And at this point, with COVID, they don't have that certainty. By 2023, potentially they would. So we might have a target of 2022 to enter into a better management arrangement for the Brook, but we may not have a partner to do that.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Any other questions? Councillor Noonan?
Well, my view is that how long do you have to wait for the work to be done is the question. And if we're going to spend any money on it, then it needs a business case, because I seriously question the viability. And why are we spending, particularly at 50, you're looking at $510,000 for capital. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I'm very uncomfortable with putting any money in without a business case.
So you're talking about the Brook Camp for the, you're talking about we're on the Brook Camp at the moment. So
49 and 50, so there's $500,000 in the next clause.
Yes, there is. So that's moved considerably since the discussion at the Strategic Development and Property Committee. Rosie, can you just give us some indication of why that's moved so much?
Through the chair, yes, certainly. The vast majority of that 410 in year one is for the utilities upgrade. So that's providing water and wastewater to the individual sites for the long-term occupants. That was originally budgeted at 150 and we've had that peer reviewed and it's come back at 180 and there is a business case for that. The other costs, which are new costs, and that's simply because it's coming out of the resource consent application as we're required more information for that and some of the potential impacts from the conditions for the resource consent for those long-term occupants. Okay. And they are literally coming to us as we work through that process. So yes, there are new costs that are coming through that current process.
So Rosie, have we with our partners who are we getting any assistance, financial assistance from our partners for this one?
Yes, through you, the Mayor, the assistance that we may be able to get is at an individual base. So it will be for the individual occupants that are up there in terms of how they connect into those services, in terms of any potential structures. I'm just conscious if we're moving into.
I do understand that, so that's fine. So look, I'm just going to do is get a general sense of that one. I now want to just go to the Mai Tai one, so I can give council a bit of my thinking around. So I'm listening to the potential for when the matter came to us around the discussion around the Mai Tai Valley camp. Again, this is quite a significant capital investment, and that to me is one that definitely would need a business case for me to sign that out. I just wouldn't be at all comfortable doing that. That's not enough background. It's a little bit like, you know, the matter we just discussed around the World Enduro. You know, we really have to have that sort of information. I guess what I'd be looking at is really wanting to understand, and thank you for the opportunity to do the Tourism Infrastructure Fund. But I think I really have to start considering whether it's time to look at that becoming a reserve, well, I'm very happy for it to have good toilet pollution facilities sitting there for reserves, but I understand the issue is the number in the campground, Rosie. It's what you've said to me, is that it's 80, is this a trigger of numbers? And I guess my preference is that you were to cap the number of people that you are going to have in there over this next summer to give us some time to sort through that business case of what we're going to do. Because my question is actually, I have a genuine question, do we want to continue with a all year round campground in the Mai Tai Valley, which, or do we want to actually turn that more into public reserve space for picnicking, scout groups to come and get permits to camp overnight, that sort of thing? I genuinely have a question around that. So, Rosie, can you give me any guidance on how we can make our way through that one?
Through the chair, yes, I'll attempt to. And yes, this information is just new to hand. We've received a condition assessment and some potential options from WSP just at the end of April. So it is new information for us too, but I thought it was important to flag through this process. So as part of our compliance project for the 3 campgrounds, we commissioned a condition assessment of the wastewater system up at the Mai Tai camp, and it alerted us to potential problems up there. So the current operation of the wastewater system is performing, but they are letting us know that that is very limited and it's likely to fail in recent years. The system is 60 years old, and the current system does not perform at peak capacity. The current operators are bringing in additional facilities, portaloos, So the information that we have received, the options to address this in the near future would be to upgrade the wastewater system of that $800,000, which would upgrade and allow for capacity. The other option would be to hook into the Nelson City Council wastewater system, but unfortunately that's some distance away. Or the other option is to reduce the capacity of campers who are using the wastewater system. But that also includes some upgrades, and that's been indicative costings at $300,000. So there's definitely further work that needs to go into this, but flagging it at this stage that it needs to be some attention and capital investment into the wastewater system.
Councillors, I really feel this is one of those situations where we should have some form of business case and strategic direction for this campground. I'm comfortable with the Brook campground because I can see that it is a natural alignment as we start to think about Brook Sanctuary. I think about the decisions that we've already made in terms of maintaining the Brook campground, the cabins that are there. But I have to say, in terms of the Maitai campground, I'd need a lot more convincing to start to be putting that sort of capital investment in for the purposes of the campground as it stands. So I'm getting some nodding around the table. I'm not sitting here thinking that I'm completely off beam. No. Right? Okay, so I'm just passing a potential change across there. Questions, Councillor Brand, Councillor Noonan and Councillor Fulton, but we are going to be quick.
I just want a quick clarification about the Maitai campgrounds. In our update, we had discussed it staying possibly as is with the days limit so that it was more of a short term and not long permanent residents up the Maitai because of the constraints that came out of that.
Through the chair, I think this needs to go into PE discussion.
Yes, I think it probably does. So we have, and the reasons for going into public, it's confidential business around privacy of persons and commercial. All right, so that's to address, I just need to know the matters we're discussing when we do that. They're in relation to the campgrounds, both the Brook campground and the Maitai campground, given there are lease matters in one. Yes, absolutely. So thank you.